greatest democratic success story. And I say that unreservedly because as a social scientist, if we study democracy, the first thing we see is that there are no poor democracies. There is no country with a GDP per capita of less than $10,000 per year that has a consistent record of democratic elections going back more than a few decades. India stands out as the enormous exception. It's no surprise that rich countries are democracies. All the rich countries are democracies. India is the only poor country that has a well-institutionalized democracy. It's the only post-colonial country to have remained a democracy throughout its entire history, and it's the only well-institutionalized democracy on the Eurasian continent between South Korea and Israel. That makes India a truly exceptional case that drove me to study it.
That's interesting because, you cite the fact that the GDP or the per capita income of Uttar Pradesh is very similar to that of Rwanda. And you ask us to contrast, look at democracy in Rwanda and look at it in Uttar Pradesh. So your basic thesis comes from the fact that a poor country, in your view, is one with, it's an exception, which India is an exception, a poor country, which is a rich democracy.
Statistically, it stands out. And I am a sociologist. My background, though, is as a statistician. Those of you who are engineers, I know engineers are very popular in India, will be surprised to learn I have a Master of Science in Engineering from Johns Hopkins, but it's in applied math. So I can't actually build something. Yes, we have to control for factors like wealth. We have communal, I've read a lot about communal tensions in Uttar Pradesh. I've heard a lot about communal violence in Uttar Pradesh. Compare that to the communal violence in Rwanda or in a Burundi, countries that have similar levels of GDP per capita as Uttar Pradesh, and it's shocking. Compare Bihar to Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Congo is the heart of darkness. It is the archetype of the basket case of a failed state. Well, Bihar has problems. I've read about them. I've never been there. I'd love to learn more about it, but nothing on the scale of the problems in the Congo. And I think that's a testament to the success of India.
Let's then test the empirical evidence that you have suggested is the basis, which you've in a way demolished or attempted to demolish, the empirical evidence cited by these think tanks that have lowered India's democracy rankings. The Economist Intelligence Unit labels India as a flawed democracy characterized by a serious deterioration in the quality of democracy under leader Narendra Modi. Sweden's VDEM says that we are essentially moving towards an electoral autocracy on par with Russia, and Freedom House says we are only partially free with an overall freedom rank of tied 85th in the world. Now, one of the major reasons they cite for this is discrimination against minorities, and they use laws like CAA to suggest, or the abolition of Article 370 to suggest that minorities are under siege. How do you link that to the ranking system?
So let's be clear, as in the last session, when we say minorities, people are really talking about Islam in India.
We're talking about Muslims.
Primarily about Muslims in India. Muslims are severely underrepresented in Indian politics. They're probably severely underrepresented at this conference. How many Muslim speakers are at the conclave? Probably not 15%. Now, there are reasons for that. You don't have to have overt discrimination to see that sort of figure. Muslims in general are poorer than the rest of India. How many poor people are in the audience here? Very few. Right, so if there are lower levels of education, if there are lower levels of income, you would expect lower levels of accomplishment at the level of parliamentary seats. Now, I'm not excusing that. Okay, India should be working harder to be more inclusive for its minority populations, Muslims especially. But the rankings have pointed specifically to this number of a low level of Muslim representation. 5% of Lok Sabha is Muslim. Yet the number of Muslims in the Lok Sabha has increased between 2014 and 2019. Now, we can say it hasn't increased enough.
It's a marginal increase. We are basically, interestingly, in 2009, 5% of the Lok Sabha was Muslim. In 2019, it was also around 5%.
Or we could say there's been a 23% increase in the number of Muslims in Lok Sabha. Look, either way you say it, it can't be used to justify a decline in the rankings between 2014 and 2019. It can be used to justify a low ranking. And if India's ranking had been consistently low on all three of these indices for the last 20 years, I wouldn't have written the paper.
Let's therefore look interestingly at one of the other factors that is cited for India's declining democracy quotient, sedition laws. Sure. And the belief that, as many of these think tanks have suggested, sedition is being used to criminalize dissent, and the number of sedition FIRs have increased between 2010 and 2020. Not necessarily 2014, but from 2010 to 2020.
Right. So I know this is very personal for you. I've read your Wikipedia page. But
it is.
but look,
unfortunately, the Supreme Court as of now has struck down sedition, as of today.
But I have to go to the data, not to the personal cases. Now, when I as a statistician saw 2010 to 2020, and the text said during the decade 2010 to 2020, immediately it clicked in my head. You know, there are lies, damn lies, in statistics. 2010 to 2020 is not a decade. 2010 to 2019 is a decade, or 2011 to 2020 is a decade. Why those end dates? So I went back to the original data. It turns out if you choose either of those other definitions of a decade, the number of FIRs filed for sedition has fallen. But if you choose specifically the two endpoints,
2010 and 2020,
they've risen because 2010 was a low date for sedition. 2020 was a big bump in the numbers, and so you can find a trend. Right. And they found a trend, and I think that's the problem. The fact that you can find a trend should not be driving impartial academic studies of democracy. If a journalist does that, I'll forgive you. But an academic organization, an independent think tank, should not be engaging in that sort of cherry picking.
So what you're saying is the data was being cherry picked. There was the necessary element of academic skepticism which should accompany any such rankings was missing. Am I correct broadly?
The skepticism is the point here, because the organizations doing the rankings picked that number from an activist NGO report. And they didn't say to themselves, should I take the activist NGO at their word, or should I go and just look a little deeper into the numbers? They didn't exercise that editorial oversight.
Let's therefore take a look at one of those other numbers they looked at, that the maximum number of journalists were arrested in India, next only to China, in the last 1 year. And that was used to again suggest that democracy in India and journalism in India is under threat.
So another one that's personal. Here, look, it wasn't journalists.
No, I haven't gone to jail yet. I might.
Well, good, because it was actually journalists killed. So we don't want that at all. We don't want anyone killed. So the number of journalists killed is the largest number in a single country outside China, which sounds dramatic. Until you make the very elementary adjustment, what about per capita? So it turns out that in India, there were 3.5 journalists killed per billion people. That's 3.5 too many. In rest of world, there were 6.3 killed per billion people. In fact, it's safer to be a journalist in India, despite the fact, and I emphasize this again, that India is a relatively poor country. It's safer to be a journalist in India than in rest of world. I mean, on that same note, Press Freedom Index, not covered in my paper, Press Freedom Index now ranks India below Hong Kong. 2022, this is post-security law, post the closing of Apple Daily, the abduction of its publisher, the demolishing of its printing presses. Press Freedom Index, published by Reporters Sans Frontières, rates India below Hong Kong for press freedom. Now, you journalists in India tell me, are you more oppressed than journalists in Hong Kong?
You know, I have always believed that journalists are relatively free in India compared to most parts of the world. When I find, for example, Indian academics going to Qatar or going to Middle Eastern countries and lamenting the fate of journalists in India, I wonder whether they are speaking to the wrong audiences. You know who I'm referring to.
I do, and look, that article was about the accusation that India is a fascist state. And I encourage you, pick up your phone and do a quick Google search. Ask Google, is India a fascist country? Google will tell you yes. Look at it, do it right now. You'll find the first 10 results telling you that India is a fascist country. That's something that should really concern you. That is a danger for India, whatever side you are on politics, whether you think that the current government is fascist or not, you make your own judgment. But that India is now being portrayed as a fascist country in the global media, and that if a student who knows nothing more about India, if a legislator, if a parliamentarian, if a journalist overseas who just has to do one article on India, they're not an expert on India, they have to pen off something, they have 4 hours to make 600 words on India, they Google, is India a fascist country? Google says yes, they click some links, now it's there. Now it's in the New York Times, now it's in the Washington Post. That is a problem for India and for Indians.
I'll come to that problem in a moment, what that does to India and India's image and reputation. But Professor Babonis, the fact is much of this is perceptional. If I come across a case, as there have been cases in Uttar Pradesh, where a journalist covering a midday meal scheme and exposing the manner in which the midday meal scheme was run is immediately arrested, or FIRs are filed, or is charged with sedition, I will get a sense that there is something wrong with the Indian state. And that might, in a way, influence my article. I'm a journalist, not an academic. So a journalist will go by live examples. You're then doing data mining to suggest, no, all is well, or it isn't as bad as you're making it out to be. So is part of the problem the fact that maybe from an external perspective, you're looking at data. I live in India, and I'm actually looking internally at what journalists on the ground at times have to go through in different parts of the country to report fairly and honestly. Maybe I expect a higher standard of freedom than what you perhaps look at purely from a data perspective.
Look, I want to be clear. I'm not faulting journalists. I'm not faulting activist NGOs for doing their job. I mean, forgive me, the dharma of an activist NGO is to criticize. That's what they do. That's what their reason for being is. I'm not criticizing individual citizens for what they believe about their own country. I'm criticizing fellow academics who are being, I think I can actually say, mendacious in their evaluations of India, because I went through every bit of evidence adduced, and at every point there was cherry-picking, misrepresentation, failure to exercise editorial oversight. There was hardly anything in the 3 reports that would stand up to scrutiny.
Are you therefore suggesting that these institutes, most of them based in the Western world, are in a way prejudiced because they allow their ideological biases to influence their better judgment? Are you suggesting that there is this left liberal monopoly in a way over many of these institutes that judge India through the prism of the fact that Narendra Modi, a right-wing nationalist populist leader, is leading India, and thereby tend to, at a way, look at India through the prism of Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of India?
In a word, no. In a word, no. These are not biased organizations that are out to get India. They evaluate democracy in 150 plus countries. Most of the people involved have no particular interest in India. The problem is that all of these rankings are based on surveys. So each of them has the same methodology. They do a survey of intellectuals, journalists, academics who either are based in the country they're studying or who are students of the country from outside. Prominent academics and journalists who cover, in India's case, India. Maybe people at Harvard, maybe people at JNU, it may be people in the mainstream media. They survey them and they ask them to report back on the country. It's those reports that are biased. Now, at the level of the organization, there's a lack of editorial oversight. I don't excuse that, but I do understand it. If you're exercising editorial oversight about narratives for 150, 170 countries, that's a lot of oversight to exercise. It's a lot of hard work. But fundamentally, these biases don't creep in because the organizations are anti-India. They creep in because, forgive me, India's intellectual class is anti-India. As a class, not as individuals.
No. India's intellectual class is anti-India, or are you saying that they are anti-Mr. Modi and are conflating the two? Or are you conflating the two?
There is a bit of both. They're certainly anti-BJP, anti-Mr. Modi, as a class, not every individual. But imagine that in a couple years you get a UPA government. Okay. Will they tear down the Ram Mandir? Will they reverse the policies, the very policies that are criticized in these rankings? Will they get rid of the UAPA. Right? So the basis on which the criticisms are made, those bases will probably remain in place. If they do, then the same criticisms will apply to them.
No, but aren't those intellectuals or activists supposed to stand up to the Indian state where, let's say, an individual activist is arrested for his ideological beliefs and denied bail under UAPA, like an Omar Khalid, for example, an activist in the CA agitation, when there are hundreds of Kashmiris who were put in jail once Article 370 was removed? I mean, are these not questions that Indians are entitled? When you turn around and say intellectuals and activists are being anti-India, maybe they are standing for the few spaces that are available to question the government of the day. And that's what is, in my view, India's greatness, that we still allow it to happen, unlike a China or a Hong Kong. Why not celebrate it rather than suggest this is being anti-India? Actually, patriotism, as separate from nationalism perhaps, is actually questioning your government. So the very intellectuals that in a way you're demonizing are actually the intellectuals we should be celebrating, because unlike others, they're at least raising a few red flags.
Yeah. The issue is this tied to the BJP government, or will it continue when that government inevitably, I know people think the BJP will last forever. It won't last forever. There will be a change of power at some point. When that change of power occurs, will there be a recalibration in people's opinions? Or will the demands placed on Congress and the UPA be unrealistic? Will those demands not be fulfilled by that government either? And the question is India a fascist country today? And you know, if you want to raise your hands, I think that's really an outrageous proposition. India has problems. Certainly journalists and activists have absolutely a role to play in calling out those problems. The problem isn't that these journalists may be opposed to the government of the day. The problem isn't that the activists uncover sordid details of law enforcement. The problem is that they allow that to color their overall evaluation of the system.
So in a way, what you're suggesting is that in this era of increasingly polarized politics, it's becoming more and more difficult to have objective rankings on democracy. Am I correct?
Maybe. Maybe you're correct. Look, what I'm suggesting is that people who may have been motivated to criticize Indian democracy because they don't like the outcome that democracy has resulted in are sliding bit by bit towards, instead of criticizing the party they don't like, to criticizing the state they don't like. And that becomes a threat for India. That's the point at which India, in the future, may face sanctions of the kind that Israel has long been under. India. I mean, why is India so close to Russia? One reason is that India needs that Russian veto on the Security Council. Otherwise, India will be cast in the United Nations as a fascist state. Right? The activism won't stop at India's doors. The demonization of India will continue in the international arena. And that's really what you should be worrying about.
It's interesting you're saying this in a week where your country, the United States, goes to the polls, where the US President Joe Biden goes to the people of the United States this week and says democracy is on, the future of democracy is on the ticket.
On the ballot.
It's on the ballot. The future of democracy is on the ballot, almost as if to suggest that if you vote Republican in the United States, you're being anti-democratic. So it's not as if India is the only country which faces people. Your own US President today is suggesting that those who don't vote for the Democrats are anti-democratic.
A few weeks ago, Joe Biden called 70 million Americans ultra-MAGA extremists and suggested that they were a form of terrorists. Yet all of you read the U.S. news. Many of you probably have New York Times or Wall Street Journal subscriptions. You're very aware of what's happening in the U.S. All journalists, all parliamentarians in India can name the U.S. president, probably the U.S. in India, certainly the U.S. vice president. You may be able to name the Speaker of the House. You probably know 40 or 45 U.S. states. You've visited the U.S. You have relatives in the U.S. You can form your own judgment, regardless of what Joe Biden says. The problem for India is the same is not true of American journalists, of American parliamentarians. I had the head of a think tank in Australia warn me about my India research, sending me a column in the Washington Post saying that India is a fascist country. And saying, well, should I be writing this kind of work, if, am I really making a mistake here? And I rolled my eyes and I said, no, that's Rana Ayub. She writes that every month in the Washington Post. You shouldn't, but he doesn't read every column she writes. For him, this was a Washington Post columnist saying it. Right? Because that's the only data point a typical leader has. I mean, I heard in person a former national security advisor of the United States tell a story about a military coup in India during the Johnson administration. Now, there's never been a military coup in India. If he meant the emergency, that wasn't during the Johnson administration. Yet this profound misunderstanding reaches into the Oval Office. Most of you know more about the United States than the National Security Advisor of the United States knows about India. And that's the problem.
So are you suggesting to me that this stems primarily out of ignorance or out of malice? And taken that forward, are you suggesting that so-called venerable newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times are part of some kind of a sinister conspiracy possibly, or pure ignorance when it comes to India?
Mostly it's ignorance, but it's ignorance compounded by goodwill. Many of the worst things are done by people who mean well. So you have a young Indian journalist, new graduate, Columbia Journalism School, who's very passionate about his or her home country, wants to write articles about it, just an intern maybe at the New York Times. Well, you give that person the chance. Oh, yeah, write an article. That article gets 800,000 hits. That journalist that's a win, right? Let's get another article from that young budding journalist. So what you have is editors who maybe don't know very much. They take the word. If you have a young, earnest, idealistic new journalist, you take that journalist's word. This is what happened at VDEM. VDEM's ranking of Indian democracy collapsed when, and I don't know the person personally, I don't know her background, I don't want to give the name, but when a young Indian research assistant was brought in to author the India report at VDEM. So it went from being authored collectively by VDEM to they did a special report in India in which the co-author was a young Indian intern. Suddenly, India's democracy rankings collapsed.
So what you're calling for is a much more serious academic audit of these reports. Broadly, that's what you're suggesting. Hopefully free of ideological biases, focus purely on data. Because we've now got a new controversy, not just democracy, we've also had the hunger index.
So let me tell you about the hunger index.
The hunger index puts us at about 105.
So let me tell you about the hunger index. The government issued a rebuttal, and it was very, forgive me, government, very unscientific. They said a survey of 3,000 people can't represent all of India. You know, as a survey researcher, a survey of 3,000 is fantastic. The standard errors are tiny for that. That's not the problem. It took me about 20 minutes to find the problem. The problem was there was a comparison made between 2014 and 2021 in the global, 2014 and 2022 in the GHI. The 2014 GHI was released before the 2014 data for India came out and before the election in 2014. The government provided an estimate for the levels of wasting that was extremely low. They said there's been massive progress on wasting, it's very low. Now, I don't know if they did that as an honest mistake or if they did that to improve their position in the rankings ahead of an election. Either way, the 2014 estimate showed India doing much better than it turned out than it actually was. In 2015, the real data came out, and in fact, wasting in India had only declined a tiny bit. Okay. So in 2014, incredible improvement, global hunger index. 2022, new data are used, and it shows, oh, India's regressed. Now, I said, that's impossible. India's economy has grown 50% since 2014. It is inconceivable that hunger has increased in India since 2014. There may still be hunger. Can't have increased. I went back to the report, I found the data, I found that wrong data point. The problem with the current report was not that the current report is wrong. The current report is accurate. It uses accurate, up-to-date Government of India data. All the data come from Government of India. Okay. The problem is they never corrected that 2014 false low for hunger. And so it looked like hunger had increased. Okay.
So net, Professor, what's the solution? What would give you possibly greater confidence that when these democracy rankings come out in the future or hunger rankings come out in the future, that these are objectively being analyzed? Because the institutes are going to remain the same. Do you really believe that a solid academic audit now is possible? Would that how would you go about it if someone offered you the opportunity to go about it?
You don't have to offer me the opportunity. You have to offer me $5 million to start a think tank to do the work. No, the problem is that this, I keep saying the problem is, because the problems are, they're right there. This can't easily be solved. It can't easily be solved because the global academic world does not care to solve it. I mean, the solution isn't a rebuttal by the government of India. The government of India is biased. Of course it's biased. It's pro-India. Okay. We're not going to get this solved unless academics have the fortitude to review their own work and to be honest and criticize their own work. And self-criticism is very rare these days.
In conclusion, ever since you sort of debunked these rankings, has the government of India approached you, Professor Babanis, that why don't you become a consultant? The Modi government would like the world to know that India is not a fascist state, that India is not slipping on the democracy index. You'd be extremely valued. Has the government approached you? Anyone sort of offered you a consultancy?
I'd be thrilled. So tomorrow I'm traveling to Delhi to visit friends in Delhi. And while I'm there, I'm going to be speaking at the S.P. Mukherjee Foundation, Research Foundation, the think tank arm of the BJP. They didn't even offer to pay for my hotel. Now, it's my own flight, it's my own hotel. India Today brought me to India. They may applaud what I'm doing, but no. I've not gotten any money for it.
But aren't you then worried as an academic that you will be now labeled, branded as someone who's a Modi bhakt? In case you need a translation for bhakt, it means a devotee. That you become a devotee of the Modi government, and therefore here is Professor Babanos, he's the person we've been looking for.
Look, that's always a risk. I was very careful not to accept any invitations until I got one to India from a very highly reputable journalistic organization, India Today. I did get offers to come to India to speak. I don't know who from. They were a bit mysterious, but I turned them down. This invitation I accepted because I was confident that here we could talk without any hint that there was anything untoward involved. Thank you for the invitation.
And thank you very much for accepting it and in a way giving us your perspective. And the very fact that we have a platform like this here in India is a platform that we are unlikely to see ever in a Beijing or a Shanghai or a Hong Kong, or dare I say some of the countries that are actually being ranked above India on the democracy ranking at the moment. So I guess that in itself is testament to the fact that these rankings need closer interrogation. And I think that's what is the challenge of our times, that don't go by rankings purely by the headline that they offer, but you need a closer audit of just how those rankings are being made. Professor Babanis, thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy your visit to Delhi.
Thank you.
Now that you've announced it here, who knows what other invitations may be on your way while you're there. But thank you very much. You'll be called an anti-national by one side, and the other side might believe that you've sold out. But thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, gentlemen. Dinesh Bhatia, could I please request you to come up on stage and offer a token of our appreciation to Salvatore. His books are available at the Author's Corner, everybody, right outside at the opposite the All Day Conclave Cafe. The Indian stock markets have kept everyone on their toes and in fact surprised and delighted investors over the last few sessions against the global backdrop as we continue to move from strength to strength. It gives me great pleasure to invite on stage some of the best known names in the Indian stock markets on beating the bears and leading the next bull run. Atul Suri, CEO, Marathon Trends PMS, A. Balasubramanian, Managing Director and CEO, Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, and Rhythm Desai, Managing Director, Morgan Stanley India. In conversation with me, Abha Bakaya, Business Today. So Rhythm, let me kick off with you because the recent Morgan Stanley report has been circulating, claiming why this is going to be India's decade. And everyone's been asking me, but how can it be India's decade when the whole world seems to be collapsing?
Yeah, thank you India Today. Thank you, Abha. It's a real pleasure to be here. So there are 4 big trends in the world right now. We've got a problem with aging, so it's a demographic problem. We've got a problem with deglobalization. You hear China +1, Europe +1, everybody's becoming +1. There's a third issue with digitalization that's creating a disruption, and a lot of existing businesses, including media businesses, are finding it tough. And there's decarbonization because the world is obsessed about climate change. India probably is the only country in the world that's benefiting from all these 4 trends. There is really no other country that is on the positive side. Either countries are facing an aging problem or are going to see a big disruption of legacy capacities in fossil fuels, etc. Okay?
And we seem to be at an inflection point, isn't it, Rhythm? Because in the overall context, even in terms of how per capita income is at that, just about that $2,000 mark.
Yeah. But again, Abha, with the risk of sounding pro-government, the fact is that in the last 5 years,
especially after the last session.
In the last 5 years, we've done a lot of heavy lifting on policy. So India is set to become the factory to the world. It's set to become the office to the world. It's undergoing a massive energy transition. We're going to get liberated from the erstwhile energy price volatility. And we've got this amazing digital infrastructure called India Stack. At the base sits Aadhaar, which is so unique. Nobody in the world has that. And it's going to give us digital solutions that the world doesn't have. So these are mega trends that are underway in India. Some of them are purely because of good government action. Some of them are private enterprises. But that's what's leading to our optimism that in the next 10 years, India's GDP will likely more than double. Our per capita income will be past the $5,000 mark. More importantly, the number of households that will sit at the top of the pyramid are probably going to quintuple. So they'll go from 5 million to 25 million, which is why Louis Vuitton has made Deepika their brand ambassador. We're likely to see strong stock market returns. And I'll just give you a little bit here before I hand it back to you. A lot of people say India has disappointed in the last 15, 20, 30 years. And I say, how do you measure that disappointment? Going back to the previous session, the point on statistics. Because India is the second best performing stock market in the world. Okay, so it is not likely that we have disappointed. We are only behind America in US dollar terms, okay, ahead of everybody else that people believe had done better than India. So a lot of change underway, and I cannot but just be optimistic.
Clearly. And I'm going to come back to you on some concerns also, Rhythm. But Bala, talking about some of the numbers that Rhythm just pointed out and the way we're looking at growth booming and per capita spending, what's that going to do to the consumption story? How big an opportunity do you see in India, especially at a time when we are seeing a little bit of uncertainty in the global context? Are we really going to be decoupled? Are we going to be immune to that? And are we going to see that boom coming in?
Just taken from what Rhythm said, India is fundamentally getting better in the sense that I think India is one country have gone through multiple challenges in the last so many number of years. I think if you look at the last 7-8 years of journey, I think we are preparing for the future in a manner that every policy initiative that is being taken by the government, either by the central level or the state level, is supporting actually the future growth of the country. You take right from the time demon happened, the entire digital awareness in the country went up. The UPI, which of course done a revolution in the banking systems, nowhere in the country has happened. Today, every citizen of the country is able to actually use the UPI platform for payment transfers in the country. Therefore, the entire country is getting connected so seamlessly, which naturally I think should lead to an increase in awareness. That awareness should lead to increase in consumption and so on and so forth. That's something fundamentally I think we are getting better. Second is every policy initiatives are not short-term in nature. We are not doing any short-term fixing. I think everything we are doing actually is more intended towards building the future of India in a manner that whether it is a Make in India theme or whether it is a Digital India theme or even the ONDC platform which is coming in, which is the One Nation Digital Commerce Platform, which is again coming in, is going to connect the entire country, whether it is from the commerce point of view or from the customer point of view, is going to connect it. That's also, in my view, fundamentally I think things are getting better for the future. And then the third is actually the 80% of the population lives in the rural India. I think if you travel around the rural India, though the dependence of the rural India is coming from the agriculture sector, the awareness about how agriculture sector can contribute to the GDP of the country, that's one. And second, how people can become, earn more money by remaining in the agriculture sector, not leaving the agriculture sector and go to the cities and migrate and so on and so forth, but continue to focus on agriculture sectors and increase your earnings from agriculture per hectare point of view or acre point of view, and yet have a peaceful living life. Which is nothing but rural India is getting connected by your roads and other things. Also actually making the India to prosper, which ultimately should lead to the increase in consumptions. There is absolutely no issue on that. Second is the current problem that we are facing in the world market or something unique we can say probably for the world market, or they were not prepared for energy crisis. See, one, we can of course blame the Russia-Ukraine crisis and so on and so forth. The fact of the matter is, the worldwide, nobody was prepared for energy crisis price to go up so much because nobody has built their own capacity. But India is one building capacity for themselves. So there was a time when Make in India was being created, there was some kind of criticism which came from the world market that why India should produce for themselves, they should produce for the world. The very fact that India is producing for themselves today, we are now becoming self-sufficient. I think this is going to actually make India look far better as we move forward because of the change in the culture. The last year, of course, is the population, as I mentioned about the young population. The new age which is coming in are no more dependent on work life. I think they will probably, the number of people actually choose to become an entrepreneur will be far higher than the people actually want to actually work in a place. Which has changed in the culture. The startup culture is changing in, that naturally is going to make people in every city of the country to become more richer. As a result of that, consumption as a theme will only go up. And currently, of course, if you look at the automobile sector, first time ever, all of us would be reading in the newspaper, the waiting period of car has gone up from maybe 3 months to about 6 months, which I never seen in the past. Maybe I would have seen it maybe 20 years back when I was booking the scooters, where I wait for about 1 year period. Today we are seeing a waiting period. What does it mean? The demand is good, is coming from rural India, semi-urban India. At the same time, the aspiration levels are rising. At the same time, money availability in the hands of people is going up.
And we're seeing that in the way stock markets are moving as well. Atul, you've been very big on the demographic story as well, and you've also been tracking really how all of this is going to stack up to move markets higher. Give us your perspective, and also how, taking off from what Bala said, this is really going to be driven by the domestic story, and it's really going to be some of the old cyclical plays that are going to come back and really capitalize on that.
Thanks. So let's put things in perspective. As the markets stand, we talk about Nifty, it's a good index, we all follow. It's at 18,100. About a year ago, we were at lifetime highs, which was 18,600. So essentially the distance from lifetime high is 3%, which is pretty good. Why I say that is because if you look at, we know a lot happening in China. The Hong Kong market is 40% from lifetime highs, right? Tech, NASDAQ, absolute sweetheart. Everyone wanted to invest in a NASDAQ ETF. Everyone wanted US exposure. The NASDAQ in the last 1 year is 30% from lifetime highs. S&P 500, the top 500 US corporates, 20% from lifetime highs. So if you really go and see that among the top 20 to 25 global markets, the market nearest to lifetime highs means showing relative strength is actually India. So there is a method in the market, or is a belief system, that stocks that fall less in falling markets are leaders of the next bull market. I want you to reflect on it. It's a big takeaway. That the real test of markets, stocks, companies and industries are in difficult times. And those stocks, those industries that fall less in bear markets, actually when markets turn around, are leaders. And that is a characteristic India is showing. So the last 1 year has been a global bear market. I put out some numbers for you. But India is the markets that fallen the least. So in my 30 years that I've been in the markets, I have never seen this. And let me add on another negative point, that in this last 1 year, the total FII selling in this country has been $50 billion. So whenever FIIs used to sell, Indian markets used to tank. What's happened here? How come we've fallen so much less than global markets in spite of a $50 billion sell number by FIIs? What shifted? The shift is that there have been almost 40 billion that have come in from domestic flows. Every time over the last 30 years, I've been a broker, I've seen it at retail, institutional levels, whatever. Whenever markets tanked, Indian investors ran out of the door. FII bech raha hai, nikal jao, bhag jao. Markets are going to crash. But this is the first time that in fact we have seen positive flows. So now I want to think that, hey, what's happened here? Why aren't Indian investors panicking? How come they're adding on 40 billion? And you know, we all talk of this demographic shift. We refer to it other industries, etc. But the biggest beneficiary of the demographic shift is happening in India, in Indian markets and Indian investment patterns. You know, when I invested in the market, probably in my full family generation, I was the first guy who ever bought a stock. But today when I speak to my cousins, family, friends, even people with a salary of 10 to 15,000, they have a 1,000 rupee systematic investment plan going to mutual funds. So that is demographics and play. And if these habits come in when you are at 25, 30 years of age, the runway is the next 20 years. So the biggest beneficiary of demographic shifts is going to be this domestic flows. And we've seen this in the US. Between 1980 and 2000, the Dow was 1,000 in 1980, it got to 10,000. And what was the shift? Was this demographic play. I'll just end by a beautiful line my mentor told me, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Before he passed away, I was with him one day. And he says, Atul, sab poochte hain, apna time kab aayega? Saying, beta, apna time aa gaya hai. That is the shift. That is the demographic shift. And that is why we are a market that's fallen less. We will be the first to break out to lifetime highs. And I feel that we are entering a decade of leadership backed by this big, big demographic shift propelled by domestic investors.
Absolutely. I think the biggest, vindication of that is the way markets have been resilient and continuing to test new highs. The retail investor hasn't looked as shaky or as nervous as one would have anticipated. Since we have, a limited amount of time left, I'm not going to go to the concerns. I'm actually going to go to what everyone wants to know, and that's what should they buy, right? So Rhythm, and I know you're going to talk to me about long-term plays and it's a 20-year story, but, what are you seeing as the big opportunities for the next couple of decades?
So just before I go there, I'll just supplement one point that Atul made, because that's a very important point on the domestic bid. It has actually altered India's macro. So the transition actually happened in January 2015. And people have forgotten about this. That was when the Modi government, for the first time in India's history, allowed retirement funds, which is provident funds and national pension scheme, to buy stocks. They are buyers every month because they only get inflows. When people underestimate the importance of having such consistent buying, the same thing happened in 1980 in America. President Reagan had allowed 401k plans to buy stocks. Until then, 401k plans were not allowed to buy. And then you got a 20-year bull market in America. domestic flows as well as rising share prices. So I keep telling people, because there's huge skepticism about the domestic investors, we're still very, very early in this game. It's going to last for 2-3 decades, So it's a...
Everyone asks me, how long are you going to live in this fairy tale world of domestic investors investing? Kabhi to negative hoga. And they've been waiting for the last 14 months. And every month, they're getting surprised. But that's the way it is.
On the sidelines, Atul and I were discussing about the Harshad Mehta bull market. In 1992 or 1991, households put 25% of their saving into equities. Okay? Indian households have always liked to buy equities. Then the market crashed and that whole generation went away from equities. They got scarred. If I take today's saving pool and compute 25%, that's a whopping $200 billion. Okay, we're not even at the tip of the iceberg of what domestics can do with their portfolios and buy stocks.
So it's because yeah. Go ahead, Bala.
The way we contributed as a mutual fund industry. So you mentioned about 1992 Ashwin scam. Maybe the mutual fund size would have been about 40,000 crores or something, 40,000 crores or 50,000 crores. Today we are sitting at 20 lakh crore size, and it's still growing only. So that's something what he says, that's the hard work and the belief and faith and of course the experience. All of them do matter. And also the future. As long as the future is bright, the confidence remains high. So that's something I think what he said, all of us said about the culture is changing.
But I was going to say, clearly equities have become the asset of choice.
So I think investors should focus on businesses that are facing inside India, which will benefit from the coming growth rates. The quintessential sector for everybody to buy is financial services. It kind of benefits the most. We think, credit to GDP in India is 57%. Even adjusted for our low per capita income, this is really low. China's credit to GDP, private credit to GDP is 225%. So just imagine the difference here. And the US is also a number well past 200. So Indians are going to borrow more money. Indian companies are going to borrow more money. So I think financial services. The other place is consumption. You asked this question to Bala. So I think India has a very unique position in the world. We have consumers at every level of the income strata. Right at the bottom, people who are struggling to meet their two ends meet and who are also sleeping hungry. And at the top, people who are going to take vacations abroad and buy Louis Vuitton purses. Everybody is going to go up the consumption bar. So I think consumption and financial services will be my two pointed bets. There will also be a set of companies that will benefit from the fact that the typical CEO in the world now is comfortable about work from home. And it's better to work in Mumbai than Florida. It's a whole lot cheaper. So companies that get exposed to those trends will also do well in my view.
So since we've talked about this being a domestic driven story now, if there was one domestic risk, let's forget the global factors for a moment, one potential risk back home that could disrupt this entire story, what would it be?
I think it's the price of commodities. I think we all know that how important crude is. It's our largest import bill. And I also look at global commodities and the way they are panning out. So the global risk is truly inflation. And the fact is that commodities, and especially the way crude is behaving, is something that worries me. And crude, I think, is not a function of demand and supply global. There's so much geopolitics involved. Saudi, Russia, US. So I think that what I would be worried about is the way commodities are shaping up. I would have thought that crude has no business to be at $90, $95 Brent. I think it should be nearer to 65, 70. But I am getting challenged. I'm getting challenged. And my fear is that if we head back, if we pull up, as I said, it's more due to geopolitics than demand and supply. I think that could sour India and Indian macros. But Abha, that will be a short-term cyclical risk. It doesn't take away from the longer-term story, which I still think is a very big demographic story. It's almost like a decadal kind of move that we are likely to see.
What I put in the mix is to 2024 elections. Okay, we have forgotten that the electorate can put a minority government back. And in, I think 2004, May is a good template. The stock market went down 17% in a single day, went down 30% in the subsequent 4 months. And it took a while for us to get back. And the global markets were in a boom phase that time, so it was very different. So what happens in 24 elections will be, I think, important. It won't be a small event risk for the market.
The third thing it could be I think interest rate structurally is getting changed. I think we cannot ignore it. Which essentially means as interest rate goes up, the cost of capital goes up. the return on investment comes down. So we may go through that cycles. Therefore, what Atul mentioned about, Rhythm mentioned about, the short term, we may face these kind of risk. Therefore, making an assumption that yes, equity will continue to give return and go through a cycle, that also need to be understood. But long-term bullish, but short-term we may see this kind of volatility setting in.
So since we're still seeing short-term volatility, I don't know what target to ask you for. I always ask Atul every Diwali, every New Year. So I'm going to try it with him first and then come to you, Rhythm. I know you won't give me necessarily a target. But Atul, with all this volatility, what should I ask you? Financial year end?
I mean, see, it's targets, when I'm talking about a decadal bull market, honestly, Abha, giving targets, etc., doesn't matter. But yeah, if you look at it at a 1-year time horizon, I have been on record and I'm talking about Nifty because that's what we track. Yeah. It's 18,000 right now, 18,100. So I think we'll see about a 21,500 kind of move, which could be a 20% kind of up move from here. I think that's pretty good because your comparative assets are nowhere near that. So I personally feel that, and there's a lot more that you would make through stocks. I feel a lot of sectors will do very well. I mean, just to take from where you are, we are down 3%, as I said, on a 1-year basis. But something like capital goods, a very broad sector, is up 25%. So as a direct equity investor, there's no reason why you cannot outperform or do much better than that, which I think is a fantastic opportunity in Indian markets.
20 to 25% is pretty good. Rhythm?
See, Abba, I will not get drawn into this at all because I'll tell you why. It's of no use to anybody. Okay? The better thing for me to say here is look for good businesses managed by good people, trading at reasonable prices, and just be happy.
Okay, but at least tell me if you're agreeing with the 20 to 25% or 10 to 15 on your radar.
No, actually, I don't want to get drawn into it. I'll tell you why. Because as we've seen in the last 1 year, the stock markets are down 3% in India, yet we all feel that it's a bull market. We're down, we're not up. Yeah. Okay, it's not going to be a good year. This year is a bad year for stocks. Okay, and yet we feel like we're in a bull market. The reason is because everything else looks bad. I have no idea what everything else is going to do. Okay, what if everything else goes up 20%? What if everything else goes down 20%? We don't know. So I think the problem with returns is it's all in the context of a relative, so let's not really, I think, we should not ask people for targets. We should ask them what you should do with your portfolios. Buy.
Just if you can just elaborate on that.
Closing comment.
I don't think any of the people sitting on the floor would have actually estimated index will be at 18,000 Nifty, or the sense would be about 60,000. Had you asked us about 10 years back? So any period you analyze, I don't think anybody would have got it right. Therefore, it is actually a futile exercise to put a number where it would be. But one thing remains constant ever in the stock market is the compounding effect. Yeah. Whether you take 8% compounding or 10% compounding or 14% compounding, with the GDP plus nominal, if you take the compounding, that is the real number, it will fructify. The question is, over a period of time, it does materializes. Therefore, rather than predicting where the index would be, have a conviction that yes, compounding effect could definitely come in the market. Yeah. Therefore, add up the number, it will lead to the number what is also talking about it.
All right, gentlemen. Buy, buy, buy. That's the clear headline coming out of this panel. How?
I said not BYE, BUY.
Yes, thank you so much, all of you. Great having this powerhouse of a markets panel with us today, and the conviction on India really comes through. Thank you so much, and we'd love to give you a token of appreciation. Can I invite Dinesh Bhatia to come up and felicitate our guests? Ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed that session, and hope you get a chance to ask what you should buy, perhaps over lunch. We're going to break for 30 minutes, a very quick lunch break before we get back in here for our next session. Okay. Right after lunch, we'll be joined by the Indian cricketer Shikhar Dhawan. You don't want to miss this. So a very quick lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and look forward to having you back in this room as the India Today Conclave continues on day 2.
By practice, I'm a geologist. So I have to see my motherland has
Interesting. It's also about, a good debate around health and medical uses of hemp. On a high, the facts, fallacies, the fears around cannabis and hemp CBD products. Let me welcome on stage our moderators for the session, Ayush Elavadi, Technology Editor and Presenter, Business Today, and Nandini Bhalla, Editor, Cosmopolitan, Harper's Bazaar, and Brides Today. Welcome both of you.
Before we start the session, let me introduce a stellar panel that we have with us today. A plethora of views coming through, and my lovely co-host Nandini Bhalla. We have with us Rohit Kamath, founder, India Hemp Organics. Also, Lavina Sirohi, founder, India Hemp Organics. Srijan Sharma, founder and CEO, It's Hemp. Chirag Tekchandani, co-founder and CEO, Bombay Hemp Company, or Bohiko. Now, if you've been at any pharmacy or any stall in one of the bigger cities in India, you started seeing these products. But do you know what really goes in making these products? What's the process like? More importantly, I think we need to do a lot more myth busting now, Nandini. What do you say? Over to you.
All right, hi guys. Just so everybody knows here, hemp is being called the ultimate super crop. It is being called the $1 million crop, $1 trillion crop, is that so? And the $1 billion crop. And when you actually go back to the old Vedic texts, it was actually hailed as one of the 5 sacred plants. Cannabis was hailed one of the 5 sacred plants. You can actually use hemp now to make over 25,000 products. And I have a very, very small list here, but you can use hemp to actually make hemp oil, hemp jeans, hemp flour, hemp shoes, bags, cookies, cakes, toilet paper, you just name it, 25,000 things can be made using hemp. And yet, when you go and actually Google hemp, one of the first things that comes up is, will it make me high? Will hemp make me high? If I eat a hemp cookie, will I be high? If I wear a hemp fiber t-shirt, will it make me high? Which is why for my very first thing to ask is, honestly, hand on heart, does hemp make people high? And I think I'm going to start maybe right at the end, and then after you are done, because I already know what your answer is going to be, I would also love to know a little bit about some of these strange things that all of you get asked about hemp.
Awesome. Thanks, Nandini, Ayush, firstly for having us here. It's a pleasure, and good afternoon to one and all. I think it's been about almost the better part of a decade that I've been answering some of these questions about, will hemp get me high? So just for everyone to know, we're talking about and addressing something which is pretty much taboo in this country. It's called cannabis, but this plant has 2 species. One of them is hemp, whereas the other is marijuana. Now, the fundamental difference between these two is a compound in the plant called THC. THC is the euphoric high compound that gets everyone intoxicated. And hemp, specifically, the species of hemp, has reputedly under 0.3% THC. So when a plant has under 0.3% THC, whether it's used for wellness, nutrition, you make cookies out of it, coffee out of it, you can wear clothes out of it, all of that is absolutely legitimate, and it's never going to give you that high that you're looking for or not, right? So from a nutrition point of view, it's known as a superfood. In the health and wellness aspects, there are many uses that people have actually worked with on cannabis, and that's what we're here to tell you a little more about today.
And just like Nandini was saying, the minute you Google a word like that, the algorithm springs up all sorts of strange responses. let's speak to Google about that. But Srijan, I know that you've got this very popular introduction where you say, I sell t-shirts made of bhang.
Yeah.
Because there's a taboo associated with that word, right? And I think with the entire industry, there's a lot of, like I said, myths that need to be busted. The entire hemp industry that largely is on this stage, a big chunk of it, what's the issue that you guys face? Is it genuinely a case of bad marketing and branding?
So, in a way, yes, it is a case of bad marketing and branding. I'm sorry guys, Srijan here from It's Hemp, and thank you for having me here. So let's get back to the question. So this is something that I have said many times before as well, that cannabis is a case of bad marketing. It is the most popular plant on the planet, and yet it is the most controversial plant as well. Some people talk about it as a plant which will get you high, others talk about it as medicines or food or clothing or whatever. In India, we popularly call it bhang, so that is where the statement that I often say that I sell bhang for a living comes from. And see, at the end of the day, it is a plant, right? You can call it magical, you can call it a drug or whatever. It depends on the use case and the people who are actually using the plant. We, on this panel today, are trying to create something from this plant that not a lot of people are interested in as a commercial activity, and we're trying to change that. So bringing a greener, healthier building a healthier planet with cannabis is the dream that we all are focused towards. So yeah, I mean, if we get good marketing, then it will go from being the taboo plant to the wonder plant real soon.
And if go on. Hello. Yeah. And if I could add to that, I think it's the responsibility is on us as an industry. We form the social movement for medical cannabis or just cannabis as a plant in general, and we have to collectively drive forward that education. So yes, while the taboo in the country exists, we have to be well aware that this plant holds a long historical and cultural connection with us. And now we've been a witness of so many cases where patients are well benefiting from it. So are we really going to recognize this one plant for the single use of recreational purposes, or are we going to look at it for its 25,000 plus other uses where it can be, it can really help right from our consumers to our patients, to our farmers, to our government and an economy as a whole?
Great. I'll just quickly ask one more thing, which is a little bit of a first basis to all of this, and perhaps super duper quickly, Rohit, you can just tell everyone. I just think that people tend to be a little bit scared about the fact that you can get hemp and you can get cannabis, or you can get basically weed, marijuana, what you smoke for like other reasons from the same plant. How do you, or how does the government, or how do people who like basically make it, how do you basically move away, separate those parts of it, which would make it safe to actually eat a cookie made from hemp and not do what it would do as a different part of that plant? But just super duper quickly, because then I have my next question to ask you.
Right, good question, right? So now here, if you look at it, it's like looking at a cat family, right? You have a household cat, you have a lion, you have a tiger, you have a leopard, right? All of these are different species. Now similarly in hemp, you only have one compound out of the 1,000 plus compounds found in the plant which makes you high, which is THC, right? So isolating that one compound, you have nothing else in the plant that is intoxicating of any nature. In fact, hemp can get you really high on nutrition. Nothing else, right? If you isolate THC and remove it. So it's about creating the right legislation, the right rules to grow the plant in a way which is prescribed by the government, right? And not just growing it for THC purposes or for recreational purposes, which is very possible with the advancements in science that we have today. Right?
Got it. Okay, so I just read this great piece of sort of information which asked, can hemp change the world? Now that's a rather massive claim. Can hemp change the world? Now, hemp, and they're saying that hemp could actually take over basically plastic, right? Because hemp could be used to ultimately replace our everyday plastic use. Hemp could be used for feeds for your cattle. And as all of us know, India is like sort of one of the largest consumers as well as sort of exporters of milk. So we need feed for the cattle. Hemp is also being said that it could actually that it could actually try and fix basically climate change. Massive, massive, massive claims, okay? And I want you all to please tell me honestly, how much truth is there in these claims? Because if this is true, we could be on the brink of an absolutely phenomenal change in the world. So once again, I'm going to start right from you.
Super. I think it's important to put this down this way. There are 5 parts of this plant that we're talking about. One is a seed, one is a fiber, one is the leaf, one is the bud, which is the cannabis flower, and then there is a resin from the flower. NDPS Act in India clearly demarcates the fact that seed, fiber, and the leaf are all exempt from the bracketing as a narcotic. So they are all permitted to be used. Now, growing hemp is a 90 to 120 day process. It is, all of India is already got a wheat crop like hemp growing in its backyard. So the farmer doesn't have to do much. We are already, it's one of the most underutilized yet abundantly available fiber and seed in India at the moment. So it grows in 90 to 120 days. It grows 12 feet tall. At least hemp grows 12 feet tall. And it has 25,000 proven applications. To address the point that you raised, one of the best properties that hemp has is that it actually fixes the soil. So when one wants to grow the plant in this country, they can grow it even in alteration. They don't have to grow it as a mainstay. And when they do that, for their next cycle of growing, it actually remediates the soil and makes it much more fertile to grow the next season on. So I think that is probably one of the best, and also typically it consumes a lot of, it soaks in a lot of carbon dioxide, so it's really good for the planet in general.
Thank you. One last thing before I move on to you. Sorry, tell me about basically plastic, and I think that can be a real game changer. Would you like to tell me, any of you, about the plastic part of how hemp could take over plastic use?
So yeah, so see, hemp as a fiber or as a fiber is one of the longest fibers that is available on the planet. That is naturally occurring. There are only, I think, a couple more stronger and longer fibers that are available. The issue with the plastic industry right now is that we rely so much on petroleum for our use for manufacturing of plastic that it is unsustainable, and it does not really go away very quickly. Even if you decompose plastic, you still have the threat of microplastics and whatnot filling up the environment. So when we manufacture the same plastic with hemp, and the process is simple as any other bioplastic, right? But the point being, it is a stronger plastic that you create. It has less microplastics that go out into the environment and continue polluting. It is abundantly available, so you don't have to dig through the Earth's resources to keep manufacturing it. A 120-day growth cycle, in a way, ensures that you have at least 4 cycles from the same, patch of land. So that means you can at least have 4 times more plastic manufactured compared to whatever you are actually doing. And another important thing that is linked to plastic is also the use of hemp as paper alternative. So instead of cutting down trees to create timber paper, you can actually grow a lot more cannabis and use that fiber to create a lot more paper as well. So
just to add there, right? Like a tree takes about 20 to 25 years to grow, and you chop that tree to make paper, right? The US, the entire US declaration of independence, was written on hemp paper, right? And hemp takes about 4 months to grow. So,
Chirag, you did mention the legalities of this, because I need to, in a previous life, I was a lawyer. I want to ask a couple of legal questions. But before I do, for our audience, I don't want to get too jargonistic in this whole process. So you're talking about products, right? It's a plethora of products. You're talking about animal husbandry, grooming, medicine, construction, automobiles, apparel.
if someone is coming to join this industry, maybe join this panel next time around when we're talking, what's the most profitable? You mentioned ecologically feasible. What's the most profitable section of this industry, Chirag, to really get into?
Right. Thank you. Thank you for getting to the commercial aspect of this. Overseas and across the globe, the highest amount of value one has found from the crop has been from the medical and wellness related applications of this. The globe has made more than $1 billion when this crop was actually or belonged first to the Himalayas, which we share a part of as well. The world has harnessed this particular crop and made more than $1 billion industry primarily in the medical and recreational spaces. Over the years, what we have done in India to bring about that or walk that curve a certain way is that obviously when we started off, the lowest hanging fruit was to popularize hemp as a fiber and build out the textile value chain, because India innately is a textile economy. Once we were able to do that, and thanks to Ministry of Ayush, which is the presence of Ayurveda actually spiritually, culturally, and historically identifies what's known as bhang, which is the leaf of the cannabis plant, for 5,000 plus years. So one can, and Ayurveda is not a reductionist science, so it's not the allopathic route, but it's a holistic science, which means what they do is they say you can use the leaf of the plant in its entirety and make medicines of it. So whether it's the whole pain segment, arthritis, we've got sleep, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, insomnia-related disorders, all can be cured with the presence of a hemp-based leaf product.
I'd like to add in a little bit. So let's leave the global scale aside for a bit. Just consider India as a country. There are over 400 million menstruating women. There are over 200 million chronic pain patients. There are over 100 million high-stress employees. All of these people, and add to it the fact that India is one of the most depressed countries in the world right now, with 1 in 5 people suffering from depression or anxiety or some sort of a mental disorder. Having a natural alternative, a natural solution to lifestyle disorders is paramount for any individual. And cannabis, as of right now, with Ayurveda, gives us that opportunity to create that space where people can work on their mental problems and realize that, okay, this is something that is a legitimate natural solution. Instead of relying heavily on opioids or any sort of drugs in whatever manner, getting a natural, non-addictive solution to a lifestyle disorder is a major gameplay, both commercially and as a humane thing to do as well.
In terms of legal acceptance, I think there's a lot of interesting, and I wanted you to weigh in on it as well, Lavina. Around the world, different jurisdictions, different countries look at this differently. Even in India, we have certain states that view this very differently. I'm guessing there's a lot of historic and cultural significance there as well. But when we look at what's happening maybe in China across the border, right, it's a very different story. Not too far away, but a very different view on this. In terms of a regulatory and a legal acceptance sort of a view, when we're talking about India, how can we make this more acceptable and ubiquitous?
So if you look at the law that's present in the country today, cannabis is governed by the NDPS Act of 1985. India is actually one of the most federally legal countries in the entire world. So every state has an autonomy to make its own decision when it comes to governing the use, the transport, consumption and possession of cannabis as a plant. I believe in terms of the law that's already present, I think when it comes to the act in itself, it's already fairly strict. And I think we need to move away from while we have a fairly liberal law, I think we need to move away from if you look at the United States, and if you look at the US diplomats that had made us implement this fairly strict, which is one of the strictest policies in place in the country, the conversation even overseas has shifted away from, criminalizing consumption in small amounts, away from criminalizing it and towards like making it a conversation around public health. If you look at the White House, right, per se, the national conversation has moved away from criminal law around cannabis to advocating for it for public health. Same way, I believe in India as well, we need to have, there is a misconception that if we have a strict criminal law, that will fairly hold us back from consumption. We need to acknowledge the fact that there are going to be people that are going to be, experimenting with it or consuming it in small amounts. But the conversation has to move away from, it's not so much about the law and order anymore, while yes, it is governed by it, but it is more so about the well-being of our people. And I feel like today we have a moral obligation to put that into consideration, because irrespective of people consuming it or not, I think the law needs to sorry, I'm just going to take a second to collect my thoughts. But what I'm trying to say is, because it's we need to focus more on the welfare of our people, and that's where we need to move.
I'm going to be handing it over to Nandini now, but before I do, just so that the audience gets a little bit more of an anecdotal sort of an experience of what you guys go through on a daily basis. We live in India, multicultural, fascinating country that we live in. But Chirag, I'm guessing you're based out of here in Mumbai. When the authorities or anyone from government offices have to deal with you, I'm guessing there must be some anecdotes where there's some interesting conversations to be had.
Yeah, of course. So there's the government and then there's consumers, right? So a few fun stories when we first started. We used to take part at these flea markets, exhibitions and conferences where we used to exhibit our products. We started in 2013 as a company, and the first time we exhibited hemp clothing or apparel and accessories, we found a large amount of audiences walk into our stores and actually start smelling the fabric, right? So they wanted to understand if it actually resonates with the smell of bhang, which is what we call it, bhang ke kapde, right? And over the course, I think one of the first meetings we had was on the 7th of Feb 2014. I distinctly remember it was at the North Block Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance. And we were asked to come in and give them an entire lowdown on what the world has done with this crop. And to our surprise, a lot of the officials that belong to several parts of this country that were invited for that knew a lot of what we were already presenting. Everybody knew. Obviously, we had to take a salad, we had to take a brick, and we had to take this t-shirt to show them roti, kapda, makan, all out of one crop, which is known as cannabis or bhang in this country. But when that happened, they were all pretty amazed and very reciprocative to what we were asking for, right? And a large part of the central government already points to the direction that state has the powers, as Lavina just alluded to. And I think that makes it very conducive for a very thriving and flourishing economy for cannabis in the country.
Fabulous. And I love that line about roti, kapda, makan, all from cannabis. Okay, we have only time.
Or Davai.
Davai, and also that. We are down to our last question, which will really be about where from here. Currently, China is the world's #1 hemp basically producer, correct? And do you think that in the next 5 years, of course, we just talked about basically legal issues, we just talked about all kinds of basically government changes which must be looked into, but since you're all experts and since somebody actually just called them the Mal High Club, that was a very, very cute name to be giving, but do you see in the next 5 years, 10 years, can basically India look at getting to that level, taking that spot, #1 spot, super quickly, each of you, 30 seconds about what it will take to make that change, and can it actually happen?
So I'll go ahead, right? So I mean, if you look at the entire global market, it's a $40+ billion market, right? And before the entire NDPS Act, India was actually one of the global leaders in this space. Even the word indica originates from the word India, right? It's like a very interesting fact there. And if you see, India only occupies a 0.00001% of that global market, which is nothing. Though India has a great competitive advantage, we have a great climate, we have good soil, we have a great labor force. So India, so here I'm not seeing the vision of India just participating in the industry, but here we are looking at a vision, and the way that we should make our legislation and law is to make India a global leader in this space, not just participate in the industry, right? Just like our neighbors in China, they are dominating this market right now.
Thank you. And to further add to that, 58% we're a land of traditional medicine, and 58% of our livelihood depends on the agricultural economy. Hemp as a crop can really be a great solution for our farmers' livelihood. And you have increasing suicide rates and you have cases where farmers are relocating from one state to another because of a better standard of living. Whereas hemp can well challenge, let's say, the monopoly of even cotton. And I think not just for the farmers alone, but since they form such a large part of our ecosystem, right from our farmers to our consumers, as well as the patients that are well benefiting from its medical uses, all the way to our government and the economy as a whole, I think hemp can really be the billion-dollar crop that it is.
I have a little time up flashing board, so super duper quickly.
So we're living in a journey of cannabis in this country where educate, cultivate, elevate is the most important aspect that the country needs. We've already come far enough to cultivate cannabis. We just recently grew 0.3% THC plants in Uttarakhand, which is one of the biggest achievements the country saw. Now it's time to elevate everyone who belongs to the industry, to all the Indian consumers. We want to live in a world, and in 5 years from today, we will see that. We want to live in an India where arthritis, brain cancer, insomnia-related disorders, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's are all being cured by our own plant in the backyard known as bhang, and data and clinical trials are being conducted to make sure that happens.
India, being one of the largest consumer markets in the world, obviously is a set stage for a crop like cannabis, which is indigenous to the country, which has a lot of use cases within the country itself. Even if you don't have to go outside, even if we exclude exports for a while, within the country we have this potential to create a billion-dollar market. And considering that Himalayas is one of the key words in our industry, so to say, the export market and people who are interested in investing in an industry to grow in India is huge outside India as well. So in 5 years, I see there is a strong possibility that India can be one of the world leaders in cannabis and hemp industry.
Fascinating insights. I think that's about all the time we have. You said educate, elevate. We've been entertained over the time as well, yes. And of course elevated, and we're all a lot more educated when we're talking about the future of hemp, the future of bhang. That's not a taboo anymore. We can say that after this panel. And thank you so much for being such a lovely panel. Thank you, Nandini, for being such a lovely host, and thank you for being such a fascinating audience. Thanks so much, guys.
And also, please adopt cannabis products. It really helps.
Thank you, Ayush. Raj, could I request you to join us to share a token of appreciation with our panelists? So I know you've all been waiting a while for this one. Men and women alike, cricket fans and non-cricket fans alike, everyone has been waiting for this session. We've had a morning packed with conversations around economy, politics, business, and it's time for us to welcome the celebrity in our midst. On the front foot, life on and off the pitch. I'm going to invite on stage my colleague Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Television, to introduce our very special next guest. A big round of applause for Shikhar Dhawan, everybody. Indian cricketer in the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Namaskar. India Today Mumbai Conclave has a very special guest. आप तालियों से स्वागत करिए आज के खास मेहमान शिखर धवन को.
Thank you so much.
Shikhar needs no introduction, कोई introduction की जरूरत नहीं है, but he is now going to wear a new hat क्योंकि कुछ ही दिनों पहले उन्हें किंग्स 11 पंजाब का कप्तान नियुक्त किया गया. He is going to be the captain of the Kings 11 Punjab for 2023. And also interestingly, he is also appearing in a movie where he is dancing with Huma Qureshi. What is it? Double XL2.
Double XL, yeah.
Double XL. So Shikhar Dhawan is about to make his Bollywood debut also. Finding life after cricket in a way while he is still playing the game. Shikhar, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Radeep bhai, and good evening to everyone. And I hope you all having a great time over here.
आप आज एक ऐसे दिन पर हमारे साथ हो जो एक स्पेशल दिन है कई कारणों के लिए. इंडिया is all set to enter semi-finals IPL of the World T20 और आज विराट कोहली का बर्थडे भी है. How would you like to greet Virat Kohli on his birthday, Shikhar bhai?
विराट को पहले तो कि विराट ने इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया वर्ल्ड कप में एंड आई एम श्योर कि ही मस्ट बी क्वाइट हैप्पी विद हिज परफॉर्मेंस एंड विशिंग हिम अ वेरी वेरी हैप्पी बर्थडे एंड मालिक उसे खूब अच्छी सेहत तरक्की और खुशियों से बख्शे. यही दिल से अरदास है एंड ही इज डूइंग सो वेल फॉर हिमसेल्फ, सो वेरी हैप्पी फॉर हिम. एंड बाकी इंडिया सेमीफाइनल के लिए पहुंच रहा है तो इंडिया राइट टाइम पे पीक कर रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट पे. They're getting better at every match, and which is very very good to see. And as all Indians, we are supporting them and rooting for them. Yeah.
मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, आप दिल्ली से आते हैं, क्लास ऑफ 2004 जब आप अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड कप खेले, विराट कोहली क्लास ऑफ 2008 वर्ल्ड कप खेले. ये विराट की खासियत बताइए क्योंकि इन अ वे आपके जनरेशन का शायद सबसे बड़ा खिलाड़ी वो था और है. क्या है विराट कोहली में और क्या है दिल्ली के ये लड़कों में? शिखर धवन हो या विराट कोहली हो, कुछ तो जज्बा है आप में.
विराट का जो सेल्फ बिलीफ है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है. तो आई फील जितने भी सक्सेसफुल लोग होते हैं उनका सेल्फ बिलीफ काफ़ी स्ट्रांग रहता है और जब भी उससे बात करो तो उसका माइंडसेट काफ़ी पॉजिटिव है. एंड इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ यू टॉक टू योर सेल्फ बिकॉज इंसान सबसे ज़्यादा अपने आप से बात करता है. तो यू कैन बी योर बेस्ट फ्रेंड और योर ओन विक्टिम, सो टोटली डिपेंड्स ऑन द इंडिविजुअल. एंड और उसके साथ मेहनत करना, डिसिप्लिन, ही इज़ क्वाइट डिसिप्लिन एज वेल. लाइक जब वो स्टार्टिंग में आया था अपने करियर में तो सब कुछ खाता था तो थोड़ा मोटा भी था और फिर उसका जब एक बार स्विच आया कि नहीं यार अब मेरे को संभालना है तो वो टोटली एक्सट्रीम में दूसरा एंड पे चला गया और ना कार्ब्स खाने से प्रोटीन पे रहता था. तो इज़ वेरी वेरी हिज विल पावर इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग एज वेल. सो वो एक खूबी है और स्किल उसकी अच्छी है ही है, तो जब वो इन तीनों चीज़ों का कॉम्बिनेशन बनता है तो यू गेट दैट सक्सेस. एंड दिल्ली में के लड़कों की ये खूबी है कि नॉर्थ बेल्ट जो एक एग्रेसिव बेल्ट है, एंड जिगरा भी है, दिल्ली दिल वालों की है तो जिगरा भी है. तो जिगरा होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. आपके पास सारी समझदारी हो सकती है, लेकिन अगर जिगरा नहीं है तो फिर वो समझदारी भी किसी काम की नहीं. तो वो करेज होना ज़रूरी है. एंड बात जीत हार की नहीं होती, लेकिन जिगरे की होती है कि किसमें कितना दम है.
चलिए, दिल्ली के लड़कों में जिगर है. मैं
गुड लुक्स भी हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि देखिए दो बॉल में विराट का करियर एक बार फिर बदल गया. कल तक जो लोग कह रहे थे विराट कोहली इज फिनिश्ड, 2 छक्के मारता है हरीश राव को, इंडिया को जिताता है मैच अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान, और अब सब कह रहे हैं विराट कोहली इज द किंग वंस अगेन. ये दुनिया ऐसी है.
बिल्कुल दुनिया ऐसी है. और जब क्रिकेट की बात आती है तो काफ़ी इमोशंस रहते हैं, और जो एक नॉर्मल लेमैन देख रहा था उनको वो इमोशन से बात करते हैं अपने, तो उन्हें नहीं पता कि भाई एक क्रिकेटर की लाइफ में क्या चलता है, क्या प्रोसेस है, क्या अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखने होते हैं. उनका सिर्फ जो एंड रिजल्ट होता है उससे उनका इमोशन होता है. तो पर क्रिकेटर वैसा नहीं सोचता. क्रिकेटर एक अपने प्रोसेस पे बिलीव रखता है. वो क्रिकेटर काफ़ी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड रहते हैं, तो वहाँ पे एक फ़र्क आता है. लेकिन स्पोर्ट्समैन या सेलिब्रिटीज़ एज वेल, वो एक शील्ड बना के रखनी पड़ती है कि भाई जो इतने नेगेटिव कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं तो उसको कैसे अपने अंदर दिमाग में नहीं लाना, क्योंकि वो नेगेटिव कमेंट्स अगर उससे इफेक्ट होना शुरू हो गए तो फिर वो पॉजिटिविटी चली जाती है. एंड दैट्स वेयर इवन विराट इज़ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. एंड उसका जो सेल्फ बिलीव था वो बरकरार रहा, और चाहे वो रन नहीं भी बना रहा था लेकिन वो मेहनत उससे ज़्यादा कर रहा था और स्क्रैच कर रहा था. और क्या होता है कि जब बंदा अच्छा नहीं कर रहा होता है, स्ट्रेस से भी गुजरता है, तो यू डिग मोर डीपर, यू थिंक मोर कि क्या और कर सकता हूँ, कहाँ गलती है, क्या कमी है. तो सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन करना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. तो आई फील कि हर एक फेज लाइफ में सिखाता है, चाहे वो सक्सेस का हो चाहे वो फेलियर हो. एंड इट्स अबाउट द जर्नी, इट्स नॉट अबाउट द डेस्टिनेशन. बिकॉज अगर आप कोई चीज़ अचीव भी कर लेते हो तो उसकी खुशी वहाँ पे आधा घंटा 1 घंटा 1 दिन कर लोगे, लेकिन जो मज़ा जर्नी का है, तो वंस अ इंडिविजुअल रियलाइजेस कि भाई इट्स ऑल अबाउट जर्नी, देन इट्स मोर फन.
आपने कहा दिल्ली के लड़कों में जिगर है. ऑल ऑफ यू आर वेरी डिस्टिंक्टिव. आप हर दिल्ली के क्रिकेटर की एक डिस्टिंक्टिव अदा है. विराट के टैटूज हैं, शिखर का हेयर स्टाइल है, आपके रिप्ड जीन्स हैं. अगर पुराने क्रिकेटर आपको देखते तो कहते यार ये कहाँ से आया है ना. ये नहीं, आपकी जो स्टाइल है, चलने की अदा है. यू वांट टू शो मी दिस थाई 5 जो आप करते हो, ये कहां से शुरू हुआ ये थाई? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल शो अस क्लासिक शिखर धवन थाई 5. थाई 5 होता क्या है?
थाई 5 जैसे मैंने कैच पकड़ी तो
किसी के पास बॉल है या नहीं है? अगर बॉल नहीं है, इमेजिन दैट शिखर ने कैच पकड़ लिए, बाउंड्री लाइन पर है,
तो ऐसे कैच ही है ना.
हाँ. अरे वाह. पर ये कहां से शुरू हुआ, कैसे शुरू हुआ?
ये जैसे जब मैं कबड्डी देखता था तो मुझे काफ़ी मज़ा आता था कबड्डी देखने में. और कबड्डी में कभी जब भी रेडर पॉइंट लेके आता है तो रेड मारने के बाद वो करता है ना, इट्स अ वेरी मैनली थिंग. एंड आई गॉट कनेक्टेड विद इट. और फिर मेरे को जब मैंने कैच पकड़ी तो करना शुरू किया, तो मैं बड़ा दिल से करता था. और अब कभी भी मैं कहीं जैसे बाउंड्री पे खड़ा होता तो वहाँ पे सारे ऑडियंस या जितनी पब्लिक होती है मेरे को हमेशा थाई फाई करने को बोलती रहती है. तो अच्छा लगता है कि जो चीज़ मैं दिल से करता हूँ वो दूसरे लोगों के दिल तक पहुँचती है, तो खुशी होती है.
यू नो, आई थिंक वेरी फ्यू पीपल नो कि शिखर धवन ने जो लास्ट आईसीसी ट्रॉफी इंडिया जीती थी 2013 में, उसमें आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान था. यू आर द टॉप स्कोरर इन दैट टूर्नामेंट in England, 2013 Champions Trophy, and you have a great record in 50 over cricket, especially in ICC, average of over 53. So as India is entering semi-finals and 2 मैच रहेंगे टूर्नामेंट जीतने के लिए, क्या होता है? Why is it कि ICC टूर्नामेंट्स में क्या करना पड़ता है शिखर पर आने के लिए टू विन द टूर्नामेंट? क्या करना पड़ेगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में? अब
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यही कि of course they have to play good cricket and everyone knows their role. और जब पूरी टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है तो जीतती है। कभी भी चैंपियनशिप किसी एक प्लेयर के बलबूते पे नहीं जीती जाती, पूरी टीम को अच्छा करना पड़ता है। और अभी अगर देखें तो सब परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक बड़ी अच्छी साइन है हमारी टीम के लिए। और जितनी गलतियां कम करेंगे, जितना मोमेंटम अपने पे रखेंगे, और जो भी उनकी स्ट्रेटजीज रहेगी टुवर्ड्स जिस टीम के अगेंस्ट खेल रहेंगे वो, तो दोज ऑल थिंग्स। एंड वो नर्व्स कंट्रोल करनी पड़ती है। इट्स ऑल अबाउट प्रेशर, इट्स अ बिग प्रेशर गेम। तो कौन कितनी नर्व्स कंट्रोल करता है और प्रेजेंट मोमेंट पे रहता है, तो वो सारे फैक्टर्स प्ले करते हैं।
पर मैं देख रहा हूं जो नए क्रिकेटर्स आ रहे हैं उनमें भी यही जो आपने जज्बे की बात की, खास करके जो नॉर्थ इंडिया से आ रहे हैं। मैंने ये नया क्रिकेटर देखा, अर्शदीप सिंह। अर्शदीप इज 19-20 बट ही सीम्स टू, और आप उनके साथ भी खेले हैं आई थिंक एट किंग्स 11। क्या खासियत है जब अर्शदीप बॉलिंग पे आता है 19th ओवर 20th ओवर, आपको लगता है ये अर्शदीप कुछ करेगा? क्या है, आपने उनको नजदीक से देखा है? इज ही अ पोटेंशियल मैच विनर? क्या वो लड़का मैच विनर बन सकता है इंडिया के लिए?
ही इज अ मैच विनर। एंड अगर आप देखें तो पिछला मैच उसने बांग्लादेश के अगेंस्ट लास्ट ओवर जिताया है। ऑफ कोर्स उसके स्किल तो अच्छा है ही है, उसका जो सेल्फ बिलीफ है, ही इज अ यंगस्टर। बट इसमें क्या है कि ज़रूरी नहीं कि ज़्यादा उम्र होगी तभी ज़्यादा समझदार होगा। कई लोग जल्दी भी समझदार होते हैं, जैसे विराट इज़ अ ग्रेट एग्जांपल कि वो शुरू से ही काफ़ी मैच्योर रहा, उसको अपनी स्ट्रेंथ के बारे में पता था। सो एज एन इंडिविजुअल यू शुड नो योर स्ट्रेंथ, और फिर वो अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे आप कितनी बार उसको रिपीट करते हो वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है। तो उसका जो बिलीफ है, सेल्फ बिलीफ है अर्शदीप का, वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है। इवन जब पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट उसने कैच छोड़ा था एशिया कप में, तो काफ़ी क्रिटिसिज्म मिला था, बट उसका जो अगेन जो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस है वो उसने उसको दिल पे नहीं लगाया, उसने उस एनर्जी को चैनलाइज किया और अपने बेनिफिट के लिए यूज़ किया। सो दैट्स व्हाट चैंपियंस डू।
ये कहां से आता है? आपने दूसरी बार एक वर्ड यूज किया, सेल्फ बिलीफ। मैं देखता हूं कि यंगर जनरेशन के जो क्रिकेटर्स हैं, दे आर लॉट ऑफ सेल्फ बिलीफ। उनमें एक है, आपने अपनी पहली मैच में अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया स्कोर्ड अ सेंचुरी ऑन डेब्यू इन अ टेस्ट मैच, 183 आई थिंक। ये सेल्फ बिलीफ कहां आता है? एक तरफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, एक तरफ पाकिस्तान जो अर्शदीप ने उनके खिलाफ जिस तरह से बॉलिंग की। ये जनरेशन आपका कैसा जनरेशन है? कहां ये, क्या कुछ बदला है यमुना के पानी में, या क्या बदला है कि ये सेल्फ बिलीफ कहां से आ गया?
तो ये सेल्फ बिलीफ जैसे डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट, अब क्या है, आईपीएल आ गई, तो आईपीएल में क्या है, जब ये यंगस्टर्स आ रहे हैं और ड्रेसिंग रूम आप बड़े से बड़े प्लेयर के साथ शेयर करें, नॉट जस्ट इंडियन प्लेयर बट ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स एज वेल। सो उनके साथ जब वो परफॉर्म करता है और वो देखता है यार कि मैं तो इधर भी जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर है उनसे भी बड़ा परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ, तो एक इंसान का वहाँ कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ जाता है। तो आई फील कि उससे एक जो स्पेशली इंडियन टीम में मैंने ये देखा है कि जब भी ट्रांजिशन पीरियड आया है कि नए प्लेयर्स आए हैं, तो उनका जो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल है वो बहुत आगे है। जैसे जब मैंने डेब्यू किया था और आज के मैं लड़कों में देखता हूँ तो बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क है, उनका सेल्फ बिलीफ जनरेशन पूरी बदल गई है। तो आई फील कि क्योंकि एक्सपोजर इतना बढ़ गया है, तो आईपीएल इज़ अ ग्रेट प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर ऑल द यंगस्टर्स। एंड अगेन in any field, it's like everyone work on their skill. So like my skill is cricket, your skill is taking into it. So we all work on a skill, and other than that we work on our physical health. But not many people work on their emotional health, where it is very important to work on your emotional health to know how to live life and how to create your dreams into reality. So वो भी एक way है using law of attraction and संकल्प से सिद्धि कैसे करी जाती, तो वो सब अगर आर्ट आती है then you can achieve anything and nothing is impossible.
तुमने बढ़िया बात की शिखर अबाउट इमोशनल हेल्थ। तो व्हाट डज शिखर धवन, आप स्विच ऑफ कैसे करते हैं जब आप क्रिकेट नहीं खेलते? मैंने सुना है कि आप यू आर अ वेरी गुड फ्लूट प्लेयर एंड यू आर लर्निंग हाउ टू प्ले द फ्लूट। और क्या करते हो? मैं जानता हूं और मैं करवाऊंगा आपसे एक नाच। ही इज द बेस्ट डांसर इन द इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम। पर और क्या क्या करते हो आप?
So मैंने ऑनलाइन फ्लूट प्ले करना सीखा। सो आई हैव लर्न क्लासिकल म्यूजिक एंड मेरे को शायरी करने का शौक है। आई लव हॉर्स राइडिंग। now I got different businesses running as well. and और क्या शौक है? और महफिल लगाने का शौक है, डांस करने का शौक है। तो इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि स्पेशली जो हमारा इंडियन कल्चर है काम करने का, सब लोग काम करते रहते हैं, काम भी करना ज़रूरी है, लेकिन हॉबीज़ होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हॉबीज़ होएगी तो जब आप कोई भी हॉबी कर रहे हैं तो इसमें कोई स्ट्रेस लेवल नहीं है। जैसे क्रिकेट भी मैंने जब शुरू करी तो मेरे को प्यार है गेम से, बरकत तभी आती है जब आपको काम में प्यार होता है, लेकिन उसके साथ एक स्ट्रेस भी आता है क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं काफ़ी। लेकिन जब आप हॉबी है कोई आपकी तो कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है, सो यू बिकम one with that activity, and that's meditation only. So that's automatically you get relaxed over there. So it is very important to do hobby. ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि भाई सुबह 9 बजे जा रहे हो, रात को 10 बजे आ रहे हो, काम तो कर लोगे, पैसा भी कमा लोगे, हजारों करोड़ कमा लोगे, पर फायदा क्या फिर?
अरे वाह, ये बताइए, ये शेर और शायरी हमसे करवाइए थोड़ी। यू आर वेरी गुड एट शेर और शायरी। एक कोई जब आप इनिंग्स के लिए जा रहे हो या मेडिटेशन के मूड में हो,
हाँ जी,
कोई फेवरेट शेर या कोई शायरी आपकी?
अभी जैसे मैं काम के ऊपर बात कर रहा था तो काम
हाँ।
के ऊपर रहता है कि काम गैर जरूरी जो सब करते हैं, काम गैर जरूरी जो सब करते हैं, हम कुछ नहीं करते हैं फिर भी गजब करते हैं।
अरे वाह, और एक वन लाइन दे दे। और कौन सा? तो आपका शुरू कर दी तो और एक लगा दे।
बड़े सारे हैं वो तो, फिर मैं बांध दूंगा इन्हें यहाँ पे कि जितना दिया सरकार ने मुझको उतनी मेरी औकात नहीं, जितना दिया सरकार ने मुझको उतनी मेरी औकात नहीं, ये तो कर्म है उसका वरना मुझ में तो ऐसी कोई बात ही नहीं।
अरे वाह,
ये तो कर्म है उसका वरना मुझ में तो ऐसी कोई बात ही नहीं। और हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, जीत तब होती है जब ठान लिया जाता है। और एक झलक देख के जिस शख्स की चाहत हो जाए, एक झलक देख के जिस शख्स की चाहत हो जाए, उसे पर्दे में भी पहचान लिया जाता है।
अरे वाह शिखर, ऐसा है कि हमने एक साहित्य सम्मेलन रखा है दिल्ली में 18 को, तो उसमें आपको अब बुलाएंगे।
ठीक है, मैं कुर्ता पजामा शॉल डाल के आ जाऊंगा।
दिल्ली की हवा थोड़ी बेहतर कर ले।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो बड़ी ज़रूरी है। आई होप कि गवर्नमेंट टेक स्टेप्स टुवर्ड्स दैट थिंग। लोगों की सेहत सबसे पहले, जान है तो जहान है, तो एक दैट इज़ वेरी बेसिक थिंग, एंड आई होप वी गेट अ सोल्यूशन फॉर इट। एंड फिर दिल्ली की जो सर्दी है, वो सर्दी तो सबसे सुंदर है दिल्ली की, और अब वहाँ पे अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली रहने लायक नहीं है, बट आई एम श्योर कि वक्त बदलेगा और ज़रूर फिर से हम दिल्ली की सर्दी इंजॉय करेंगे।
You know, very few people know that off the field, Shikhar also has a very fine foundation which supports various NGOs. कुछ बताइए उसके बारे में क्या? क्योंकि हमें लगता है जितने भी क्रिकेटर है ना, केवल IPL खेलना चाहते हैं, पैसे बनाना चाहते हैं, दोनों कानों में इयररिंग्स लगा के, टैटूज लगा के एक अलग तरीके के क्रिकेटर्स है, बट यू आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग, गिविंग बैक। उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए।
देखिए, पैसा कमाना, नाम कमाना, वो भी अपनी जगह सही है, वो कमाना चाहिए, जितना कमाओ उतना अच्छा है। और पैसा जो मैंने सीखा है कि पैसा वही कमाओ जो दुआएं वाला पैसा हो।
पैसा जो
दुआओं वाला पैसा हो।
बिल्कुल।
तो जितना कमाए उतना अच्छा, क्योंकि जितना कमाएंगे उतना आगे दे भी सकते हैं। और इवन मैं एक बारी ओशो जी के वो पढ़ रहा था, तो उसमें उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी बात बोली कि इवन स्पिरिचुअलिटी कम्स आफ्टर लिविंग वन लाइफ स्टाइल। आप सब करते हो, उसके बाद ध्यान आता व्हाट नेक्स्ट, इतना अचीव कर लिया, अब क्या उसके आगे? तो देन यू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग फॉर अदर्स, एंड देन यू बिकम much more aware कि how you can contribute towards the society, and that's what I felt कि it's my time to contribute towards the society. and फिर मालिक की मेरी एक अच्छी टीम बन गई, और अभी ये फाउंडेशन है, 6-7 महीनों में हमारी फाउंडेशन को डिफरेंट कैंपेन्स होते रहते हैं। अभी एक कैंपेन हुआ था यंगिस्तान, जहाँ पे हमने 2-4 हज़ार बच्चों को सारा उनकी पढ़ाई का सामान सारा भिजवाया। फिर अभी आई गेस जोमेटो के साथ हमारा कोलैबोरेशन हुआ, जिसमें हमने 42,000 kg राशन दिया।
42,000 kg
राशन गया बच्चों के, लोगों के लिए। और फिर अंडर प्रिविलेज किड्स, बच्चों के लिए जिनकी पढ़ाइयों के लिए, उनके लिए नोकिया के साथ हुआ था, तो 25 लाख के फ़ोन गए उनके लिए। तो बड़ी खुशी होती है कि एक ज़रिया है, आज मालिक ने इस मुकाम पे पहुँचाया है कि एक ज़रिया बन के अगर हम सेवा कर सकते हैं तो क्यों नहीं। और एक अच्छी इंटेंट के साथ, अच्छी सोच के साथ चले हैं तो कुदरत और फोर्स जोड़ती रहती है साथ में और आगे बढ़ते रहते हैं, हंसी हंसी सारे काम हो जाते हैं.
He deserves a big hand. You know, very few know of the work he does for his foundation. इस पर भी एक शायरी हो जाए.
इस पे भी एक शायरी हो जाए. अभी मेरे को सोचना पड़ेगा. मेरा फ़ोन पे पड़ी हुई है सारी शायरी. इस पे अभी मेरे दिमाग में नहीं, पर जब मेरी आएगी मैं आपको सुनाता हूँ.
जरूर सुनाइएगा. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ शिखर, whenever we've seen you on the cricket field, आप में लगता है आप पूरी तरह से इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हो. Whether it is the thigh five that you showed, जिस तरह से आप हमेशा, you're always smiling. ये कहाँ से, ये पहले से have you always been like this, या ये मेडिटेशन और ओशो पढ़ते पढ़ते आप बदल गए हो?
नहीं, स्टार्टिंग में अगर मैं अपनी लाइफ रिवाइंड करूं 10 साल पहले 15 साल पहले, I'm always been a calm person, but अगर कोई मुझे जैसे छेड़ता था, एक दो बारी छेड़ा, then I used to get reactive and I used to react as well. फिर वक्त के साथ जैसे अब क्या होता है, जैसे मैं जिस फील्ड में हूँ तो उसमें क्या होता था, पहले मैं compete करता था कि भाई जैसे रोहित मेरा कॉम्पिटिटर हो गया या केएल राहुल हो गया या एमविजे हो गया, तो मैं उनके साथ कम्पीट करता. भाई उसने 1500 बनाया, मैंने 1100 बनाया, भगवान उसके अच्छा करता रहा लेकिन मेरा ज़्यादा अच्छा कर, थोड़ा और अच्छा कर. तो ऐसी सोच होती थी. तो उसमें क्या होता था कि आई यूज्ड टू देन व्हेन यू compete with someone, you start comparing yourself with them, right? And once you start comparing, what's the end product? It's jealousy. So jealousy gonna come for sure. So then I was like यार कि you know, मैंने जितने सपने लिए हैं, मैंने सारे सपने भी पूरे कर लिए. भाई इंडिया खेलना था, इंडिया का सपना पूरा हो गया, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स बना लिए, इतनी ट्रॉफी जीत ली, फिर भी एक खुशी नहीं है, मैं भागी जा रहा हूँ. एंड then I started looking inside, and then that's where even I started listening to शिवानी दीदी और गौर गोपाल दास जी. अभी मैं मिला तो तभी वो मेरी उनसे फ्रेंडशिप भी है. तो then from जब मैंने ज्ञान सुनना शुरू किया तो I learned कि I shifted my focus from competition to contribution.
अरे वाह.
So once I shifted my focus to contribution, then there was no competition for me, and I believe in energy. So I believe in vibrating on a very higher frequency. And once you vibrate on a higher frequency, you start attracting. It's all about what frequency you're vibrating on. You're going to attract that sort of people in your life or that sort of achievements as well. So जब मैंने कंपटीशन ही हट गया तो मेरे अंदर से जेलसी हट गई. अब कोई भी करे, मैं अपने में मस्त हूँ. और आई एम सो लाइट इन माई लाइफ दैट मेरी जो कंसिस्टेंसी थी, मेरी जो एफिशिएंसी थी, वो सारी बढ़ती चली गई. इवन इन दैट्स वाई एट दिस एज you know, I became the leader for Punjab Kings. I'm gonna be leading Indian team in New Zealand. So जिस एज में जब करियर ख़त्म हो रहे हैं लोगों के, मेरे करियर में पीक आ रहा है, वो क्यों है, उसका रीज़न क्या है, तो वो सारी डिटेलिंग्स यहाँ है.
आपको सुनकर लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं यू कुड बी अ स्पिरिचुअल लीडर आफ्टर क्रिकेट. आप एक स्पिरिचुअल लेक्चर देना पड़ेगा.
यू नेवर नो. तथास्तु.
वो मोबाइल मिल गया है.
जी, मोबाइल मिल गया. बड़ी सारी है शायरी.
जैसे ही लोगों ने आपकी शायरी सुनी, कहा कि शिखर को अपना मोबाइल दे दो.
अच्छा, तो किस उस पे सुनाऊं मैं आपको, बताएं फिर आप, मैं उसी हिसाब से
सुना ले जिससे लोग इंस्पायर हो जाए.
हाँ जी, जिससे लोग इंस्पायर हो जाएं. अच्छा, तो एक बारी देखना पड़ेगा, बड़े सारे हैं.
अच्छा, आपने तो पूरी डायरी लगा दी है.
हाँ जी, शौक है ना, तो फिर शौक में है. तो चलो एक सुनाता हूँ कि खुश दरियाओं में हल्की सी रवानी और है, अभी रेत के नीचे थोड़ा सा पानी और है. वो एक कहानी ख़त्म करके बहुत है मुखमई, भूल बैठा है कि आगे कहानी और है. और जिसे मिलता हूँ अपना समझ लेता हूँ, मुझे ये ख़ानदानी बीमारी और है. और बोरिए पर बैठिए खुल्लड़ में पानी पीजिए, बोरिए पर बैठिए खुल्लड़ में पानी पीजिए, हम कलंदर हैं, हमारी मेज़बानी और है.
अरे वाह. ये आप खुद लिखते हो रात में या कैसे, या सुनकर अपने मोबाइल पे लगा देते हो?
नहीं, ये खुद नहीं लिखा हुआ मैंने. ये शायद राहत इंदौरी जी का शेर है. अब वो रहे नहीं हमारे बीच में. बाकी मेरे खुद के लिखे हुए भी थोड़े बहुत शेर हैं. तो
Not bad.
हाँ जी हाँ, वो भी क्योंकि जब शौक होता है किसी चीज़ का, फिर आपका इंटरेस्ट डेवलप होता रहता है, तो फिर जब मैं शेर सुनता हूँ तो जब सुनता रहता हूँ तो फिर अपने भी आना शुरू हो जाते हैं. हाँ जी.
You know, I want to ask you, ये शेर तो एक चीज हो गई.
हाँ जी.
दूसरी आपकी डांसिंग है.
हाँ जी.
और उसी के साथ यू आर नाउ डूइंग अ कैमियो अपीयरेंस इन दिस फिल्म विद हुमा कुरैशी, जिसमें आपका वॉल्ट्स डांस एक है.
हाँ जी.
मैंने जो देखा है, आप बिल्कुल ब्लैक टाई में हो, उनके साथ डांस कर रहे हो. अब मैं आपके साथ नहीं कर सकता वॉल्ट्स.
हाँ जी, कोई नहीं. कोई बात.
Is there somebody here who would like to do a waltz with Shikhar? Anybody out there wants to do a waltz? Come on. Come. आप हमें एक दिखाइए कि waltz कैसे. No, don't worry, he'll come. By the way, she is a professor of mine. संभाल के.
कहीं भंगड़ा मत लगा देना, मेरे को गोद में उठाना पड़ेगा.
Come. Let's do the waltz. We won't play. We'll play a song from the film. We'll try and play something from the film. We've got a Punjabi rap also coming up. अरे वाह. नहीं आज. Okay, why don't you all dance? Okay, let's see. अरे वाह. Hands straight. Another fan. Give him a big hand. Great sport. And great sport, Mrs. Salazar as well. So Shikhar, this is a new life, doing films. What is more difficult? Opening the batting for India or dancing with Huma Qureshi?
Opening for batting for India. उसका प्रेशर है, उसका दोनों का अपना मजा है. I enjoy both of them. Yeah.
पर ये कहाँ से ये आइडिया आ गई कि पिक्चर करनी है?
आई गेस कि अच्छा डांसिंग के बारे में बताता हूँ. मैं छोटा होता था ना तो डांस करने का तभी से शौक था. तो पंजाबी गाने आने घर पे टीवी पे लगाना, तो मैं डांस करता था. तो मैं शादी पे जाता था तो वो डांस करता था. उस चक्कर मेरे पापा मुझे शादी में ले जाना बंद कर दिया कि वे डांस करता रुकता ही नहीं है, इसे वापस कैसे ले घर पे. तो याद आ गया मुझे इंसिडेंट्स. और मूवीज़ का जब ऑफर आई तो वो लाइक कि क्यों नहीं, अगर मौका आया तो क्यों ना उसको मैं I should grab that opportunity and try it. And I feel कि acting or all these sort of things comes naturally to me. I don't know if you have watched my reels and all that stuff, तो वो काफ़ी naturally मुझे आता है and it feels natural to me. So I enjoy it and it's part of me.
हर जनरेशन में एक क्रिकेटर आता है जो एक्टिंग की कोशिश तो करता है. सलीम दुरानी ने एक पिक्चर की थी. हाँ जी. संदीप पाटिल ने एक पिक्चर की थी. सुनील गावस्कर ने भी एक मराठी पिक्चर में काम किया था. और आप कर रहे हैं. सो इज देयर अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक बार क्रिकेट से रिटायर हो जाए, पूरा फिल्म करियर ही शुरू कर ले?
Absolutely, you never know. So many possibilities are out there, and I won't leave any stone unturned to grab any good opportunity out there. I will go for it, and I will nail it for sure.
Lovely. Actually, this is an exciting time for Indian cricket. विमेंस क्रिकेट, बीसीसीआई ने विमेंस क्रिकेटर को वही वेज देने की बात की है, वही पेमेंट्स मिलेंगे जो मेल क्रिकेटर्स को मिलेंगे.
बिल्कुल, एब्सोल्युटली. आई एम ग्लैड कि एवरीवन इज अप्रिशिएटिंग टुवर्ड्स दैट थिंग. एंड सेम आई फील कि बीसीसीआई एंड जय भाई ने इतना बड़ा मूव किया है कि वुमेन को सेम मैच फीस मिलेगी. एंड आई फील वेरी हैप्पी बिकॉज वो सब भी उतनी मेहनत करते हैं और उतने जोश और जज्बे से अपने देश के लिए खेलते हैं. तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट दे गोना मच मोर बेटर लाइफस्टाइल लिविंग and they will be doing so well for them. So it's a very good initiative.
Okay, we just have a couple of minutes. I'm going to ask you rapid fire.
हाँ जी.
मैं रैपिड फायर में आपको पूछने वाला हूँ योर फेवरेट थिंग्स. शुरू करेंगे क्रिकेट से.
हाँ जी.
आपका फेवरेट ओपनिंग बैट्समैन कौन है आपके साथ? आपकी जोड़ी नंबर 1 जिसके साथ आपकी सबसे ज्यादा बनती थी?
रोहित शर्मा. अभी भी बनती है रोहित के साथ.
रोहित के साथ बनती है?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बनती है।
क्या है रोहित शर्मा, बिकॉज ही इज कैप्टन ऑफ द टीम, क्या खासियत है रोहित में?
Rohit is a very simple boy and a bindas Mumbai boy, so that's it. He's very chilled out, so I like that.
यानी दिल्ली के लड़के जिगरी होते हैं, मुंबई के लड़के बिंदास होते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
चलिए, we have embraced you into Mumbai. You are welcome to come to Mumbai. Your favorite cricket moment, आपकी जिंदगी की सबसे बढ़िया क्रिकेट मोमेंट क्या रही है?
बड़े सारे हैं, जो एक फेवरेट है अभी 2019 में अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया मैंने सेंचुरी बनाई थी वर्ल्ड कप में, तो मैं 25 रन पे था जब मेरा अंगूठा टूट गया था, फ्रैक्चर हो गया था, तो तब मैंने फिर पेन किलर्स खाई और मैं बैटिंग कंटिन्यू करी, तो वहाँ से फिर मैंने टूटे हाथ से 125 बनाए थे, वो है। ऐसे मैंने 2-3 बारी खेला इंडिया के लिए टूटे हाथ से, तो वो काफ़ी क्लोज है मेरे दिल के। जी।
योर फेवरेट फिटनेस टेक्निक, फिटनेस में आप बड़े एवरीबॉडी टेल्स मी शिखर बहुत फिट है।
हाँ जी।
व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट फिटनेस एक्सरसाइज?
I enjoy doing squats, one of my favorite exercise, so I enjoy doing that.
अब मैं आपके साथ compete नहीं करूंगा स्क्वाट्स में, कितने कर देते हो दिन के?
नहीं, दिन के क्या, जब जैसे मैं जिम कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे उसमें शेड्यूल में अगर मैं 3 सेट मारने हैं स्क्वाट्स के, 3 सेट मारूंगा 10 रैप के 8 रैप के, तो ऐसे इट्स ऑल अबाउट बीइंग कंसिस्टेंट. सो आई हैव बीन ट्रेनिंग सिंस द एज ऑफ 14-15 एंड it's my lifestyle. I train every day of my life, so that consistency has to be there for anything.
आपका कौन फेवरेट क्रिकेटर है? कोई रोल मॉडल जब आप यंग थे या आज भी कोई रोल मॉडल जिसको देख के आप कहते हैं ये मेरा फेवरेट क्रिकेटर है?
तो कोई एक नहीं था, जिन कितनों को काफ़ी सारे पसंद थे, आज भी काफ़ी सारे पसंद, और उनकी जो खूबियाँ होती थी वो मैं अपने अंदर लाने की कोशिश करता। जैसे यूवी पाजी की बैटिंग मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगती थी, उनका जो एक फ्लैम्बॉयंस है, तो फिर मैंने वो चीज़ अपनी गेम में लाया कि उनकी क्या टेक्निक थी क्या नहीं, वो देख के। और जैसे पुजारा हो गया, उसकी जो ग्रिट है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है कि पेशेंस लेवल, तो वहाँ से पेशेंस लेवल सीख लिया। सचिन पाजी से स्ट्रेट ड्राइव का देख लिया, तो अलग अलग है। और कभी भी मेरा ऐसा बिलीव नहीं रहा कि एक बंदे के ही वो करना है, सीखना सबसे है, लेकिन जो कुदरत ने मुझे इंडिविजुअलिटी दी है, मेरी पर्सनैलिटी दी है, मुझे उसे निखारना है। मैं किसी को कभी वो नहीं करूँगा कि भी फॉलो करूँगा कि भी उनके जैसा बनना है, मुझे उनकी खूबी ले लूँगा, लेकिन आई विल बी माई सेल्फ।
क्या यही एडवाइस आप यंग क्रिकेटर्स को दोगे कि वॉट एवर यू आर इन लाइफ, अपनी इंडिविजुअलिटी रखो, किसी को कॉपी करने की कोशिश मत करो? यू कांट बी द नेक्स्ट शिखर धवन, बिकम हुएवर यू आर ऑन योर ओन।
यप, एब्सोल्युटली। हर एक जहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं उन जैसा कोई दूसरा है ही नहीं, तो वही अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी बात है। तो फिर वो दूसरे की तरह बनना क्यों, जब आप में इतनी अलग खूबियाँ हैं, अपनी खूबियाँ पहचानो, अपनी यू शुड नो योर स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकनेसेस एंड उस पर कैसे वर्क करना है, और उसको और निखारो, और ऐसा बनो कि जहाँ पे भी जाओ तो महके, हर जगह, हर जमीन महके।
अरे वाह। फेवरेट बॉलर, यानी फेवरेट बॉलर या मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट बॉलर जिसको आपने कभी फेस किया हो?
जिसको मैंने कभी फेस किया हो,
कोई बॉलर जिसको देख के आप कहते थे इसके सामने एक तरह से वाकई टक्कर होगी, कंपटीशन होगा?
काफ़ी सारे, जैसे अगर टेस्ट मैच में बात करूं इंग्लैंड में, तो एंडरसन, उसको देख के मतलब जिमी एंडरसन, एब्सोल्युटली, वो ही इज अमेजिंग इन इंग्लैंड। तो तब वहाँ होता था, या कोई फास्ट बॉलर है या कोई टर्निंग ट्रैक पे ऑफ स्पिनर आ गया, तो फिर मतलब दम लगाना पड़ता है बड़ा सारा, कि भी डर भी होता है कि आउट भी हो सकता है, बट उसमें ये भी रहता है, चैलेंज भी रहता है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी रहती हैं।
फेवरेट एक्टर, आपने तो हुमा कुरैशी के साथ तो डांस तो कर लिया, बट फेवरेट एक्टर, एनी पर्सन?
I like Akshay Kumar, Akshay Paji. So I like him. I like his acting. Even Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan साहब, आमिर खान, सलमान खान, सब अच्छे हैं।
ये तो पूरी इंडस्ट्री तूने गिना दी यार।
अब जब सारे अच्छे हैं तो सारे अच्छे हैं मेरे लिए।
और कोई एक्ट्रेस?
एक्ट्रेस आई लाइक करीना कपूर, देन और कौन हो गए, आलिया भट्ट। आई लाइक देयर एक्टिंग अ लॉट, दे आर वेरी गुड।
So maybe you should approach Alia Bhatt to act in our next film opposite her.
अगर मैं उस लेवल लायक एक्टर बना तो क्यों नहीं, जरूर, बिल्कुल।
But Shikhar, in conclusion, जिंदगी, you came from humble background and you built a great career over the years. Any regrets? कोई regret या जिंदगी इसी तरह से? I see your son, lovely videos of him coming out, Zorawar,
yeah, absolutely.
And वो बिल्कुल आप पर गया है, बिल्कुल वो भी always smiling, looking always active.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. He lives in Australia, so He's doing very well. I'm very happy for him. Or he's into fighting.
He's into
fighting.
Fighting.
Yeah, so he learns jiu-jitsu, boxing, all that stuff. So I'm very happy. I would love him to become a big fighter, cage fighter. I would be very happy if he becomes that. And बाकी नहीं कोई regret नहीं है ज़िंदगी से. It's always a learning. It's a journey and गलतियाँ भी होती हैं, गलतियों से सीखते भी रहते हैं. जो 5 साल या 10 साल पहले थे, आज वहाँ से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, ग्रो कर रहे हैं. Not just materialistic way, but in a humanity way, or in a spiritual way. And life is beautiful. Life is a bliss, and every day, every moment is a celebration for me.
Lovely. Every moment is a celebration of life, which is why we are going to end today by celebrating life Shikhar Dhawan style. Which means, where are the goggles, sunglasses? तेरे दोस्त के पास वो sunglasses थे. You have Shikhar special sunglasses because he's going to do a special Punjabi rap song for us in only the way that he can do it. हाँ, ये हुई आपके sunglasses. ये मेरे हैं? What? This is mine. I've never worn this in my.
आप भी तो पहनोगे मेरे साथ.
चलो मैं try करता हूँ. No problem. If I can't bat like you, I can at least wear sunglasses.
We'll jam together.
ठीक है? Done?
Yeah, you're
now
looking
ready?
cool. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, any specific song you want or any Punjabi rap does?
Whatever you want to play, I'll.
Okay, whatever you want. He's open to whatever you want.
ये क्या कहते हैं? इतनी सदियों पुराना ही गाना मिला.
सदियों पुराना है. In the dressing room after a victory with a dance.
Can we play some other song, little bit slow one?
Little bit slower, okay. Yeah. Punjabi rap a little bit slower.
Yeah, like
Morni
or
like
ये आज फिर कितने चल रही है मोरनी बन के, that one.
आज
और मोरनी आज फिर कितने चल रही है मोरनी बन के या पंजाबी एमसी मोरनी मोरनी
मोरनी मिस्टर मोदी
नहीं नॉट मिस्टर मोदी
हाँ ओके
या सो दैट वन और पंजाबी एमसी का कोई सा भी
तेरा फेवरेट पंजाबी रैप सिंगर कौन है
I like lots of them again बड़े सारे हैं पंजाबी एमसी अच्छा है देन यार एमी विर्क अच्छा है अमृत मान अच्छा है बड़े सारे
ओके
चलो इसमें
and he's one of the finest left-handed batsmen India has produced. So please give a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen, to Shikhar Dhawan.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I forgot, my producer asked me one last question, Shikhar. Is India going to win the World T20 or not? And what will it take to win? वो X factor क्या है? ये हमारी headline होगी कल.
X factor इंडिया बिल्कुल वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी और X factor ये है कि एक तो जो हमारी टीम का बिलीफ है और साथ में हम सबकी दुआएं हैं प्रेयर है तो वो जरूर मालिक उस पे खूब चार चांद लगाएगा.
चलिए, on that happy note, thank you very much Shikhar Dhawan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a very big hand for being such a fine sport and an even better shire. Thank you.
Shikhar, just stay with us a moment. Could I request Aditya Gupta, Executive Director Corpcom at LIC, to offer him a token of our appreciation, please. Just one moment, Shikhar. a tough one to follow, but I'm not too worried because my next guest is Swami Gaur Gopal Das, personal coach, monk, author, lifestyle and motivational strategist. He's an electrical engineer, having studied at the College of Engineering in Pune, and after a brief stint at Hewlett-Packard, he decided to upgrade his career to be a life coach. Ever since, he's been speaking at various prestigious academic institutions and corporate firms in India and abroad for over 2 decades, and has even spoken at the United Nations and British Parliament. He's spoken at many charity events to raise funds for social initiatives in the field of education and rural development. His motivational videos are viral, having reached around 1 billion views. With over 16 million followers across all social media platforms, he is known as the urban online monk. His debut book, Life's Amazing Secrets, which is an Indian national bestseller, sold a record 500,000 copies. He's been the recipient of several awards, including the most prestigious Dadasaheb Phalke International Film Festival Award, Lokmat's Most Stylish International Life Coach Award, an honorary doctorate by KIIT University, and many more recognition of the work he has been doing. Based on the timeless wisdom coming down from the ages, his talks make the audience think deeper and yet find simple solutions to difficult problems. I'd now like to welcome him on stage, Swamiji. Big round of applause, please, everybody. How are you, Swamiji?
I'm good and excited, thank you.
All right. Let's dive right in. We were discussing just behind the scenes right now at the conclave about how the new generation is all about finding connection, finding purpose. You were describing to me Dreamforce at the Salesforce office in San Francisco and how they actually have a day dedicated to mindfulness. So what does connection really mean today, Swamiji? What does it mean to this new generation?
Sure, thank you. First of all, I would really like to express my gratitude to India Today and the organizer of this conclave for having me over. And yesterday I did follow a couple of sessions. And I must really congratulate the organizing team for having such an incredible lineup and such incredible content, such beautiful insights. So a big round of applause to India Today first for such a beautiful conclave. Secondly, a big round of applause for the wonderful lineup of speakers and guests. Let's do it, guys. And thirdly, a big, loud round of applause for yourselves, because without you and without the people who are watching, you just can't speak what you're sharing, right? So thank you. But what does that purpose and connection mean to the generation today, or for any generation for that matter? Mark Twain, he said something very interesting. He said there are 2 most important days in your life. The first is the day when you were born, and the second is the day when you find out why. Now, loads of us do know when we were born, but to be able to figure out why we were born is an existential question. And when we talk about purpose, there's a lot of people who are trying to figure out what is the answer to this question, why was I born? I surely wasn't born to just pay 30% income taxes. I surely wasn't born just to pay mortgages, liabilities. I surely wasn't born just to escalate myself to the highest rungs of the corporate ladder and feel that achievement and put my chest out and say, hey, I made it. I surely wasn't born just to do that. There's probably something more that I was born for.
But Swamiji, you yourself said that 99% of people have to work and do work that they don't actually enjoy, that doesn't actually fulfill their sense of purpose.
Correct.
But they have to eat.
Yes, absolutely.
So then what's the solution to a happy life?
Absolutely, absolutely. I must give you a simple, how many of you guys have deadlines to meet with? Oh, brilliant. What a word, isn't it? Deadlines. Has anybody ever called it a lifeline? By the time you cross that line, what happens? Dead. Has anybody here been a victim of workplace politics, please? Okay, thank you. Some guys are saying, sir, haath kaise uthayenge? जो पॉलिटिक्स करता है बगल में बैठा है. I'm so sorry about that. Has anybody here been under tremendous pressure and stress? Performance pressure and stress? Brilliant. Thank you for being so honest. Showing your hands right up there. There was a poultry farm once, and the owner of the poultry farm came to the poultry farm and started speaking to all the hen, saying, look, I'm giving you so many grains and you're only laying 2 eggs a day. Next Monday on, I want you to lay 10 eggs a day. That's called performance pressures. You want the bucks, lay the eggs, guys. All the hen came together. And they started talking. One of the hens said to the other, last week I just secured an admission for my little chick at Yale. And I need to pay the fees and the scholarship, so I need the grains. The other one said, I just purchased a little house in Malabar Hill. Mortgages to be paid, so no choice, I need to lay 10 eggs. The next Monday, the poultry farm owner came in. He saw every hen there laying 10 eggs, except one. He looked at the fellow and said, look at all your colleagues. They're laying 10 eggs. You're laying only one. The fellow said, thank God I'm laying at least one. Otherwise I'm a rooster. I'll tell you what, guys. Under performance pressure, even roosters have to lay eggs, bloody eggs. And what do I mean by laying eggs under performance pressure? Doing something that I don't love. Doing something that I'm not cut for. Doing something that I'm absolutely not passionate about. I traveled the world speaking to big corporate houses. And it's not an exaggerated number. Over 80% of the professionals who are working out there are getting a thick, fat paycheck because they're so absolutely phenomenally great at what they do, but they're not fulfilled with what they do. They're not satisfied with what they do. I was sharing with Abha an equation that if you're working for about 8 hours a day, average, and if you have a 5 days work week, you spend 40 hours a week at your workplace. If you have 2 weeks a holiday in a year, which is 50 weeks you're working for, you spend about 2,000 hours at your workplace. And if you're working for an average of about 45 years, you spend a bloody 90,000 hours at your workplace. And that's a daunting number. 90,000 hours account to about 10 years of your life. And I have a simple question. Am I going to be spending 90,000 hours in misery? Doing something that I'm paid for, but I'm not fulfilled with? I took that leap. I jumped out of the corporate world. I left Hewlett-Packard to chase something that I love to do, but I definitely do not advocate that. My principle that I talk to people about is get paid for what you're great at, and also side by side add to your life what you love, your passion, even if it is by the side. Because passion doesn't pay your bills immediately. Passion doesn't pay your mortgages and financial liabilities immediately. So it's easy to say that I need to be satisfied with what I do, but we live in the real world. So love what you do and do what you love.
I love that saying and that philosophy, Swamiji, but how do you explain this to the world's big corporates? Are they understanding this? Because, we were having that conversation just yesterday about the gig economy and flexi work and the future of work. Are large organizations, global organizations today, listening to this and the fact that this is what today's individual desires?
I think they definitely, I speak at a lot of corporate events. So the very fact that they're inviting me to speak at this corporate event means there is some space for thoughts like these. But at the same time, I really do not think it's a priority as of now. Because only when something is a priority, that's when you take it seriously. Where attention goes, energy flows. Right? And when we're talking about leadership, I've always felt it's something like this. Like I say, when you talk to managers, you get a feeling that they are important. And when you speak to leaders, you get a feeling that you are important. And I think leadership is about creating that sense of importance. Leadership is about creating that sense of care, because every individual out there is saying, I don't care how much you know until I know how much you care. And Richard Branson, he said something incredible. He said, train your people so well that they can leave you. But treat your people so well that they don't want to leave you. People are going to stay, be loyal, and going to be around only when they're treated well. Nobody wants to be treated like a doormat. I don't think anybody has hatred that you grow. But people have a visceral hatred when your growth comes at their cost. Like I often say, there was this gentleman, he came in his new Mercedes, and his subordinate opened the door for him. He said, what a fantastic car, sir. Incredible. Fascinating. The guy said, well, if you work hard, if you work like 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, you don't take any leaves, any holidays, next year, I'll have a better car than this. So I really do not think people have a problem with your car. But when you have a car and I'm still a bay car, that's where the problem is. And which is why when we're talking about leadership, it's a principle of care, it's a principle of concern, and I think there is definitely increased awareness. And today is the world of social media. People don't keep quiet. We are in a time with unlimited possibilities. We are in a time with unlimited scope to express ourselves. People don't keep quiet. So in a time and an age where expression of opinions is at its zenith, I think the awareness is increasing, and probably slowly we are looking at maybe a slow change, but a change.
Are the steps to success different today? What are the key steps to success?
The three steps to success. Number one, let's get the facts right. Success is not just about achievements. There's this narrative that the more you have, the more successful you are. But I know people who have a lot and have serious mental health issues. I consider that a failure. I know about, we just lost Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, and we remember what he said. Remember his words. He said, I have about $5 billion worth. And he said, I only wish God gave me better health. If I have all the money in the world and my mental health is at stake, my emotional health is at stake, my physical health is at stake, my spiritual health is at stake, my social health is at stake, am I successful? So let's not make one element of success as success. Yes, achievements and financial success is a very crucial element, but not the element. You know, a balance, and having paid attention to all of these aspects is when we can truly call ourselves successful. Like one gentleman asked someone, what is the difference between the word complete and finished? He said, well, if you find a right partner in your life to get married to, your life is complete. If you get the wrong one, your life is finished. But if the right one catches you with the wrong one, your life is completely finished. Sorry about that. Sorry. But I think when we're looking at, we want to complete everything, isn't it? And which is precisely why it's important we complete our definition of success too, by including those elements that are important for our life, not just for our lifestyle. Achievements and money is about lifestyle. Emotional, mental, social, spiritual health is about our life. And lifestyle and life must go hand in hand. That's when success is completed. And if you're looking at three elements which we really must look at, whatever aspect of success, if you want to be successful, number one is we shouldn't be goal-focused, we should be process-focused. I see a lot of guys go to the gym. Any of you guys go to the gym? Okay, brilliant. Any of you want to reduce your weight a little bit? Oh God, my God, मेरे एक दोस्त का बहुत बड़ा पेट आया तो मैंने उसको बोला थोड़ा पेट कम कर. उसने मुझे कहा वजन कम करके क्या करना है? एक दिन सबको मरना है. इसीलिए अभी जो भी खाना है खा लो, क्योंकि अगले जन्म में फिर 3 किलो से ही शुरू करना है. That guy needed a whack, trust me. Now, when you go to a gym, I see these younger guys going to a gym and doing bicep curls. That's the only exercise they focus on. Because that's the way to woo girls. show your guns. So you'll see them go to the gym. I'm going to put the microphone down for a second. Even if you don't hear me, it's fine, guys. They'll do this, and they'll swing. The biceps don't lift the weight at all. It's the body that's lifting the weight. And in the mirror, they're saying, "Aaya kya?" They should be isolating their biceps and just picking their weight with the biceps, right? So when you're goal focused, you don't get the goal. When you're process focused, you reach there. So whatever it is in your life that you want to achieve, focus on the process. The more consumed you are by the process, there's greater chances you reach the goal than just focusing on the goal and not on the process. The second aspect of reaching that success is to constantly be on the learning curve. There's so much out there in the world to learn. Imagine I'm a monk. I attended 8 of your sessions since yesterday. I attended 8 of your sessions which have nothing to do with my space. Because I'm a learner, right? You know that lady who became a billionaire by writing books? J.K. Rowling. A guy who became a billionaire by selling books? Jeff Bezos, Amazon. And a guy who became a billionaire by reading books? Warren Buffett. Reading, learning. The Dalai Lama once said, if I'm only speaking, I'm repeating what I know. But if I'm listening, I'm always learning something new. So the second aspect of success is constantly being a learner, which means humility, which means vulnerability that I don't know and I need to understand. And number 3, a very crucial aspect of success, as mentioned in the book Outliers, is timing. If you're doing the right thing but at the wrong timing, you don't get it. Social media, anyone who was there between 2014 and 17, shut up. That was the time. Now you try to put so much effort, it's so difficult to go there. So you focus on the process, learn, invest, and keep going. Apna time.
आ गया.
आएगा. Time such में आ गया.
No, but okay. I had 2 questions from the audience, which were given to me backstage. One was, and you've always stressed about the importance of relationships, and that's also being a key to happiness. What about marriage? Apart from, of course, having a complete life, but is the concept of marriage now obsolete?
Yeah. I think in the modern world today, so many youngsters, if I ask them, they just don't want to get married. And the reason why they don't want to get married is twofold. Number 1 is seeing the failures in the institution of marriage. When you see marriage as a failed institution, you lose the drive to do what others did back then. And probably they're seeing examples which didn't work. And trust me, most all of you have been in a relationship, are married, or not married, are in a relationship, and you all know that nothing's perfect out there. No human being's perfect, right? एक लड़की एक पंडित जी के पास गई और कह रही है मुझे शादी करनी है पंडित जी. ऐसे लड़के को क्या कहते हैं जो खूबसूरत हो, हैंडसम हो, पैसे वाला हो, एजुकेटेड हो, एंटरप्राइजिंग हो, उसमें एक ड्राइव हो? क्या कहते हैं ऐसे लड़के को? पंडित जी ने कहा मन का वहम कहते हैं बेटा ऐसे लड़के को. Because an imagination of the mind. You don't get such people, right? So when we are talking about marriage as a failed institution, if we looked at it with expectation of perfection, you're never going to find that. Now, whether you're in a live-in relationship, you're in a married relationship, whatever the relationship is, I feel every relationship needs commitment. You need commitment to a relationship. And when you say commitment to a relationship, it means going through all the ups and the downs. There are going to be times when we hit the rock bottom. And still we need to keep making that investment to make that relationship work. The exception obviously would be when it comes to a very toxic level. When it comes to such levels of toxicity that it jeopardizes our very existence, we need to move away and move on. But in every other case, I feel it's commitment. And I think commitment means time. If you just spend 6 months and say, oh, we're not meant for each other. Well, 6 months is such a short time to be even able to understand somebody. It takes a little while. It takes a little bit of commitment. It takes a little bit of spending time. And that's when we probably even understand each other. Yeah?
And the last
Thank
question, Swamiji, was in the hurry and chaos of life, how do you find your center? How do you manage to stay calm, not lose control, especially, as you said, when everyone's stressed and harrowed and running around trying to achieve those various goals?
Sure. Thank you. I was walking at Oxford Street in London once, and I saw a gentleman who was wearing a T-shirt, and the T-shirt said, "Do not disturb," and underneath in large font was written, "Already disturbed." Right. Like, what more are you going to disturb me? So I see that each one of our lives is going to have a stimulus, a trigger, a cause, a reason for disturbance. Will there ever be a single day in our life that there's no stimulus for being disturbed? The stimulus could be of a massive magnitude or a smaller one, but there is always going to be something that ruins our peace, that ruins our day, that ruins our state of calm, that affects our mental health in severely negative ways. What do we do to find that peace and that calm? 3 things. Right. I think there's 3 things that we should look at. Number 1, we should be looking at what are those things that are within our control. It's what we feed that grows stronger. If I feed my anxiety, it grows stronger. If I feed my peace, it goes stronger. Whatever you feed is going to grow stronger. And how do I feed my anxieties? By constantly focusing on things that are not in my control. Things outside. You know, when it comes to the global economic turmoil today, I can do what I can do, but there are factors just completely beyond my control. Individuals at workplace and personal relationships, can you change their natures? No, they're outside of my control. Rather shifting our attention to things that I can do. To feed that means to find that center. Number 2 is to use all your strength to deal with your issues. There was a man and his daughter, 7-year-old, they were walking on the street and there was a massive tree just fallen on their path. And the little girl said, "Can I move this tree, Dad?" He said, "Of course, if you use all your strength." She tried, she couldn't. She turned to her father, said, "Use all your strength." She tried, she couldn't. He said, "Use all your strength." She still couldn't. He said, "Dad, I'm using all my strength." The man said, "Darling, you're not using all your strength. You're only using your strength. I'm your strength too." Right? So if you're only using your own strength, you're going to be in a space of disturbance. We need help. We need connections. We need those people who can help us push what we are going through together. And that's when we can come into a space of calm. And the last one, of course, we all need to find that connection, that spiritual connection, that inner connection, which can kind of every single day, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, can help us just enter into that inner space, disconnected from the world of stimulation. That is the way to stay centered and peaceful in a chaotic world.
Swamiji, thank you so
much. Thank you very much, Abha.
So many insights packed into that very short time. Pradnya, could I request you to come here and felicitate Swamiji for me? Thank you. It's intense this afternoon here at the Conclave Mumbai 2022. Up next, let me welcome Tushar Joshi, Chief of Entertainment Bureau, ITGD, on stage to introduce our speaker for the next session, From South to Bollywood, crossover of challenges. And I'll leave him to do the intro.
It isn't easy walking a tightrope, especially when you have to navigate from one language to the other. Our next guest has not only done that with ease, but she's also delivered blockbusters on the way. You know, when a time this phrase pan-India is being used so loosely, she has been the true epitome of that particular catchphrase. It is truly exciting to welcome Rakul Preet Singh on stage. Rakul, my first question to you is, are you seriously giving Akshay Kumar a tough run for his money? I mean, she's had 5 films releasing this year, back to back. How did that pan out? Was that planned, or is this the pandemic effect?
I think it's a little bit of both. Definitely not planned. I think no actor wants to have, firstly, good afternoon everyone, and really, really happy to be here. You know, I don't think anyone plans, no actor wants his releases to happen within 10 days, which happened in the case of Dr. G, and thank God. And I think it was a little bit of the pandemic, because a few films got delayed, the theaters were shut. So I just think it kind of happened. And a lot of people have been telling me this, are you giving competition to Akshay sir? And I think I really need to work a lot more to do that. I'm nowhere close to where he is.
And you know, working with Akshay Kumar, everybody has that one story, whether you land up on set at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., those crazy call times. What is your takeaway, Akshay Kumar's story?
Can I please tell you that the first reading that we had for Katputli was at 5 a.m. And a lot of the people, a part of the cast, thought it was 5 p.m. And then when we got another message, we were told that no, it's 5 a.m. So the first reading ever that happened for the film was 5 o'clock. But he is an early morning person, and I also enjoy it because I'm also a morning person. I like to finish my day early and wrap by 10 and sleep by 10 actually.
Right. And also what is surprising is the fact that you're a Delhi girl.
Yeah. I'm actually an Indian girl, you know,
Yeah,
I'm a Fauji girl, yeah. You know?
Absolutely,
So
and that makes you an Indian girl.
Completely, because I've not lived in Delhi all my life. I've grown up in different cities, interiors of the country, from, you know, north to south to east to west, everywhere. Changed 10 schools. So I don't know if Delhi defines me. I think it's India that defines me.
Absolutely. And this sentiment right now, I think all of us can relate to. Given the fact that you started off your career with regional cinema, and now today regional cinema has become Indian cinema. You know, the lines are being blurred between a particular language and the other. When you look back at those days, when you look back at that thought that I want to become an actor, I want to be on the big screen, what is your fondest memory? What was that first day on set like? Do you remember?
Wow. The first day on set, so you know, I happened to do my first film, which was when I was in first year of college. And at that time, I didn't even know if this is what I wanted to do seriously. It was, I've said this many a times, but I was doing my first film for pocket money. I just happened to get it, and I thought, okay, my dad gives me 2,000 rupees for pocket money, and I'll make way more money, I can get myself a car. So the intention was very different. So I just went on set, I learnt up my lines, crammed up my dialogues, and I understood the process of filming and filmmaking and what is it like to be on a film set on that set. Till then I was too naive, I had just had no idea. So honestly, what was the thought? There was no thought. I'd completely gone there like a blank, you know, like a slate, blank slate, and ready to absorb everything. So I don't think I remember what was my first thought, but definitely after that first experience, I knew this is what I want to do. And I decided to complete my graduation. I was studying mathematics. I wanted to complete my graduation and then get to acting.
You were studying mathematics,
Yeah.
and I think I've spoken to you before, and the fact that you take an interest in things beyond cinema. And I want to speak to you a bit about that, you know, when you work in this profession, there is so much of pressure to make these Instagram reels, stay socially relevant, you know, attempt to do every possible reel. How do you look at that pressure given the fact that you have such a huge following on Instagram?
You know, I just feel, Tushar, that the degree to which you want to take pressure is in your hands. It's very easy to succumb to the social media demands and stay relevant. But I if you see my social media, I am somebody who doesn't really follow all the trends. I do my own thing. And I feel you have to draw that line somewhere because you're such a busy schedule, you're working, you're shooting, and then you also have events after that. And then if social media is also manicured and every day I'm taking pressure to put out pictures because I have to stay relevant, then I will lose the real self. So I constantly make that effort to disconnect that and bring out the real me on my social media. You know, I want people to know that Rakul's a normal girl who's also silly, who's also fun, who doesn't have to be perfect all the time. It's fine. So I refuse to take that pressure. Even if you see me at airports, I will never be dressed up. I just happen to get caught.
Yeah, and also when Rakul, the normal girl who's just chilling out, having her own day, when she receives a comment on a post which is from a troll, which is something hurtful, you have two options. One is you block the person, or second is you just say like, look, I'm not going to deal with this, I'm just going to ignore. What is your take on?
Or the third is you reply. No, I think it's changed over the years. There are times that you get really affected. I would be lying if I say that it doesn't hurt, because at the end of the day we're all human. But I think I've learned to sort of ignore, and until the time it's not affecting me and my family, till the time it's not addressed directly or hurtful in that way, I just choose to ignore. I do sometimes block because I don't want to revisit negativity. I just feel that there's no space in my life to go through hurtful comments, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to subject myself to that, so I sometimes end up blocking it. But then how much do you block? So you just kind of ignore. You learn to ignore.
Yeah, absolutely, you learn your way. Also, what is interesting is the fact that, there's almost a role reversal sort in regional cinema and the way Hindi cinema is taken. There was a time when actors from regional cinema were trying to make inroads into Hindi films. They would approach producers, they would have conversations of what film can I do. Now, especially with Telugu cinema doing so well, films doing so well, it's almost like Bollywood stars are now auditioning to do regional cinema. What has been your take on this conversation?
You know, I think it's a great time. Honestly, I believe that cinema, we're one country, and cinema speaks a language of emotion and not really boundaries. We've, over the years, and this has been happening, I think it's just that the conversation has started now. But if you look at the films in the 70s and 80s, I mean, Sridevi ma'am, Tabu ma'am, they've all worked in the South and worked here very successfully. There's so many films that are being remade then and now. I think today, in the age of social media, we're just having a bigger conversation about it and discussing, and then and it reaches so many more people, so it becomes a discussion. But at the same time, I think it's a great time, the pandemic has led people to sort of get accustomed to different kind of content, whether it's from the West, whether it's Korean, whether it's regional. So what better than that if the best of all the worlds can come together? And I always say this, I feel that India is a country that is so diverse in its culture that if the best of every region can come together and make one single Indian cinema, it can be, it can sort of be a storm worldwide.
Right. But when you read headlines or when you have this conversation that Bollywood is over, films are not working, actors have no work, now they're all rushing to regional cinema to try and get work, and the tide is changing now in the favor of actors from regional cinema. How does that feel? Because you've been part of both.
Yeah.
And if you had to give Hindi film cinema a learning lesson because you've worked in regional cinema, what is the one culture that they can adapt which might change things in their favor?
No, I think it's just a phase, I think people jump, I could be wrong, but I just feel that we are very quick to write headlines. And everybody loves to write off things that are not, working. But it's tougher to see how much effort goes into making a product. And I think every 5-6 years, there's a phase that comes where you sort of understand what's working. It's never the same, what goes up comes down and then goes back up again. Today, films from the South are working, but we are only talking about those 3-4 films that have released here. There are 3-4 films that release every week. Similarly, 3-4 films have worked in Hindi also. I think what we need to understand is that, which is my personal opinion, because this is an everyday discussion, I feel that post the pandemic, the taste of the audiences has sort of changed, right? People have been, they have gotten used to watching content at home. And also, we were possibly the lucky ones who had a house, had salaries, we didn't have to worry, but people maybe do not have that much ability to spend. And also in the South, there is a cap on the theatre cost. And there's no cap here. So there are too many factors. It's not about the Bollywood films not working or the South films working. It's also about affordability. It's about the kind of cinema that people want to watch. They make larger than life cinema. Maybe that's what people want to go to theaters for, you know. And because if the taste had changed, my question is, on the National Cinema Day, when the prices were really slashed, the footfalls were extremely high for the same films which were running for 2 weeks. So I think we need to question a lot more other things than films working or not working. Because the same films work very well on OTT.
Correct.
So if those films are not being liked, then they wouldn't work on OTT. So I think it's about affordability, it's about priority, it's about the taste that is changing. Possibly people are just working for an unforeseen future and saving up, you know, you don't know. So I think we're all in a trial and error phase, trying to figure out what's really landing. And it's globally that phenomena. It's not just Bollywood or South. I think globally every industry is going through a testing phase and figuring out what's the future going to be like.
I think somebody should get a transcript of this and try to decipher points from what you said, because this is truly interesting. It's not one particular thing.
Yeah, it's not. It's always an amalgamation of things, right? It's never just one thing.
I also have to ask you, because you've worked with a variety of actors, if you had to steal one thing from these following co-stars, what would it be? Have to start with Allu Arjun.
His dancing skills.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a hook step of his that is your favorite, that has been, apart from obviously
all
Pushpa?
his hook steps, you know, I think he's my favorite. And I don't know, I think right now his Pushpa's hook step, which became so popular, I mean, it's so simple and it's so popular where he's dragging his feet, Srivalli. But even other hook steps where he dances, he has no bones in his body. I think he's amazing. He's so effortless, so his dancing skills.
Right. Ajay Devgan?
I think the calm with which he operates, because having worked with him in Runway in the capacity of him being a director and a co-star, I just saw how much ease and focus Ajay sir has. And because in De De Pyar De, he was just my co-star. But in Runway, which is also a very difficult film to shoot, you know, there were multiple cameras, there was hydraulics with which we were trying to shoot the crashing of the plane and things like that. So it's not easy. And the focus with which he operates, I think that.
Right. Akshay Kumar?
Well,
if you could steal something from him, what would it be? I mean, if you had the chance of that luxury of just saying that.
I don't think I should say that, but maybe his money.
That's a good one. I think he would hear this.
I don't think I should have said that. Yeah.
What's the one thing that you love about Mumbai the most, given the fact that you have a home in Hyderabad and you have a home here?
Yeah.
Like if Mumbai ka vada pav or Hyderabad ki biryani, what is your choice between these two?
Biryani is healthier, so I would go for biryani. I don't eat vada pav. But I think what I love about Mumbai is that the city doesn't let you sit. I think it's a city of, there's a reason it's called City of Dreams, and there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of drive, aggression, and I'm a workaholic. So I love that drive that this city offers.
Right. If you had to choose a song between these two, if this was your song, would it be Oo Anta Va Mama or would it be Sami Sami? Which song would it be? If you had a choice.
Of course, Oo Anta Va. If I could choose, it would be Oo Anta Va.
Absolutely. I think we can't let you go before, having you dance on Mashuka, another very, very popular song of yours. If we could have you do a couple of hook steps, that would be really amazing. Can we please play Mashuka?
Okay, but somebody needs to join me.
Yes, of course, we have a few fans here.
Somebody needs to join me to do Mashuka.
Fans here who will join us.
She's killed it.
Let's start with Mashuka.
Go for it.
applause for Akulpreet Singh.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This was amazing. Thank you so much, Akulpreet. Do stay with us one moment as we have something small to give to you. Could I request Mr. Mudit Dalmia of NL Dalmia Education Society to join us on stage? And for indulging us with the hook step. We now move on to why unscripted content makes for fabulous viewing. Let me invite my colleague Ayush Alawadi, technology editor and presenter of Business Today, to introduce our next guest.
The timer's already running. Without further ado, let me introduce our next guest. A lot of people in the crowd, their first crush, and a fantastic actor at that as well. And I promise you, this session is unscripted. Neelam Kothari, please. Neelam, if they continue playing the music, there'll be requests to start a dance right here. The mic's right there.
I wasn't too sure whether I should get up and dance or not, so I was dying to dance, but then I didn't want to sort of embarrass you and India Today and stuff.
So, would you like to do that at the end of our conversation? I'll warm you up.
Listen, I was joking. Later.
At the end of the conversation, guys, someone on the sound console is getting very excited. But we all are very excited here, Neelam, to welcome you to the India Today.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, India Today, for having me here today. It's a complete honor, and yes, I'm so excited.
And congratulations to season 2 of Fabulous Lives, a
Thank
fabulous show. And I want to actually start off by asking you about that, because it's been in the news so much. Really, the first season was something that all of us were glued into during the pandemic, binge-worthy content, and now season 2's come out recently. What has that experience been like, Neelam?
Well, first of all, when Karan approached us, Seema, Bhavna, Mahip and me, we were on a flight to Delhi, and he said, you know, the 4 of you are so insane and mad. He said, I've got to make a show on you. So all of us were so excited. Then Karan called me up one day. He said, listen, I think the show is happening. It's happening on Netflix, and you're going to be part of it. So I went for the meeting, and then I completely started getting cold feet and sweaty palms, and I was like, Karan, I cannot do this. Because I've always been in front of the camera, yes, and I've always done sort of scripted shows or, you know, movies or whatever. I've always played a character, but I've never played myself. So this one for me was a big one. So I was chickening out, actually, to be honest with you.
But is it very different, Neelam? Because we watch reality TV, and this was the first time that we saw something like this here in India, on Netflix India. Obviously, Beverly Hills is there, and then there's all sorts of shows in different parts of the world. Was it, one, what you expected, and two, how unscripted is it?
So honestly, prior to Bollywood Wives, I hadn't watched too much of reality TV. It's only when I agreed to do the show, and that's when I started watching Kardashians and Real Housewives and everything. But Okay, back to your question. I can go on and on about the show. But is it scripted? No, it's not. I mean, definitely they tell us, okay, you're going to be shooting at such and such a venue. But it's up to us, where we take the conversation, what we discuss, it's all up to us. Whether we decide to fight, cry, it just depends on, how the conversation flows. So it's not scripted at all.
So when the camera goes off, the 4 fabulous lives of Bollywood wives, that's exactly how you are in person? Is that the same banter, the camaraderie?
Listen, I've known the 3 since almost 25 years. So when we're together, we're having a blast, and whatever we discuss, of course, before the show started, we said that, there's certain topics which are off limits. Okay, we're not going to go there, otherwise we're going to have cat fights. But yeah, everything is genuine. Like when we're having a blast, when we're having fun, it's all real. If there are any fights, that's all real. So I think also people are enjoying this kind of content is because there's nothing like this out there in India. I think it's first of its kind. So I think people are enjoying it.
We are enjoying it, most certainly. And we'll keep talking about this Netflix show, but it's been a fascinating journey for you as well, right? I mean, you were here in Mumbai, you had a brilliant career in Bollywood, then you took a break, you ran a successful jewelry and interior design business, and then Fabulous Lives happens. So how do you manage now? There's so much more tension after this Netflix show. Has it been a little bit too overwhelming sometimes?
Well, I just want to say one thing, okay? I was very comfortable waking up in the morning, going to the office. I was 50, and I thought I'm very comfortable with my life, and I'm comfortable in my zone. So it just proves to show that life is not over when you're 50. I feel for me, life has just begun at 50 all over again. So I would say thanks to Karan for making this happen, because it's just sort of opened up so many doors and avenues for me.
So when Karan came with the idea of this show to you, how did he pitch it to you? And you mentioned that you'd seen a bunch of these things after he made the offer to you, Beverly Hills and stuff like that. Was it anything like it was envisioned to be, or took its own course?
So I watched one of the housewife shows. Okay, I think it was Beverly Hills or one of them, I can't remember. And all I saw was catfights.
That's right.
Okay, so that honestly just frightened me. I was like, yipes, I cannot be doing this. So that sort of put me off. But then, the creatives and Karan, they said, listen, we assure you that it's all about friendship, it's all about womanhood, it's about your lives. So that was another scary thing for me. My life is going to be out there, because when you're doing a reality show, you're putting yourself out there for judgment as well. Not only yourself, but your family, your spouse. And I think, for me, a big thing was Samir, my husband, was absolutely fine, having cameras in the house, and, it's a complete invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
And you have had no idea how it is, because, I mean, my child comes back from school and she's like, Mama, why is the whole crew here? And yeah, so it was very challenging at times, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's done well. It's been appreciated well, mostly appreciated, and I'm so glad I did it.
We've seen in the past 2 seasons a lot of cameos. Really have done the show good as well. They've been very interesting, from Shah Rukh and Gauri, and then Ranveer as well. And there's a lot of talk. I've been reading a lot of these interesting pieces saying, is Gauri the unofficial 5th cast member on the show, with the unofficial 5th Bollywood wife?
No, it's not like that. See, the 4 of us wouldn't have been so friendly had it not been because of Gauri Khan, because it's because of her. We used to meet at her place. Because of her, I was constantly in touch with everyone. So I think she's just a major part of our lives over the 20-25 years that we've known each other.
And in terms of unscripted content, I mean, this was one of its kind, the first time that we saw something like this. Is there something else brewing? Is there something else you're working on that you'd like all your fans to know about?
Well, in terms of coming back to acting, I'm...
Is that on the cards? Mainstream acting, Bollywood, Neelam comes back to Bollywood, is that the headline?
No, I mean, I'm getting a lot of offers and interesting stuff, but I'm holding on. I'm just waiting for something really, really good.
When a show like Fabulous Lives gets so much traction and so popular, especially during the pandemic, Pandemic Babies like Tiger King and the other shows that launched were also very, very popular, increased attention, increased traction, and then that also means you're doing this in the age of social media and the internet, so there's going to be a lot of criticism as well, trolls talking about it. You've spoken about this before, but what I find interesting is that they call it cringe-worthy, but it's still binge-worthy. So it is something that's addictive. How do you deal with such sort of criticism?
So when the show, season 1 dropped, to be honest with you, I mean, I was overwhelmed because my DM just exploded.
That's right.
Okay? When I was doing films back in the days, in the 80s and 90s, there was no social media, there was no Instagram, obviously. So you never really got a sense of how popular you were. And when season 1 dropped, I started getting messages from people from South Africa, from Brazil, from all over the world, just so much of love pouring in. But then I went onto Twitter and YouTube, and I remember seeing the comments, and I called up Bhavna and I was like, listen, I'm going underground, because there was a lot of trolling happening, a lot of trolling. And we were in the pandemic, okay, so I thought that people are hating the show. I mean, yes, it's a reality show like a film. Some people love it, some people hate it, but you never really sort of get the true essence of something till you don't go out in public. So after season 2, because things had opened up,
that's right.
It's just been, it's just been phenomenal. I mean, everyone has watched it, whether they like it, whether they hate it, that, I don't know, but everyone has watched it, including the men.
We should do a quick poll of the year. Has everyone watched Fabulous Lives? Okay, put your hands up, please. Oh, that's a massive show of hands. So even if they don't accept it
I
now...
just saw a lot of hands going up, and it was a lot of the males. A lot of the men have seen it, which is a great thing.
It is, it is. It's fascinating that you're talking about this sort of content, Neelam. But you said maybe going back to mainstream Bollywood is not on the cards. But now there's so much more that you can do in the acting line. You can do interesting OTT shows as well.
100%.
I mean, is that something you'd like to consider? Because things have changed a lot. It's literally like an Avengers movie. 20 years later, you're back. So much traction. Maybe you could do other sort of content in this space.
I mean, I think this is a great time, not just for women, but for men as well. For actors in large, because I think the kind of scripts that are being written, I think it's another level. I mean, you've got comedy, you've got drama, you've got horror, you've got everything. Anything you could ask for is out there now. So I think for an actor, it's the best time. And back to your question, am I coming back? Not yet.
Okay, so what we will do is we'll take you down memory lane, a little bit of nostalgia for our audience as well, and I'll put you on the spot with a bunch of questions.
I just told you, don't put me on the spot.
It's unscripted content. That's what we're going for here at the India Today Conclave. If Fabulous Lives was to be about men being cast as the protagonists, which 4 men do you think would pull off the same parts as well, with as much traction and as much popularity?
So you won't believe it. I was thinking about this in the morning, okay? You've got women who normally do reality TV. You don't have that many shows on men.
That's true.
So sorry to say, I don't think men can pull it off.
Do you think, why is it so though? That's interesting. Is it because they struggle opening up and being emotional? Yeah, is that the case?
I think so. I see, because women don't really hold back. When they're angry, they show it. When they're upset, they show it. You can ask my husband that as well. Women don't hold back, and I think women are just, like you just said, they open up a lot more, and you have that girl bonding, and I don't see that with men, to be honest with you.
In the spirit of opening up, I'm going to put you in a small sort of rapid fire because some of my colleagues have given me a bunch of questions.
I told you don't do this to me before the session.
But if you were to go back to the 90s with some of these movies and really recast the lead roles, because you've had a bunch of hits with Govinda, Chunky Pandey back in the day, and now if you had to recast everyone in Andaz Apna Apna, who would you cast? Andaz Apna Apna.
Ranveer. Okay, and the two girls would be Ananya and Sara Ali Khan.
Fantastic. That's truly unscripted. Raja Babu.
Raja Babu. I think the original Amir, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would still cast Amir in that, sorry.
Khalnayak. Was originally Madhuri and Sanjay. Yeah.
I wouldn't change the casting of that at all because, I mean, Sanju did what he did and he did it so well, I don't think anyone else can replace that.
And Dil To Pagal Hai?
Dil To Pagal Hai. SRK is the OG. How can you asking me to recast SRK? No way.
So on that note, Neelam, it's been a fascinating conversation, but I think someone on the sound console is going to be playing music very shortly. We still have time, maybe for one hook step for our audience, one of your favorite steps. There you go.
I'm gonna kill you. Sorry.
दिल बहलता है मेरा आपके आ जाने से आपके आ जाने से
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Neelam Kothari.
That's one moment. Raj, could I have you on stage, please? A small gift for you, and thank you for indulging Ayush. Beginning the next session, everybody, just in one moment. Coming up next, we've got the entrepreneur, content creator, public speaker, teacher, and recently author of his novel, Do Epic Shit, Ankur Warikoo, joining us on what drives him, the unlikely internet star, and all the inspiration that he's been doling out to millions in India. He's going to be walking in just a moment. The conversation will be moderated by Ayush Alamadi, technology editor and presenter, Business Today. Just give us one moment. It seems to be a recurring theme today of people leaving corporate careers to pursue their passions and their dreams. And we heard, of course, from Gaur Gopal Das earlier, and Ankur Warikoo, also somebody who really went out there and carved his own path. And it's his teachings that, that people really thrive for already about 2 million on Instagram, and we've seen a whole host of celebrities here today, this afternoon, talking about, really what makes them tick, what drives them, how much fun they're having doing what they do. So looking forward to this session, and I hope he joins us in just a minute or two. Meanwhile, let me take a moment to just thank our sponsors, our presenting partner, Vedanta, driven by Volkswagen, insurance partner, LIC, airline partner, Qatar Airways, travel partner, Samsonite, knowledge partner, NL Dalmia, infrastructure partner, Citco, and tourism partner, Kerala Tourism. Ankur, while we were anticipating your long walk onto the stage, I've already done your grand introduction, so over to you and Ayush. A big round of applause, everybody.
All right, looks like Abha has already done the introductions. So then we can cut to the chase, Ankur.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Good to have you here, the India Today Conclave here in Mumbai.
It is such a pleasure. It's not every day that one gets invited to the India Today Conclave.
We hope to have you here the next time around as well.
Someone's done a poor job of selecting me. I have no business being here. So somebody needs to get a poor performance rating. Well, I'm thrilled.
That's all right. Even if someone's done a good job or a bad job, the one thing that they've all done is watch Ankur Wariku's videos on YouTube, on Instagram, millions of hits. And of course, he was a well-known name in the world of business before the pandemic. And then suddenly in the pandemic, if you haven't seen an Ankur Wariku video, you were living under a rock, Ankur. What was that shift like from nearby to Groupon? I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about your journey, and you can motivate all of us here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you so much for that. A very good evening to all of you, and thank you for having me again, Ayush. I'm just so lucky to be living this life right now. It wasn't planned, as was many things in my life so far. I decided to take a break from Nearby, which was the previous startup that I was running. And at the end of 2019, a 3-month break sounded like a good plan. And then March 2020 comes. The world goes to a complete spin. Everyone's locked up, and I am thinking of what next to do. I've had such a wonderful time building startups, learning from the mistakes that I've made, that I wanted to start sharing that with an audience, and I started creating content, which I had been for a while, but never with the rigor that I have had right now. And I believe that there was an audience waiting for that content, so I'm just so lucky that I was at the right place at the right time.
And that audience seemed to be craving, basically an audience in their 20s, craving something relatable. What did all of us young creators not do right that Ankur Wariku came in there and swept everything up?
I believe the biggest thing was talking openly about failure and how everybody, irrespective of how successful they seem at the face of it, have gone through a phase that would be extremely difficult, challenging, and they have to recognize that that is perhaps the reason why they are where they are. So at the age of 40, one, they would believe that I have the experience to have whatever is it that I'm saying. But two, if I openly admit as well that, hey, I have failed, here is where I went wrong, this is what I learned from that, that would be a completely authentic way of connecting with somebody which they perhaps have not seen as much as they would have liked to.
It's just interesting, Ankur, because at some point or the other, as a business journalist or even in your original avatar, our paths would have crossed. Because when I was a kid, I always dreamed of becoming an astronaut. But you also thought of being the first man on Mars. Now, is that something that we're just, giving as this PR spiel? Or is that the true story? Because you did go to pursue your PhD in the US, but you dropped out. Then you come back and pursue an MBA. How did that whole chakra really happen?
So it's true. I had a 3-step plan for my life. Step 1 was to go to the US to get a PhD.
Step 2 was to become a space scientist and join NASA. And step 3 was to become the first man on Mars. And if you speak to anybody from my school and ask them, hey, do you remember Ankur Warikoo? They're like, shayad. What do you remember of him? And they'll be like, usko NASA jana tha. Like, that was my identity.
And mind you, this is much before Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk spoke about
This is before Elon Musk has come into the picture. This is before Shah Rukh Khan has come back to India in the movie Swades as a NASA engineer. So none of this is polluted by Bollywood or pop culture. And when I went to the US for my PhD, which I was grateful to experience, I realized that what I was doing, which was physics, was something that I was good at, but it didn't make me happy. And it was for the first time, Ayush, it struck me that what you're good at...
Utilizing that way. But you were running a blog for what, 16, 17 years? And then you came in front of the camera. That must have been a transition for you.
The transition happened much earlier, Ayush, but it was a big transition even when it happened to the scale that it did. So you're right, and I'm very impressed that you know this fact. I started blogging when I was a business school student at ISB. So it started in 2005. I still write a blog every single day. Yeah. It gives me immense joy to write. And I started creating video content around 2015.
That's right.
My YouTube channel started in 2017. So I had been creating content, but it was very niche, English, entrepreneurship focused. So there was a strata of society that would appeal, be driven towards it, but not necessarily a mass audience that is today. And when I started to go deep into the content, I changed to English. I changed to much broader subjects such as personal finance and career and so on. And that changed the scale of how it has been.
You spoke about learning from failure and being resilient. We had Pratik Kohar here and we're having a chat with him yesterday. And a lot of his inspirations in terms of music were heartbreak and love. You speak about that as well sometimes though, personal finance aside. But was your experience at Nearby and Groupon, the fact that it didn't turn out the way you wanted it to, was that really a big inspiration and a real influence to really drive you in this direction?
I remain a student of reflection. I believe that very often when we fail, particularly in our culture, we are told to very quickly move on. Chalo, chalo, koi baat nahi, aage badho. We either don't want to fail at all, or once we have failed, we just want to quickly move on. And I believe that that's such a regretful way of looking at failure, because everybody in the world fails, but not everybody succeeds. So there must be something between failure and success that makes success happen. And for me, that is reflection. So every single time that I have failed in life, and I have plenty of times, I have taken a pause, reflected upon why I got myself into that situation in the first place, so as to hopefully know what not to do the next time around. And I would believe that that is the biggest reason why I continue to be a student and learn from the failures that I have had, and I wouldn't wish them away any single day of my life.
Fantastic. You know what I really appreciate? Globally, when we're talking about YouTubers and creators, we have Mr. Beast in the US, we have Ali Abdal in the UK, and now we have Ankur Warikoo here in India, who are very transparent about their career, their experiences, and even their earnings. Ankur Warikoo, headline grabbing 17 crores. How I made 17 crores, and that's become a huge, crowd puller with some of your ads as well. What was your thought process, and did you actually make 17 crores?
I wouldn't lie about that thing. So yes, it did happen. I didn't make it personally. It's a business that made it. So please don't account it as personal income.
I mean, if anyone is watching, we should clarify.
Like, to all those who may come in the evening to check on me, this is a lie. I have been very grateful, Ayush, that I started my content creation journey after my entrepreneurial stint. So I learned what it takes to build things for scale and to do it in a manner that's systematic, it's process-driven, and it's people-driven. So when I look at content every day, I do not look at it as a passion project. I do not look at it as content creation. I look at it as a business and as a process. So I often go on record saying creativity for me is not one flash in the pan that happens someday. Creativity for me is a process and clinically executed. Did I have a goal or a target before I started this? Where will it be? Absolutely not. So I remain a student of habits, and I commit myself to habits, and I'm then always impressed at how far they take me, which is the case in this case as well.
But it mustn't have been easy, Ankur. At the age of 40, a pandemic really coming our way, and you're planning to recalibrate. You've done this a couple of times before. I wonder how family reacts to that. And this time you had a wife and kids. And you started off literally like a startup with this whole content creation journey, and you're viewing this as a startup. Has that really benefited you as well? How did it start?
It started genuinely with me just trying to see how far it can go and how big can it become, with fundamentally no idea of what the end outcome could be. So I stand here as not somebody who knew exactly how it's going to be. So please don't think of my success as something that was planned or something that was anticipated. I cannot justify my success, nor can I own it. What I do is enjoy my success and remain committed to how the journey works. And what's beautiful, at least between my wife and I, and we're very aligned on that, is this fundamental realization कि हम जिंदगी में भूखे नंगे नहीं मरेंगे. There is enough that we are born into, there is enough privilege that we have, enough backing from education, values and so on, that we will survive and we will never struggle for survival. So the goal is now, how far can you make your own life meaningful for your own self? And I just continue experimenting with that, and wherever it takes me, I'll happily go. So if there is anybody who asks me that quintessential interview question, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? My answer is, I do not know. But I am okay with that. I am absolutely okay not knowing where I will be 5 years from now, because I just love the surprise that life keeps throwing at me.
So well put. And I'm glad to know that it's not just in your YouTube videos, it's so relatable when you're chatting even here at the India Today Conclave. But I want to understand that piece as well. So when you're planning to monetize, a lot of people try to figure out how do these creators, these YouTubers, and now you've joined the band, how do they make money? And there are several revenue streams. If you could just paint it out for us, right? Not only do you make money from ads, you also do brand collaborations, and then of course there are educational courses as well.
So there's a beautiful thing about content that I realized. When you create content and you do get the attention and the effort of individuals viewing you, you can use it for either of two purposes. You can use it to sell something directly, which is what I believe most people end up making a mistake. Because when you sell something directly, eventually people will begin to see that ye kuch bech raha hai. And your content will never get that kind of trust or respect that it deserves. The other way to do that is to think of your content as a trust engine and not a sales engine. That's what I do for my business. Every day I create content. At any point of time, none of that content is ever directed towards, please buy this from me. Those are my ads, which is a completely separate line. All that I'm doing is hopefully adding value to people's life and doing it in a fashion that they build trust in me. And if that happens, then I have this flywheel of digital marketing that just overlays on top of that trust. So a lot of people would see my ads and they would not know who I am, and that's perfectly fine. But if they were to go and look me up, they would see years and years of hopefully good quality content serving a purpose of helping them, and that would make them convert. And there are multiple revenue streams that you can unlock through content as a trust engine, which is what I've tried to do.
No, absolutely. And while you're talking about all of this, building trust, creating that sort of credible brand, you look back at your corporate career and the time when you're pursuing that PhD and this whole story that you've got, which is fascinating for a lot of us. It's a tumultuous, circuitous sort of story, lots of twists and turns. Do you think that really contributed in building your personal brand? And what is the importance of the brand Variku that we now know of?
What I selfishly do is I pick up all of my failures and make them into stories. And I'm so grateful that people look at those stories and relate to them, because in some way they could have very well said, oh, that's a failure, that's a loser, I shouldn't be listening to that person, I should be listening to everybody who's succeeded in life. But I think the way that I project it is, if you think that I've done anything even remotely successful to be here in my life, here are all the points where I faltered, and miserably so. So you should never ever feel that it is game over for you if you find yourself in that. Did I make it to the IITs? No, I didn't. Did I make it to the top university that I wanted to apply to in the US? No, I didn't. Did I make it to the top MBA schools at that point of time? No, I didn't. Did I make it to the top consulting firms that I wanted to get a job out of? No, I didn't. Did I get through the top VCs that I wanted to raise money from? No, I didn't. There were so many aspects in my life that I very selfishly, as a content creator, start picking up and say, I hope that this is something that gives people confidence, inspiration, and feels liberating for them.
Millions of Gen Z and millennials who reached out to you, and I know through the pandemic as well, because every couple of days you were doing an Instagram live where people were pouring their hearts out open to you, and you should just get them in on a live session, counsel them, mentor them. And I think that was very candid and very genuine from viewing it as a viewer. But what are the top kind of requests you get? Because you build content basis on what, audience insights you're getting. So what are the top requests you get? And from these, everyone's trying to crack now millennials are so yesterday. Yeah. Everyone's trying to crack Gen Z, and you've already cracked it, so give us some insights.
I think there are top 3 things which repeat themselves day in and day out, in no particular order. They are extremely worried about what they will do professionally in their life, because they have so many options that they just cannot process. Unlike the era that perhaps we belong from, where it was an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer or a chartered accountant and so on, whether you liked it or not was a different story altogether, but these were the stable avenues. Now you could technically be a YouTuber and make lots of money, so should you become an engineer or a YouTuber and so on? So career is number 1. Number 2 is making money. Everyone's in a race of making money, and it's very interesting because they want to make money to invest money. They don't want to make money to necessarily spend on sneakers or phones and all of that, while that is definitely part of their plan. But they do want to invest because they believe that that's a smart way of looking at your money, and something very different from how their parents did. And number 3, perpetual relationships. They're constantly struggling because social media has made it so hard to form meaningful relationships that they do not know how to process a breakup. They do not know how to make meaningful friendships. They do not know how to approach strangers and have an interesting conversation. And they keep reaching out saying, hey, I do not know, I'm an introvert, and they don't even understand what's the difference between introversion and extroversion and how does that energy level process within themselves. So they're just using blanket words to label themselves, but these would be the 3: career, money, and relationships.
Just building on that, and I might just be, shooting blindly in the air, but the fact, and it's a crazy revelation that this is what kids are coming to you with. Do you think, you understand the Indian education system, the American education system, the way we've had it all this while, the conservative way, the ratta marna, right? Has that led to a lot of these youngsters now coming to YouTube, to influencers like you, to get the education they always crave for?
You've summed it up perfectly, Ayush. I believe what's happening for the first time in global history is true democratization of education, where people are learning not just from their textbooks and their school teachers and their college professors, but they're learning from people that they can relate to. And suddenly you have a platform where you could learn from the best faculty for a particular subject and not be geographically constrained or even economically. And that's unprecedented. It's going to open up boundaries that most people did not ever imagine would be possible.
It's kind of interesting. From nearby, Groupon, maybe you'll end up on Mars at some point, but with your content now, you've got a revenue stream coming in, you've got a massive engaged audience, and you're talking about education, you're saying all the right things. Could we have Ankur Warikoo coming back with a startup sometime soon?
I think it's already in the motion. I just wouldn't want to call it a startup because I don't know what is a startup anymore or not. So I am working on an education startup, but can I call it a startup? Most likely not, because it doesn't fit the quintessential checklist. But I'd like to believe I'm an entrepreneur at heart, and whatever I do, even if it's content, is a startup.
Going forward, what's the way forward for Ankur Warikoo? What are you going to do, barring content and this startup? Are there other plans that are you holding them too close to your chest, these cards?
I do not know the answer to that, and I hope to have that answer as I unfold myself.
Fantastic, Ankur. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you with us here at the India Today Conclave. It's been a fascinating session. Thank you for being a lovely audience. And it's good to know that as relatable as you are in your videos, you're as charming out here in person as well. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ayush. Thank you all.
Always a pleasure. Ankur, thank you so much. Could I request Karthik Vishwanathan, Senior Manager, Indian Subcontinent at Qatar Airways, to join us and share with Ankur a token of our appreciation today. can feel the excitement growing here at the conclave as we head towards the last few sessions of a mega 2-day marathon that we've had here. And I know you all are aware of the lineup, and it's really going to be one excellent session after the other. Coming up next, a topic that has been much sought after. We've had so many people come up and talk to us about how they want to hear more about this. And today we meet the urban heroes fighting to keep the environment green. Joining us, Akshita Nandgopal, Deputy Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our next session. Akshita, over to you.
Thanks very much, Abha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Brutal heat waves, harsher monsoons than before, and completely unpredictable weather patterns. We all can't deny that we're seeing the effects of climate change around us, upon us as a nation, as humans, really. We can no longer ignore it. So a lot of you wonder, what can we do to help? What can we all do to step up and fight climate change? And that's why our next session is so very important, because we're hoping to give you answers as to how each one of you can actually help to deal with this crisis. We're getting urban heroes, as Abha pointed out, who are fighting to keep the environment green. And we're just going to be calling in our panelists in just a few moments as we have the stage set up for them. All right, we're good to go now. So let me go ahead and invite our panelists, Bhumi Pednekar, actor and climate activist. Please give her a big round of applause as she joins us here for our next session on how to fight climate change. I'd also like to introduce now Priya Agarwal Hebar, Director of Vedanta Limited, joining us here on the stage. Burgess Driver, urban planner and also UN Youth Climate Leader, Neha Naikwade, lead of Climate Data Program, UN Youth Climate Leader. And finally, Aishwarya Sridhar, wildlife photographer, environmental conservationist, documentary filmmaker, and a Nat Geo explorer. Good evening, all of you. Welcome to the India Today Conclave, Mumbai. Bhumi, I'd like to begin with you. I think it's very, very important, this issue that we're talking about, and unfortunately, we don't talk about it enough. So I'm glad we have this kind of a session right now. As a celebrity, as an actor, how important is it, and why did you believe there was a need for you to take a stand on this issue and put it out there as a public figure?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Akshita, for your question. I think I started my non-profit Climate Warrior and all the work that I've been doing for the cause for pretty much selfish reasons. I spent many, many sleepless nights worrying what my future would look like, what the future of my loved ones would look like, and I kept kind of asking myself, am I doing enough? You know, the journey was very lonely because I was often made fun of, you know, because people don't believe climate change is real.
They mock it.
They mock it. They mock it all the time. And, you know, as a society, we are in denial. And I just didn't know what to do. And then I realized that, okay, I am at a place where I have enough people that are going to listen to me. And I need to make better use of being an actor, of being a person in power. And that's exactly what I did. I started off on this journey alone. And today we are a very strong community connected with so many communities globally. It's not a lonely journey anymore. It's tough for sure because there's so much that we need to do. Like, you know, there is so much that we ignore. We human beings just have the ability to live a complacent life. And with Climate Warrior, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to make people uncomfortable with the facts that are around us, the facts that we ignore. We need more awareness, and we need people to fear their future, because it is our responsibility to make sure that the future generations had the same quality of life that we had. You know, it is our basic right: clean food, clean air, a habitable planet, a livable climate. It is our basic right, and unfortunately, I don't think us as individuals or, you know, people in power are doing enough towards making sure that our future is secure. So the reason Climate Warrior started, or the reason I started off on this journey, was only so I can protect my loved ones and I can protect my planet, because my planet is my only home. The home that I live in, those four walls is not my real house, this planet is.
You know, you're saying that it's the future generations. I think in our current generation, we feel it. From when we were kids to now, I think there's such a change in the environment around us that we feel that there is a need to clearly do something. Priya, I'd like to bring you in on this, because when you talk about climate change, inevitably you ask anyone in the audience or anyone you talk to, the first thing they'll do is point fingers at corporates and say, look, they're the big one, evils in this country, in the world, they're the ones polluting. What's your message to that?
So I'd like to start with, firstly, of course, you know, it is inevitable, it is the truth that in the past 50 years compared to 100 years, if you go back hundreds and hundreds of years with all the research, since the Industrial Revolution, climate change has exponentially become, you know, a bit of a problem. And I think that's why fingers directly get pointed at industrialists. But what's really important to note is that we need to find a way where both go hand in hand. You know, without industry, without what we're doing, the world is not going to progress. You know, how are we going to get economic progress without industry?
There's development, ensuring development, but also, you know, keeping the environment safe.
Absolutely, and it's all about, you know, what industry. The industry that I come from, which is an extracting industry, it's a mining industry, and which gets pointed at the most. You know, but when you really think about it, everything above the ground is from below the ground. So we can't live without it. And what mining used to be hundreds of years ago, it's not anymore. With technology now, it's like an open heart surgery. What it used to be, it was a bloodbath before, but now you can do it laparoscopically, and it's the same with mining. It's become so much better. If we use the right technology, if we work very, very sustainably, if we're doing proper research, mining can, in fact, we have mines, you know, which have now become biodiverse habitats for more than 150, 250 species. You know, Arcane Oil and Gas, 2010, we started planting mangroves, and today there are 150 biodiverse species there. Today there's a fishing cat there, which is extremely rare. And so it's all about planning. It's how we do it sustainably. It's how we do it properly. You know, we need to make sure there's economic progress as well, and we need to make sure we're taking care of the environment. And that's why it's so much more important for me to be aware of this, and so much more important for individuals like us in industry to be aware and make sure we're doing it right.
And I think the work that you do largely also sets the record straight on this misconception that, you know, you point fingers at the corporates and that's it. You think that as an individual you have no role to play as well. I'd like to bring in Aishwarya also on this. Aishwarya, you're someone who's traveled far and wide. You've traveled into the forests. You're a filmmaker, Nat Geo explorer. What's your experience been like to all the naysayers of climate change? What's your message? What have you seen firsthand?
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. When I've gone into forests, wetlands, deserts, some of the best and the most pristine ecosystems on the planet, our wildlife is exotic. India is one of the 17 mega biodiverse regions of the world. Yet, we have vulnerable communities who are on the fringes, who are the most impacted when it comes to climate change, and I've seen that firsthand right in my own backyard in Navi Mumbai. Seen acres and acres of wetlands being destroyed and replaced by industries and special economic zones for that matter. And that's when I began to question this relationship that we have with our environment. Why does it always have to be extractive? Why can't it be regenerative? Why can't we be living in a space where we cohabitate and coexist with nature? Today, it's extremely important that we realize that we are not saving the planet for the sake of our planet, or, you know, to protect the polar bears or the Bengal tiger. These species and our planet do not need us to save it. We need to protect ourselves. We need to protect our families. People are suffering. People are dying because of climate change. It is no more an act of God when you talk about climate catastrophes. It is completely anthropogenic. So my experiences have taught me when I've been up close and personal with animals, yes, obviously you have to maintain a distance, you have to shoot them ethically, and that is their right as well. And as storytellers, it's our ethics to keep that in mind. But I've come across this common sentiment, especially with big cats, and I've worked with the Asiatic lions, I've worked with the Bengal tiger on a couple of my films, and we look at predators as these big, raw, primal creatures, but they're actually one of the most gentlest creatures on this planet. You have individuals who display emotions just like we do. They experience loss, they experience happiness, sadness, grief, all of it. And I've seen that through the individuals that I have followed and documented. So it's been a very beautiful journey, and the reason I picked up the camera was to make a difference through storytelling, as I feel that it's a very powerful medium to bring about the change that we want to see in this world.
I think, what you said is bang on in the sense that you're sending out a message, you're creating awareness through film. I think there are two ways to look at it.
I think that one. I think just a few years back, I was one of those youngsters who knew that there is a need to act, and who was seeing all these figures being put out by IPCC and all the COP summits, so many commitments made. But then I had this energy, I had this feeling of responsibility that I want to do something, and that's where my journey also sort of started. I thought, why not use something that I have took training in, why not use my field of data science to solve climate change? And then I started exploring how can I do that, and I realized that there's so much need for technology to complement the policies and the diplomacy out there, and that's when I came to know about Climate Collective, who supports climate tech entrepreneurs in Global South. There's 40% of technology in the world that is still uninvented that we need to solve this climate change, and the remaining one still needs to be implemented at the grassroots level. And I thought that at grassroots level, what's better than to work with these vulnerable people who are trying to create these innovative solutions. And that's how my journey started. And to the youth, I would say that see this as an opportunity. Start the change from where you are, right? Just observe around you, educate yourself, and see how whatever training you have right now, I'm sure that there is a need to just switch that, but have a more climate conscious work done with your training that you already have. So basically, I would say start there, educate yourself, and then participate in these discussions. Try to see that from wherever you are standing, how can you make climate conscious choices? How can you support the technology, or just make your voice heard, or just take a climate friendly lifestyle? Educate people around you with that. I think that itself will make a great difference.
Yeah, I'd like Burgess to elaborate on that as well. When you talk about sustainable living, when you talk about being climate friendly, and the session is called Keeping the Environment Green. So what are the starting steps you would recommend as someone who's taken this movement forward?
So based on my own personal experience, I started off as a built environment professional. I started off in architecture. I started making buildings for people, for clients, trying to understand what their needs were. And when I started seeing the outcomes of what was really happening in terms of just making a few properties for a few people, I felt it deep down, always throughout my journey in studies as well. Is this really something you wanted to dedicate yourself to? Making buildings, making environments come to life, basically. How could I possibly have added value to that? And when I realized I was entering a market which was not giving me that experience, I had to seriously rethink what I wanted to do when I started after my college studies. Going on beyond that, I got a taste of what planning was. I got a taste of what policy interventions were going to be like, what was needed. I had a lot of anger myself also, which I've tried to deal with for so long, quite frankly. And I found a way to channelize my energies in a more structured way, which can contribute back to society. So it's a question of finding the right opportunities also, and they will present themselves to you when not only when the time is right, but that decision has to come from within you as well. So self-motivation is one of the major triggers which is front and center to anyone's start to a climate journey.
Priya, what was that moment, when you decided that I'm going to take a stand and I'm going to do something about this? Because there are not many industrial giants, take a stand like you have and so vociferously speak out about the environment or about animal rights.
So there's a personal and professional angle to this. Personal angle being maybe it was just something I was born with. I've been very, very attached to nature, very attached to animal welfare since I was born. And it's something that being attached to this, it was the best opportunity for me, coming from the family that I come from, to be able to bring that angle into what we do, which is extremely vital, and I think it's very timely as well. And honestly, professionally, in today's date, if you really look at, globally, companies are getting valued on ESG. The valuation of a company depends on how much you're caring for the environment, how much you're caring for your people, what is your governance. So we have to do it. If industry wants to succeed, they have to take care, they have to be responsible.
You think this is the future?
Absolutely. You're not going to get away with it anymore. If you want to succeed, you have to make sure you're balancing what you're doing and making sure everything around you is working in a state of balance at all times. Yeah.
It's often referred to, Bhumi, that if you talk about climate change, you're being woke. And it's unnecessary, right? That it doesn't exist. It's all a creation, or it's a figment of imagination. And you said that in the beginning, that you were mocked initially when you spoke about this. Tell us, how did you break past that barrier, and kind of decide that I want to spread this message despite all of the people mocking you and playing this down completely?
We don't have a choice. We have to understand that climate change is the largest looming threat humanity would have ever faced. And it's not something that is going to happen. It's not our future. It's happening today. Yes, it is a natural phenomena, but we have the speed at which it has increased in the last 3 decades. Like literally, most people sitting in this room have been a part of the problem. Right? So how can you ignore it? Yes, I'm woke, and I'm going to make sure that we create a community of many more woke people, because that's the need of the hour. We can't pretend. I mean, just look at what's happening, right? We have flash floods. There were parts of the world that were unbearably hot, right? Parts of the world that don't go beyond 30 degrees that were touching 45, and I was there when that happened.
We saw it in London,
exactly.
in parts of America.
The roads were melting. In the northeast, the floods were so bad. Even the viral outbreak, the fact is that we are going to have a lot more viral outbreaks because we aren't listening to science. We aren't listening to what our researchers are saying. It is a fact that more of our glaciers melt. We are going to have more viral outbreaks. Now, there are 2 ways we can go about it, right? Either we join hands and we actually do something about it, or we continue living the way we are. But the truth is, in front of the wrath of nature, we all are equal. Just because you're a moneyed person, that doesn't mean you're going to be saved by it. And that's what we need to understand. And I feel it was this exact thought that gave me the courage to go past all the noise and the chatter and the blabber that I had, that, oh my God, you're being silly, there's no problem. Arey, you're doing so well, you're comfortable, why do you care? Every choice that I make is a responsible choice. I'm aware of the carbon footprint that I'm creating. I'm aware of what my consumption habits are and what it's going to... Look, I don't know. I really hope that through all my work, I do make an impact, but at least I can sleep a little more peacefully at night than I could a few years ago, because at least I know that I'm not adding on to the problem, I am adding on to the solution.
But when you talk about sustainable living, the argument always is that it's a costly way of living.
Not at all.
Would you agree with that?
I disagree. If you go back to the way a generation before us lived, right? If my nana, our grandparents, they lived sustainably. They had their own circular economy. I still remember my grandparents would segregate their waste at source. Everything would go into everything would go into khad, that's what they call it, like in north of India. All their dry waste was separated. So this is the way they lived. We were consciously told switch off your lights, switch off your fans, electrical points, etc. That's the way we need to live. The point is, it's not an expensive way of living. People fear that it's an inconvenient way of living. But that's not true. It's actually very, very cost effective. I'm living it. It just is going to take a little bit of discipline and a little bit of empathy, and that's what we don't have. We as a society lack empathy, it could be towards animals, it could be towards other species, towards our planet. I think that's what we need to create, and I feel everybody on this panel through the individual work is trying to do exactly that.
Very true. Aishwarya, if to our audiences and to everyone who's watching right now, if there were 3 ways you believe they can bring about a change in their lifestyle that would actually help going forward, what would that be?
Well, that's a very good question. In terms of 3 different ways in which they can bring about a change in their lifestyle is 1, reduce using plastic. In fact, stop using plastic. Plastic pollutes our oceans. Today we have more plastic in our oceans than marine organisms. So 1 is that. The other would be reduce, recycle and reuse. And the third thing would be, try and move towards a more sustainable lifestyle in terms of transportation as well, in terms of fashion choices. Consciously integrate that into your lifestyle, and I'm pretty sure you would definitely be a part of the wave that makes this world a better place.
The same question to you. I'm out of time, but Priya, same question to you. 3 ways you believe people can bring changes to their lifestyle immediately.
So I think, I think what we really need to understand is that, the moment we start thinking or putting putting stress on us that we need to make a change, it becomes difficult. We just need to simplify our life. And I'm just taking it in a slightly different angle than what you asked. I think, what's important, especially, we're talking to more urban India here, but what's really important is to make people aware, like if you go into the more rural parts of India, if you start talking about climate change and the greenhouse effect and all of that, they'll be like, ki, mujhe roti kapda makan ka pehle,
Exactly.
I need to think about that. So I think what we need to start doing is educating them on how climate change is happening and how it's affecting their lives now. Why your gas price is so high, why your food is so difficult to get, why is it all getting so much more expensive. It's a problem that you're facing every day, and once we make them realize that, once we all realize that we're already facing it, then that's when we're going to really see the change. I think when we start complicating the entire subject and start making it, you're distancing yourself away from it. People are just saying, you know what, sab log bol rahe, lekin I need to think about my day-to-day life. I need to get bread on my table. My kids are hungry. But you know what? If you start thinking about climate change, it's all going to help you in your day-to-day life as well.
I think largely for us as a country, if we go back to the basics, I think we just about get it right then. We don't need to complicate, and allow technology to help us further as well to battle climate change. In so many ways, we can use it to our benefit. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave, Mumbai. I hope you all found this session to be extremely informative as well in bringing those changes to your lifestyle.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Could I request you to stay on stage for a moment? Pradya Bhupade, could I request you to come on stage and felicitate our guests? Pradnya is the Head of Marketing Communications at Samsonite South Asia Private Limited. Before we go to our next guest, and yes, I know you're all waiting to hear him speak here at the India Today Conclave, Mumbai, we do have a short AV to play for you by Kerala Tourism. So we're just going to do that very quickly.
Namaskaram. Warm greetings from Kerala Tourism to all the delegates of India Today's West Conclave. Kerala, also celebrated as God's own country, is a landscape with excellent hilly areas, plains and coastal land. a combination of scenic beauty, inland waterways, islands, cultural diversities, heritage and taste. Kerala was chosen as one of the 50 must-see places in the world by Time magazine. And also, Time magazine specially mentioned about Kerala's caravan policy. We are coming up with new tourism products like caravan tourism, heli-tourism, destination wedding. Efforts are being made to further exploit the potential of cruise tourism. Our responsible tourism mission initiatives are internationally recognized and decorated. In this past pandemic period, Kerala has registered a record footfall of domestic tourists. Thank you very much to all the good minds who have been with Kerala tourism. I warmly welcome you all to Kerala and ensure you the best and safe travel experience. Thank you.
To believe in fearless minds and tireless feet, to brave the raging seas every day and walk side by side with hearts that beat in time with the waves. To revel in the innocence of forests and the wisdom of ancient ways. To find answers in the mystery of mountains and strength in free, soaring lives. To go with the flow along slow-moving canals, to find deep journeys in little country boats. To catch the drift of conversations under quaint log bridges and discover close-knit lives on distant islands. To find magic in the everyday and eternity in the ordinary. To meet gods who walk the earth and men who trek the heavens. To speak with no words, to listen from the heart, to be one with the trees, the skies, the earth, and celebrate every living thing. To walk the ancient streets that run across cultures, beliefs, and ideas. To open wide the mind and watch the different colors seep into each other. And let the courtyard of the world make us human all over again.
Our next session is one of the young faces of the BJP, the former Chief Minister. He changed the fortunes of the BJP in Maharashtra. He fought with the earlier NDA government as the leader of the opposition, and now the new government in place, going to face two big elections in the future. How will he change the political scenario of Maharashtra in a limited time? What is his vision? Great expectations. How to fulfill 1 million dreams in the next 3 years. Please join me in welcoming Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister, Maharashtra. In conversation with Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor, Aaj Tak, Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak.
अभी हम जब अंदर आ रहे थे तो सभी लोग तारीफ कर रहे थे कि आपने वजन कम किया है, आपने कुछ जादू किया है, आपने वजन कम कर लिया है अपना। हालांकि मैं शुरुआत इसी से करना चाहूंगा कि मुख्यमंत्री आप रह चुके हैं, अब उप मुख्यमंत्री हो गए, तो क्या पॉलिटिकल वेट भी कम हुआ है इस वजन के साथ में? क्या इसका ये मतलब निकाला जाए? क्योंकि सब लोग तारीफ कर रहे थे, इसके लिए मैंने सोचा इसके लिए आपको पूछ लें।
वजन कितना कम हुआ है मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन मैंने मेरे टेलर को टाइट किया है, इसलिए उसने ऐसे कपड़े सिलाना शुरू किया कि जिससे वजन कम दिखता है। और पॉलिटिक्स में वजन आप कौन से पोस्ट पे है इससे डिसाइड नहीं होता। आपका जो वजन होता है पॉलिटिक्स में, वो आप क्या हो उसके आधार पर डिसाइड होता है। इसलिए महाराष्ट्र में किसी को भी पूछ लीजिए तो आपको पता चल जाएगा वजन कम हुआ या ज्यादा हुआ।
नहीं, क्योंकि आपका क्या है ना सर कि ये तो हम देख रहे हैं कि आप पर काम का बहुत बोझ डाला हुआ है। आप चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, तब भी आपके पास जितने पोर्टफोलियोज नहीं थे उससे ज्यादा पोर्टफोलियोज आपके पास है। और किसी भी स्टेट में दो सबसे बड़े पोर्टफोलियो होते हैं, फाइनेंस और होम। ये तो आपके पास है ही। इसके अलावा पावर, उसके साथ में हाउसिंग, प्रोटोकॉल वगैरह, वो सब तो बात की बात है। लॉ एंड जुडिशरी, यू नेम अ डिपार्टमेंट जो आपके साथ में।
इरिगेशन भूल गया।
इरिगेशन, तो 6 से 7 डिपार्टमेंट्स आपके पास में है। तो मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूं कि सारा काम आपसे कराया जा रहा है, लेकिन आपको पद नहीं दिया गया। आप मतलब ये सारा काम आपसे कराएंगे, लेकिन चीफ मिनिस्टर कोई और रहेगा। क्या ये हम मान के चले? क्योंकि आप पर काम का सचमुच में बोझ है। उसके साथ में आप 6 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के गार्डियन मिनिस्टर भी हैं। सो ऑलमोस्ट पूरी सरकार आप चला रहे हैं, इस तरीके से मैसेज जा रहा है।
ऐसा है कि जो लोग गवर्नेंस को या गवर्नमेंट को बाहर से देखते हैं उनको ऐसा लगता है। चूंकि मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुका हूं, इसलिए मैं ये जानता हूं कि अभी 6 ही डिपार्टमेंट मुझे देखने पड़ते हैं। चीफ मिनिस्टर को सारे डिपार्टमेंट देखने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस के हिसाब से करीब करीब सारी डिपार्टमेंट्स की फाइल्स ये चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास जाती है। दूसरा, एज ए गार्डियन मिनिस्टर मुझे 6 ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट देखने पड़ते हैं। चीफ मिनिस्टर को सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स देखने पड़ते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको केवल इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि चूंकि अभी हमारा मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार बाकी है, तो मैं ये जो 6 पोर्टफोलियोज मेरे पास है, ये अभी एक प्रकार से जब तक विस्तार नहीं होता तब तक के लिए है। विस्तार के बाद ये पोर्टफोलियो किसी और के पास जाएंगे। लेकिन मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि सरकार एक सामूहिक प्रयत्न होती है, और मेरे जैसा व्यक्ति जिसने सरकार चलाई है, मैं ये मानता हूं कि हमारी सरकार में पोर्टफोलियो किसी के भी पास हो, उसको यशस्वी करना, टू मेक हिम सक्सीड, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। और इसलिए 6 पोर्टफोलियो हो, 10 हो, 2 हो या 1 हो, मेरा हमेशा यह प्रयास रहेगा कि महाराष्ट्र में लोगों के हितों के जो विषय है वो हमारी सरकार बड़ी तेजी के साथ उसके निर्णय करे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं कि कोई बहुत बोझ मेरे ऊपर है। मैं तो ऐसा कहूंगा कि आई एम एंजॉयिंग।
लेकिन सर, ये सवाल मैंने इसलिए पूछा, मैं आपको बताता हूं, और काफी सीरियसली दरअसल ये गंभीरता से हमको देखने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि जब आप चीफ मिनिस्टर होते हैं तो आपको पता होता है कि आपका मैंडेट क्या है, आपको एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर क्या करना है, किस तरीके से सरकार चलानी है। आपका एक अपना विजन होता है और उसके आधार पर आप अपनी टीम को आगे लेकर जाते हो। जब आप डेप्यूटी के रोल में होते हो तब आपका मैंडेट क्या है वो आपको चीफ मिनिस्टर की तरफ देखना पड़ता है। एज ए डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर
आपकी पार्टी ने आपको क्या मैंडेट दिया? जब आपको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाया था तब पार्टी ने क्लियरली आपको कहा था कि आपको पार्टी लीड करनी है, सरकार लीड करना है और आपको आगे बढ़ना है। अब एज ए डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, क्योंकि वो पूरा एपिसोड मुझे याद है कि जिसमें आपकी तो इच्छा थी कि आपको सरकार में नहीं जाना है, तो सबसे पहले तो मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि आपको सरकार में जाना क्यों नहीं था? इतनी सारी मशक्कत करने के बाद आप सरकार में जाना नहीं चाह रहे थे? क्या आपको चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप नहीं मिल रही थी, इसके लिए आप सरकार में नहीं जाना चाह रहे थे? ये कारण मान सकते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा था कि नॉर्मली चीफ मिनिस्टर रहने के बाद आप किसी दूसरे पद पर सरकार में जाए तो एक प्रकार से आपकी इमेज ये होती है कि आप पावर ग्रीडी हो, आप पावर हंग्री हो। तो मेरा मूल विषय इतना ही था कि हमने सत्ता का परिवर्तन किया है तो कोई कुर्सी चाहिए इसलिए नहीं किया। महाराष्ट्र के जो हालात थे, जो 2-2.5 साल में महाराष्ट्र में जिस प्रकार की घटनाएं हुई, उन सारी घटनाओं के मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने यह परिवर्तन किया था। और इसलिए मैं ये नहीं चाहता था कि कोई ये कहे कि केवल सत्ता के लिए परिवर्तन हुआ है, ग्रिड के लिए हुआ है। और इसलिए मैंने एक बड़ा कॉन्शियस निर्णय उस समय लिया था कि मैं सत्ता के बाहर रहूंगा। लेकिन जब मेरे नेताओं ने मुझसे बात करके मुझे कहा कि पार्टी के महाराष्ट्र के आप नेता हो, ये सरकार हमको चलानी है और इस सरकार को चलाने में आपके अनुभव की आवश्यकता है, इसलिए हमको ये लगता है कि आपने जाना चाहिए। और एक बात हमारे नेताओं ने जो कही, आज जब मैं पीछे मुड़कर देखता हूं तो बात मुझे सही भी लगती है। उन्होंने ये कहा कि सरकार बाहर रहकर चलाई नहीं जा सकती और एक्स्ट्रा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटी ये सरकार चलाए तो सरकार ठीक चलती भी नहीं है। और इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आपको अंदर रहना चाहिए। और मेरा मैंडेट आपने जो पूछा, मेरा एक ही मैंडेट है। देखिए, हम सब लोग, चाहे वो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी हो या हम लोग हो, हम सब लोग मिलकर एक विकसित भारत का जो विजन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देखा है, वो विजन महाराष्ट्र के बिना पूरा नहीं हो सकता। अगर भारत को 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनना है तो जब महाराष्ट्र 1 ट्रिलियन बनेगा तभी भारत 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनेगा। तो ये जो विजन है कि देश के अंतिम व्यक्ति तक विकास को पहुंचाना, यही हमारा मैंडेट है। और मेरा एक्स्ट्रा मैंडेट ये है कि हमारे जो मुख्यमंत्री जी है वो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और वो यशस्वी हो, इसलिए उनको पूरे तरीके से मदद करना, उनके पीछे खड़ा रहना। मैं पूरी ताकत के साथ हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के पीछे खड़ा हूं। उनकी लीडरशिप में हम सब लोग मिलकर महाराष्ट्र को फिर एक बार देश का नंबर 1 राज्य बनाकर रहेंगे।
सर, ये तो ठीक है। देखिए, महाराष्ट्र की एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की परंपरा रही है जिसके तहत महाराष्ट्र में काम होता है और आज की स्थिति में भी अगर हम इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्लो देखें तो महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 में है। फिर सरकार यहां से वहां हुए, लेकिन फिर भी एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के तौर पर एक काम चलता है। लेकिन मैं उस चीज पर इसलिए बात करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि एक पब्लिक डोमेन में जिस तरीके से बातें हुई, क्योंकि ये मैं मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं हूं कि बीजेपी इतना बड़ा कदम उठाती है और पहले उसमें कोई चर्चा नहीं होती है। आपने ये फैसला लिया था कि आप सरकार के बाहर रहेंगे। क्या आपकी बात हुई थी आपके लीडरशिप से या आपका खुद का फैसला था? क्या जिस तरीके से वो चीजें हुई, आपको खुद को कब पता चला कि आपको डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना है? आपको कब पता चला कि एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं? या उनको पहले से यह वादा किया गया था कि आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाएगा और इसीलिए आपने फैसला कर रखे थे आपने कि मैं इस सरकार में नहीं रहूंगा, मैं बाहर से इसको मदद करूंगा? क्योंकि बीजेपी तो सरकार में शामिल होने वाली थी, उसमें ऐसा नहीं कि आपके मंत्री होने वाले नहीं थे। तो ये वाकया हमको समझना है कि ये आखिरकार हुआ कैसे, क्योंकि आपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अनाउंस किया, उसके बाद जेपी नड्डा वो ट्वीट करते हैं, अमित शाह ट्वीट करते हैं और उसके बाद फिर आप राजभवन में हमने देखा कि 2 कुर्सियां रखी हुई थी, तीसरी कुर्सी ऐड की जाती है और फिर हम खबर चलाते हैं कि नहीं, शायद देवेंद्र फडणवीस भी वहां पर उप मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं। तो ये आपने कैसे हुआ?
ये 2020 मैच की तरह हुआ। उसमें कब क्या रिजल्ट कैसे बदलता है, ऐसा वो बदलते गया। लेकिन एक बात मैं पक्की बोलता हूं कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का जो फैसला हुआ वो मेरे कंसल्टेशन से हुआ और उससे आगे जाकर मैं कहूंगा कि इट वाज माय प्रपोजल।
अच्छा,
मैं बिल्कुल आपको नेशनल टेलीविजन पर ये कह रहा हूं कि इट वाज माय प्रपोजल कि उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाना चाहिए और हमारे नेताओं ने उसको मान्यता दी। तो इसलिए दैट वाज नॉट अ शॉकर फॉर मी, वो मेरे लिए शॉक नहीं था। मेरे लिए, अब उसको सुखद कहिए या किसी भी प्रकार का शौक कहिए, मेरे लिए शौक ये था कि जब मुझसे ये कहा गया कि आपने डिप्यूटी सीएम बनना चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे नेताओं ने जब मुझसे बात की, दे वर एब्सोल्युटली कन्विंसिंग, और उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से मुझे कन्विंस किया, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने कहा, मुझे लगता है कि पार्टी का हित भी उसमें था। और जब मैंने शपथ ली उस समय निश्चित रूप से मैं बहुत तरह के विचार मेरे मन में थे,
चेहरे पर दिख रहा था।
थे, बिल्कुल थे, इसमें छुपाने की बात नहीं है, बहुत तरह के विचार थे। किंतु उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र से और पूरे देश से जो समर्थन मिला, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं, आपने पहले बात की इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जो मेरा कद शायद चीफ मिनिस्टर बनकर नहीं बढ़ा था, वो डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने के बाद भी बढ़ा। इतना समर्थन लोगों ने मुझे दिया, क्योंकि लोग ये जानते थे कि ये जो परिवर्तन हमने किया है, ये महाराष्ट्र के और देश के हित में किया है। और ऐसा परिवर्तन जब आप लोग करते हैं तो उस समय कुछ कड़े निर्णय लेने पड़ते हैं, और वो निर्णय हमने लिए। और आज अगर आप मुझे पूछेंगे, आई एम टोटली सेटिस्फाइड। सरकार हम जिस प्रकार से चला रहे हैं, और विशेष रूप से मेरा और शिंदे जी का समन्वय, ये कोई आज का तो है नहीं,
वो तो हमें दिखाई दे
समन्वय
रहा
तो
है।
बहुत पुराना है। मतलब आप समझ लीजिए कि ये सारा इतनी सारी चीजें हुई, तो ये कुछ तो समन्वय लगता ही है ना आपस में। तो हमारा समन्वय तो बहुत पुराना है, हम दोनों ने साथ में मिलकर बहुत काम किया है, एक दूसरे को अच्छे से जानते हैं। और मैं इतना जरूर यहाँ पर कहूँगा कि मैं उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने कभी मुझे फील नहीं होने दिया कि मैं डिप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर हूँ। विश्वास में लेकर वो काम करते, सारे निर्णय हम लोग बैठकर करते, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि गाड़ी बिल्कुल ठीक चल रही है।
नहीं, लेकिन सर हमारी एक शिकायत है आपसे। हमने आपको 4-5 महीने पहले पूछा था कि जिस तरीके से ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी को मिले, वैसे कोई शिंदे आप महाराष्ट्र में तलाश रहे हैं क्या? आपने कहा था कि कोई शिंदे नहीं है, तो अचानक ये शिंदे कहां से आ गए? ये आपका उनका संपर्क कब हुआ, या वो आपके पास अप्रोच किए, या क्योंकि आपने क्रिकेट का उदाहरण दिया, इसके लिए हम कहते हैं कि जैसे मुथैया मुरलीधरन है, वो हमेशा दूसरा एक बॉल दूसरा डालता है, वो आप भी एक दूसरा डालते हैं। तो क्या ये उस तरीके से था? आपने उनको कांटेक्ट किया, या वो आपके पास आए कि हमको सरकार से बाहर निकलना है, आप हमको साथ में लेंगे क्या?
साहिल, आपने जब मुझे पूछा, तो आप तो जानते हैं कि राजनीति में अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी ये नेशनल टेलीविजन पे तो नहीं बताई जाती, नहीं तो
चल रहा था,
नहीं तो वो स्ट्रेटेजी तो फेल ही होती है। मैं आज इतना ही कहूंगा कि देखिए, हम अपोजिशन में थे, जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार हमारे साथ हुआ था, जो बेईमानी, मैं शब्द यूज कर रहा हूं, जो बेईमानी हमारे साथ शिवसेना ने की थी, जिस प्रकार से मेरी पीठ में और बीजेपी की पीठ में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने खंजर भोंका था, तो ये तो हम लोग निश्चित रूप से चांस ढूंढ रहे थे वापिस आने का। हम लोग तो कोई यहाँ पर तपस्या करने के लिए या साधु संत बनने के लिए तो आए नहीं है, हम लोग तो राजनेता है, हमको तो जनता की सेवा करनी है। तो हमारे साथ बेईमानी होगी तो हम तो उसका जवाब देंगे। तो जैसे ही शिंदे जी मेरे हिसाब से वहाँ पर जिस प्रकार का, और इसका क्रेडिट तो उद्धव जी को ही देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उद्धव जी का और आदित्य जी का जो उनके साथ व्यवहार था, उसके कारण निश्चित रूप से उन्होंने फैसला किया बाहर निकलने का। अब कोई बाहर निकलने का फैसला करे और हमको ये पता चले कि ये बाहर निकले हैं, तो हम लोग ये तो नहीं कहेंगे कि नहीं 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 शिंदे जी आप वापस चले जाइए और उद्धव जी के साथ जाकर बैठिए। हम तो ये कहेंगे बहुत अच्छा आप बाहर निकले, हमको भी हमारा बदला लेना ही है, हम आपको साथ देने को तैयार है। तो हमने हाँ 100% किया, और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है जो बेईमानी मेरे साथ हुई थी उसका बदला लिया।
तो आपने ये बदले के लिए किया, लेकिन आपकी पार्टी में कई लोगों को लगता है कि उन्होंने दिल पे पत्थर रख के ये फैसला लिया है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर उनको बनाया गया, एकनाथ शिंदे को। क्योंकि हमने चेहरे देखे वहां पर बीजेपी के नेताओं के, जैसे ही आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपने डिक्लेयर किया कि एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, आपके पार्टी के नेता कहीं ना कहीं सदमे में चले गए कि ऐसे कैसे हो गया, क्योंकि वो सपना देख रहे थे कि अपनी सरकार बनने जा रही है। आज की स्थिति में भी क्या आपकी पार्टी में यह भावना है कि ये सरकार तो एकनाथ शिंदे की है, या उनको आगे करके सरकार बनाई है और हमको डिप्यूटी का रोल निभाना पड़ रहा है? क्योंकि ये स्टेटमेंट आया हुआ है आपकी पार्टी के नेताओं की तरफ से कि दिल पे पत्थर रख के हमको ये फैसला लेना पड़ा।
ऐसा है कि जैसा मैंने कहा कि पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रेटेजी ये बहुत कम लोगों को पता होती है। तो मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि जो लोग मेरे साथ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठे थे उसमें से भी 3 या 4 लोगों को ये पता था कि जो लेटर माननीय राज्यपाल जी को दिया गया है वो एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का दिया गया है। बाकी जो साथ में आए हुए थे सब लोगों को ये पता नहीं था। मैंने दोपहर में केवल हमारे जो प्रमुख 4-5 लोग हैं उनको विश्वास में लेकर ये कहा कि देखिए हम लोग सरकार तो बना रहे हैं पर मुख्यमंत्री ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी बनेंगे। तो इसलिए एक सहजता के साथ जो लोग, चूंकि कई दिनों तक टीवी पर चल रहा था तो लोगों को ये लग रहा था कि अपनी सरकार बन रही है, देवेंद्र मुख्यमंत्री बन रहा है, तो उनके लिए एक प्रकार से वो शौक था। क्योंकि जब मैंने इस प्रकार की अनाउंसमेंट की तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठे हुए लोगों को भी 3-4-5 लोगों से ज्यादा पता नहीं था ये होने वाला है। तो इसलिए निश्चित रूप से उनके लिए शौक था। लेकिन आज सब लोग ये मानते हैं कि ये सरकार हमारी है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी में किसी भी कार्यकर्ता के मन में कोई दुविधा नहीं है, कोई दुविधा नहीं।
लेकिन उद्धव ठाकरे तो कहते हैं कि यही चीज आपने अगर 2019 में की होती तो आज 2.5 साल तो मुख्यमंत्री पद मिलता बीजेपी के पास। आज की स्थिति में अगर ये सरकार, और आपको 2004 का पूरा टर्म, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में कोई प्रेडिक्शन करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है कहां से कहां चेंज होगा ये 2020 का मैच, तो आपको तो अभी पूरे 5 साल तक मुख्यमंत्री पद मिलेगा ही नहीं। अगर वही 2019 में अगर समझौता कर लेते तो 2.5 साल का चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप मिल जाती।
देखिए सवाल ये था कि हमारे नेताओं ने उद्धव जी के सामने 10 बार ये घोषणा की कि ये चुनाव देवेंद्र फडणवीस के नेतृत्व में लड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने की, अमित शाह साहब ने की, हमारे सारे बड़े नेताओं ने की। उस समय तो उद्धव जी भी ताली बजा रहे थे। और इतना ही नहीं, उद्धव जी ने स्वयं ये घोषणा की। तो जब ये तय था कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस के नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और मुख्यमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार मुझे जब सबने मिलकर, अकेले मोदी जी ने नहीं, शिवसेना और बीजेपी ने मिलकर घोषित किया, उसके बाद अचानक जब आपके ध्यान में आता है कि नंबर ऐसा फंसा है कि 3 पार्टियां एक साथ आ जाए तो हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बन सकते हैं, तो अचानक आप उसको बदल देते। आपने इस पूरे दरमियान कभी नहीं कहा, नेवर। और मैं वापस बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कहता हूं, शिवसेना को 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री पद देने का कभी फैसला नहीं हुआ था, कभी नहीं हुआ था। और मैं उसके आगे जाकर आपके सामने तथ्य भी रख देता हूं कि इनफैक्ट जिस समय उन्होंने ये शर्त रखी कि 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री पद हमको चाहिए, उस समय हमने कहा ये अलायंस नहीं होगा और हम लोग निकल गए। उसके बाद 3 दिन बाद वापस हम बैठे, हम लोगों ने हमारी पालघर की सीट कैंडिडेट सहित शिवसेना को दी और हमारा अलायंस हुआ। तो ये बिल्कुल 100% स्पष्ट था कि मुख्यमंत्री का कोई, हाँ उनको ये हमने जरूर कहा था कि पिछले बार उनको हमने कम मिनिस्ट्री दी थी, हम इस बार ज्यादा मिनिस्ट्री देंगे, ये बिल्कुल कहा था उनको। और उन्होंने कहा था 1-2-3 मिनिस्ट्री हमको चाहिए, हमने कहा था वो भी देंगे, बट चीफ मिनिस्टर के बारे में कभी नहीं कहा था। अगर कहते तो देखिए बिहार में हमने दिया, उस समय हमारे से तो बहुत कम सीटें आई उनकी, लेकिन जब हमने उनको अनाउंस किया था नीतीश जी को तो हमने उनको बनाया। तो अगर हम ऐसा अनाउंस करते तो बिल्कुल बनाते। तो इसलिए ये जो बात है ना, ये एक प्रकार से एक पॉलिटिकल, मतलब एक प्रकार से ये एक तत्व की बात है। और इसलिए ये जो अब वो कह रहे हैं, अब ये जो कह रहे हैं कि उस समय हमारे साथ आते तो इनको नहीं चाहिए भाई 2.5 साल। हम लोग देखिए बेईमानी से 2.5 साल नहीं लेंगे, जो लेंगे अपनी ताकत पर।
आपने नीतीश कुमार का जिक्र किया, लेकिन अभी देखिए क्या हो गया है कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हुआ उसकी वजह से अब नीतीश कुमार ने आपका साथ छोड़ दिया है। देखिए ये पूरा जो मामला हुआ है उससे आपने, यानी बीजेपी ने क्या सीख ली है? सबसे बड़ा आरोप बीजेपी पर यह लगता है कि जब बीजेपी एक बड़ा पार्टनर बन जाती है किसी भी अलायंस में, बड़े भाई के रूप में चली जाती है, तब छोटे भाई को दबाने की कोशिश करती है, छोटे भाई की ग्रोथ कैसे ना हो उसकी कोशिश करती है। आरोप आप पर लगता है। अब भी आपके सामने एकनाथ शिंदे, उस दिन एकनाथ शिंदे यहां पर आए थे, वो बार बार ये कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी हमसे संख्या में डबल है, यानी वो 50 है तो आप 110 है। अब ऐसी स्थिति में इसके आगे जो आपके साथ में शिवसेना और बीजेपी के साथ में हुआ, वो एकनाथ शिंदे की पार्टी और आपके साथ ना हो, इसके लिए आप क्या किस तरीके से कोशिश करेंगे? क्या इसके आगे भी आपकी भूमिका इस तरीके से रहेगी कि उनको संभाल के काम करे? जो नीतीश कुमार वो एक तरीके से डर गए कि उनके साथ भी ये हो सकता है, अगर उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ जैसे हुआ उनके साथ हो सकता है, वो चले गए आरजेडी के साथ में तुरंत।
पहली बात तो यह है कि आपका स्टेटमेंट ही गलत है कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हुआ उसके कारण बिहार में हुआ। बिहार बिहार है भैया, वहां की राजनीति अलग है, उसका महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति से कोई संबंध नहीं है। और बिहार में देखिए, आप ये ध्यान में लीजिए कि हम दोनों ने सरी की सीटें लड़ाई, उन्होंने 123 लड़ाई, हमने 122 लड़ाई और बाकी छोटे मित्रों को दी। हम लोग 85 सीटों पर आए, वो 42 सीटों पर आए। वो बड़े भाई थे, हाँ, जो 40, 42, 45 जो भी होगा उतनी सीटों पर आया, वो बड़े भाई थे। लोगों ने उनको छोटा भाई बनाया, हमने नहीं बनाया। वो तो हमसे एक सीट ज्यादा लड़े थे, बावजूद उसके, क्योंकि वहां सारे निगोशिएशन में मैं था,
आप इंचार्ज थे?
हाँ, मैं था। और उसके बाद मुझे आज भी वो पल याद है, नीतीश जी ने ये हमको कहा, मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा, नीतीश जी ने कहा कि देखिए हमारे तो कम आए हैं, तो आप लोग फैसला लीजिए कि आपको क्या करना है। उस समय माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा नीतीश जी को कि देखिए नीतीश जी, हमने मिलकर यह घोषणा की है कि आप हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे। हमने ये नहीं कहा कि जिसके ज्यादा आएंगे उसकी होगी या आपके कम आएंगे तो हमारा होगा। हमने जब यह घोषणा की कि आप मुख्यमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार हो, तब आपके कम आए या ज्यादा आए, मुख्यमंत्री आप ही बनेंगे। और नीतीश जी को हमने मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। अब देखिए, बिहार की राजनीति में एक अपना रंग होता है, बिहार बिहार है। तो नीतीश जी के ध्यान में आया कि, और ये विधानसभा के चुनाव के समय उनके ध्यान में आया, क्योंकि इस बार उनको जो सीटें मिली वो सीटें मोदी जी के कारण मिली। मोदी जी का जो एक वहां पर उनके प्रति एक सकारात्मकता जो बिहार में थी, मैं खुद देखता था कि गांव-गांव में जाने के बाद लोग मोदी जी का नाम लेते थे। और एक मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि बहुत एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नीतीश जी की पार्टी फेस कर रही थी, लेकिन चूंकि मोदी जी के साथ वो थे, इसलिए वो इतनी सीटें उनको मिली। तो उनके ध्यान में आया कि अब लोग धीरे धीरे बिहार के बीजेपी की ओर शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं, तो बीजेपी को रोकने के लिए वो आरजेडी के साथ चले गए। लेकिन बीजेपी रुकेगी नहीं। मैं आज आपको बता देता हूं, बिहार में मैं रहकर आया हूं, आप देख लेना, बिहार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोकसभा में चमत्कार करेगी, चमत्कार।
लेकिन आपने यहां पर जब विपक्ष में आप थे, विपक्ष नेता विपक्ष के तौर पर थे, तब आप ये बार बार कह रहे थे कि हमारा मैंडेट है, हमको ये करना है कि अपने बलबूते पर हम महाराष्ट्र में सरकार है। आपका ये सपना रहा है हमेशा से, लेकिन उसके बावजूद आपने अभी पार्टनर आपके साथ में रखा हुआ है। अब उसके वजह से होगा ये कि शिंदे जी तो कह रहे हैं कि अब इसके बाद में सारे जो चुनाव होंगे वो आप एक साथ गठबंधन में फाइट करेंगे, तो अब आपके अपने बलबूते पर सरकार आने का तो सपना नहीं पूरा हो पाएगा।
ऐसा है कि ऐसी कौन सी पार्टी है जो ये नहीं चाहती कि अपने बलबूते पर चुन कर आए? सारी पार्टियां ये चाहती है, लेकिन एक पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी भी होती है। अपनी शक्ति को बढ़ाते जाना ये हर पार्टी का उद्देश्य होता है। कोई भी पार्टी दूसरी पार्टी को साथ में लेकर जिंदगी भर नहीं चलना चाहती, लेकिन आज की पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी ये है कि शिंदे जी की जो बाळा साहेबांची शिवसेना है, उसको साथ में लेकर ही हमको आगे बढ़ना है। चाहे वो बीएमसी का चुनाव हो, चाहे अगला विधानसभा का चुनाव हो, या उससे पहले आने वाला लोकसभा का चुनाव हो, ये सारे चुनाव हम बाळा साहेबांची शिवसेना यानी शिंदे जी की शिवसेना के साथ मिलकर ही लड़ेंगे, ये हमने तय किया है।
अभी क्या है कि आपके पास में होम डिपार्टमेंट है, और पिछले 1.5 साल में हमने देखा कि महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार में सबसे बड़ा कांड हुआ था एंटीलिया कांड, जिसके बाद में सचिन वजे, मुंबई के जो पुलिस कमिश्नर थे, उनको उसके बाद हटाया गया। और उन्होंने जो चिट्ठी लिखी उसके आधार पे होम मिनिस्टर जो है आज की तारीख में जेल में, जो फॉर्मर होम मिनिस्टर है वो अभी भी जेल में है, अनिल देशमुख। पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट की छवि पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गई है, और अब आपके पास में होम डिपार्टमेंट है। क्या उसको सुधारने की कोशिश की जाएगी? दूसरी बात यह है कि आप बीजेपी हमेशा कहती है कि हम करप्शन फ्री सरकार देते हैं, हम किसी भी तरीके से करप्शन में इन्वॉल्व नहीं होना चाहते, लेकिन आज की स्थिति में हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि शिंदे गुट के साथ में जो लोग आए हुए हैं उसमें से कई लोग ऐसे हैं, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिन पर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के केसेस चल रहे हैं, उनका इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, उसमें से तो एक ने चिट्ठी लिखी थी कि बीजेपी को साथ में लो तो हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं होगी, और वो अब आपके साथ में आ गए हैं। जिस बीएमसी के करप्शन पर आप सवाल उठा रहे हैं, उसके जो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चेयरमैन थे, वो भी अब शिंदे गुट के साथ में आ गए। तो इनको साथ में लेकर आप किस तरीके से ये सरकार चलाएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि मोदी जी की सरकार में एजेंसीज को न कोई कुछ करो बोल सकता है, न कोई रोक सकता है। तो जिसके ऊपर जो कार्रवाई चल रही है वो कार्रवाई चलती रहेगी, कोई कार्रवाई रुकेगी नहीं।
किसी को स्पेयर नहीं किया जाएगा?
कोई नहीं, किसी को स्पेयर करने का कारण ही नहीं है।
बीएमसी का कैग ऑडिट होगा, उसमें जो
बिल्कुल जो आएगा,
वो भले शिंदे गुट का हो या किसी का भी हो,
कोई भी हो। और बीएमसी कौन चलाता था ये तो हमने अच्छे से देखा हुआ है। तो अब मैं इससे ज्यादा तो बोलूंगा नहीं किसके इशारे पर बीएमसी चलती थी। और जहां तक होम डिपार्टमेंट का सवाल है, 5 साल मैंने होम डिपार्टमेंट चलाया, एक भी करप्शन की कंप्लेंट नहीं थी। देखिए, अगर आप अधिकारियों के पोस्टिंग में पैसा लेना चालू करोगे और कम मेरिट के लोगों को पैसे के आधार पर प्राइम पोस्टिंग दोगे, तो ऐसी ही परिस्थिति ये हो सकती है। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, ये जो हमारी पुलिस की छवि पिछले 2.5 साल में बिगड़ी है, महाराष्ट्र की पुलिस और मुंबई की पुलिस देश की सबसे अच्छी पुलिस है, सबसे अच्छी, मोस्ट इफेक्टिव पुलिस फोर्स। अभी इसकी जो साख है, उस साख को हम लोग फिर वापस लाएंगे, और बिना किसी करप्शन के पोस्टिंग शुरू कर दिया तो ऑटोमेटिक हमारी जो पुलिस है वो अच्छा ही काम करती है, वो साख उनकी वापस आएगी।
क्या फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट भी यही होगा? क्योंकि बार बार ये शिकायत रही एमबीए सरकार की कि हमारे हिस्से का पैसा नहीं दे रही है केंद्र सरकार। केंद्र सरकार, हम विपक्ष की सरकार है, इसके लिए हमको परेशान कर रही है। और यही चीज वो अभी भी कह रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र से चले जाते हैं, भले वो किसी की गलती से चले गए हो, लेकिन फाइनली महाराष्ट्र इज एट द लॉस। आपको उसको, क्योंकि आपके पास समय कम है, अभी आपके पास सिर्फ 2 साल है, 2 साल के बाद आप सीधे चुनाव का सामना करेंगे।
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात कहता हूं। ये जो प्रोजेक्ट्स बाहर जा रहे हैं और सारी चीजें जो नैरेटिव क्रिएट करने की कोशिश हो रही है, कैन यू इमेजिन? देखिए, सरकार में एक कमिटी ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है, कैबिनेट कमिटी ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट, और जो इन्वेस्टमेंट आपके आती है तो सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट को कोई ना कोई सहूलियत आपको देनी पड़ती है, कंसेशन देना पड़ता है। इसलिए सारा का सारा ये जो कंसेशन का अप्रूवल होता है, ये इन्वेस्टमेंट का अप्रूवल होता है, ये कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट में होता है। आप विचार कीजिए, 18 महीने तक उद्धव जी की सरकार में कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट की मीटिंग ही नहीं हुई, नॉट अ सिंगल मीटिंग। अब मुझे बताइए कि अगर उद्योगों के लिए 18 महीने मीटिंग ही नहीं होगी तो उद्योग रहेंगे कि जाएंगे? तो इसलिए किसके कारण गए, इसकी चर्चा करते समय अगर 18 महीने में एक भी मीटिंग नहीं हुई है तो किसके कारण गए, ये इसका सीधा जवाब है। और आपने पहले क्या कहा था, मैं भूल गया, कुछ पूछा था आपने। और
मैंने ये पूछा था कि आप, अब जो आपके पास समय की कमी है, अभी 2 साल है आपके पास, आपको अभी, और जीएसटी के बारे में भी वो शिकायत
आपने, मेरे ध्यान में आया। देखिए, पुरानी सरकार में क्या था, वो सुबह नाश्ता करने से पहले एक झूठ बोलते थे, लंच के पहले एक झूठ बोलते थे, खाना रात का डिनर से पहले एक झूठ बोलते थे, और सोते सोते एक झूठ बोलते थे। और 3 पार्टियां और उसके 4 लोग झूठ बोलने के लिए उन्होंने नॉमिनेट किए थे। इसलिए रोज केंद्र सरकार के खिलाफ बोलना, सारी मदद केंद्र सरकार से लेना। मैंने आंकड़ों के साथ केंद्र सरकार ने सबसे ज्यादा पैसे महाराष्ट्र को कैसे दिए ये बार बार रखा, रोज मैं रखता था, लेकिन मैं अकेला बोलता था, वो 4 झूठ बोलते थे, तो 4 झूठ के सामने एक सच थोड़ा थोड़ा रुक जाता था। मैं आज भी ये कहता हूं कि केंद्र सरकार की जितनी मदद महाराष्ट्र को मिलती है, कल भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने बताया, आप देखिए, अगर हम मुंबई का विचार करें, मुंबई का, तो अकेली मुंबई में हम लोगों ने करीब करीब 3 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट्स, ये पिछले 5 सालों में जब हमारी सरकार थी, ये हमने शुरू किए। तो क्यों शुरू कर पाए? केंद्र सरकार साथ में थी, इसलिए हम लोग कर पाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि, और मोदी जी ये बिल्कुल अच्छे से जानते हैं कि महाराष्ट्र ये ग्रोथ इंजन है, तो महाराष्ट्र भागेगा तो देश भागेगा। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री जी देश को स्पीड से भगा रहे हैं, वो अपने इंजन को थोड़ी रोक सकते हैं, वो तो इंजन को और फ्यूल देते हैं, वो तो इस इंजन को और जोरों से वो चले, इस प्रकार का प्रयास करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है नरेटिव तैयार करने का जो प्रयास हुआ, इससे ज्यादा थोड़ा समन्वय अगर रखते तो शायद महाराष्ट्र का ज्यादा फायदा होता।
ठीक है, हमारे साथ पीयूष गोयल भी यहां पर जुड़े हुए हैं, राहुल कंवल भी ऊपर आएंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले एक सवाल मुझे पूछना है, क्योंकि आपका 2019 की जो कैंपेन की लाइन थी वो ये थी कि मी पुनः येईन, आई विल बी बैक, मैं वापस आऊंगा। इस बार आप बैक विथ वेंजेंस तो हुए हैं, लेकिन साथ में एकनाथ शिंदे को भी आप साथ में लेकर आए। अब सवाल यह है कि 2024 में जब दोबारा आप चुनाव का सामना करेंगे, तब उसका फेस कौन होगा? चुनाव में महाराष्ट्र सरकार का फेस कौन होगा, या आप तब पूरे मैंडेट के साथ असलियत में जो आपकी कैंपेन थी उस तरीके से आप वापस आएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि मैंने पहले ही ये क्लियर बताया है, एकनाथ शिंदे जी और हम मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे। और देखिए, फेस कौन होगा वगैरह ये इसलिए महत्व का नहीं होता कि हमारे पास हुकुम का इक्का है और वो है मोदी जी, और उस फेस के पीछे आप कोई भी फेस लगा दीजिए, वो सारे फेस आगे बढ़ जाते हैं।
नहीं, लेकिन तो उसकी क्लैरिटी तो होनी चाहिए ना कि 24 में अगर दोबारा आप साथ में सत्ता में आते हैं तो क्या दोबारा एकनाथ शिंदे जी को बनाया जाएगा, या आपके पास वो मौका रहेगा?
देखिए, आज तो हमारे नेता एकनाथ शिंदे जी है, और जब चुनाव के लिए हम जाएंगे तब भी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी ही होंगे। बाकी सारी चीजें जो आपको चाहिए वो आप मेरे मुंह से बुलवाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन मेरे नेता वो बोलेंगे, क्योंकि हमारी पार्टी का ये नियम है कि हमारी पार्टी में एक पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड है। वो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, जब मैं भी था और जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था और आपने मुझे ऐसे एक कॉन्क्लेव में पूछा था कि क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री पद का चेहरा रहेंगे, तो मैंने तब भी ये जवाब दिया था कि नहीं, मेरी पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ये तय करेगा। तो मेरी पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड वो तय करता है, उसी को ये अधिकार है। लेकिन आप चिंता मत करिए, 2024 के चुनाव में मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे और उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे और पूरी मेजॉरिटी के साथ हम चुनकर आएंगे।
ठीक है, राहुल कंवल भी यहां पर है और पीयूष जी आए हुए हैं, तो वो भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं इस सेशन में।
When Piyush ji was walking into the conclave, he said, क्या चल रहा है? तो मैंने बोला अभी फडणवीस जी का सेशन चल रहा है। He said, अरे हम लोग साथ में ही कर लेते, अलग अलग करने की क्या जरूरत है? We thought we'll have this micro moment, we'll have both the Maharashtra boys, Piyush Goyal and Devendra Fadnavis here at the India Today Conclave session. पीयूष जी, अभी चर्चा हो रही थी कि प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र छोड़ के गुजरात जा रहे हैं, तो वहीं से स्टार्ट करते, क्योंकि लोगों को लगा कि डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी, फडणवीस जी होंगे, बीजेपी की यहाँ पे सरकार होगी एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ, तो उससे महाराष्ट्र को फायदा होगा। ऐसा हुआ कि हाल ही में 2 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र से निकल के गुजरात चले गए, वहां पे भी आपकी सरकार है। लेकिन यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हैं वो सोच रहे हैं, अरे डबल इंजन की सरकार, तो प्रोजेक्ट तो गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
देखो, कोई बच्चे ये बात करें तब तक तो समझ में आता है, आप जैसा अनुभवी पत्रकार भी अगर ये बात करे तो बड़ा
सर सब लोग
लगता है।
महाराष्ट्र में जितने लोग हैं
हंसी
बहुत लोग
मजाक पे तो ये बात हो सकती है, लेकिन मुंबई तो एक आर्थिक नगरी है, आर्थिक कैपिटल है देश का। यहाँ बैठा हर व्यक्ति जानता है कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट 1.5 लाख करोड़ और हजारों करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट कोई 4 दिन, 6 दिन, 6 हफ्ते में नहीं तय होते हैं। इसके पीछे लंबी दास्तान होती है, इसके पीछे काफी स्टडी होती है, पॉलिटिकल एटमॉस्फेयर, स्टेबिलिटी, कंसेशंस, इंसेंटिव्स, और वेरी क्लियरली ऐसे कोई डिसीजंस, हम तो खुद बिजनेस वर्ल्ड से आते हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसीजंस गो थ्रू अ rigorous process of the overall situation politically, economically, what incentives are given, and हम लोग के पास इतना समय नहीं है कि उनको रोज रिस्पॉन्ड करें। आप लोग के पास टीआरपी के लिए वो जरूरी है कि उतना कुछ विवाद खड़ा करने की कोशिश करिए, वो आपको मुबारक।
आपने कुछ नहीं बोला,
We are busy in focusing on our work।
एक ही मैं नरेटिव फैक्ट्री कितने एक्टिव हो गई थी कि एक प्रोजेक्ट जो 1 साल पहले हैदराबाद में चालू हो गया था, मतलब जब वो एमबीए की सरकार आई तब महाराष्ट्र में आकर देखकर गए, फिर उन्होंने हैदराबाद जाने का फैसला किया, पूरा सारा उसका डेडलाइन जो है वो सारा एमबीए के गवर्नमेंट में वो शुरू भी हो गया है हैदराबाद में। और एक चैनल ने दिखाना शुरू किया कि ये भी चला गया, फिर दूसरे ने चालू किया, फिर प्रिंट मीडिया ने चालू किया, फिर सबने ये चालू किया। आखिर मुझे वो जो शायद फ्रेंच कंपनी है, उनके जो फ्रेंच कंपनी के मालिक है, उनका ट्वीट दिखाना पड़ा कि जिसमें वो बता रहे 2021 में कि हमारी फैक्ट्री शुरू हो गई है। तो ये नैरेटिव बिल्डिंग का काम होता है, लेकिन इससे कोई बहुत फर्क नहीं पड़ता। देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, महाराष्ट्र का मुकाबला कोई नहीं कर सकता। 2015 से, यानी 14 से हम लोग आए, 14 के अंत में आए, 15 से लेकर 19 तक 4 साल महाराष्ट्र ये नंबर 1 था एफडीआई में। और कितना नंबर 1 था? तो हमारे पीछे के गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, उसके बाद दिल्ली और कर्नाटका, ये चारों स्टेट मिलाकर जितना एफडीआई उनके पास था, उससे 1.5 गुना अकेले महाराष्ट्र में था। तो इसलिए महाराष्ट्र को कोई पीछे नहीं ले जा सकता।
नहीं, लेकिन बात परसेप्शन की है।
चलो एक मिनट
सर,
आजकल आप लोग बहुत सुनते होंगे कि कई बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, एमएनसीज भारत की तरफ देख रही हैं। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से भारत ने मेक इन इंडिया को प्रमोट किया है, जिस प्रकार से स्टेबिलिटी आई है, डेमोक्रेटिक, पॉलिटिकल, इंस्टीट्यूशनल, क्लियरली द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग एट इंडिया। वो देखते हैं कि कई देश हैं जहां पे डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है, जहां उनको डर भी लगता है पता नहीं रात को कब डिसअपियर हो जाए करोड़पति आदमी भी, तो भारत की तरफ देख रहे हैं। ऐसे ही एक सीईओ फोरम परसों और कल दिल्ली में हुआ। प्रमुख देश है जो लड़ाई लड़ना चाहते हैं हमारे उत्तरी नेबर के साथ भी, उसके टॉप सीईओज आए थे। तो मैंने उन लोगों को पूछा कि आप लोग कोई एक प्रोजेक्ट की बात हो रही थी, आपने महाराष्ट्र में क्यों नहीं किया? तो उन्होंने कहा वहां पे इतनी तकलीफ थी, कोई बिजनेस करने का मजा नहीं आ रहा था। मैंने कहा मजा में व्हाट डू यू काउंट एज मजा? एंड दे आर्टिकुलेटेड 3-4 थिंग्स। ए, दे सेड कि यहाँ पे पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी नहीं थी। बी, वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ करप्शन था। सी, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस नहीं था। तुम एक पार्टी के एक मंत्री से कुछ तय कर लो तो दूसरी पार्टी का मंत्री बोलेगा मेरा हिस्सा कहाँ है? तो हिस्सेदारी बांटने में ये 3 जो जुटे हुए थे, उसमें महाराष्ट्र का जो नुकसान हुआ है, अब देवेंद्र जी को डबल स्पीड पे काम करके इसको मेकअप करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन परसेप्शन की एक बात होती है पीयूष जी, आपने कहा कि ठीक है कि ऐसे कोई अचानक कोई प्रोजेक्ट जाता नहीं है, बहुत दिनों से काम चलता है, लेकिन फिर भी अब सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये रहेगा कि सारे स्टेट उसके लिए झगड़ा करेंगे और जहां पर चुनाव होने जाने वाला होगा वहां पर सबसे ज्यादा इस पर सवाल उठाए जाएंगे।
करते हैं। हमारी सरकार ने 2014 से आज तक लगातार कहा है कि वी बिलीव इन कंपेटिटिव फेडरलिज्म, कोलैबोरेटिव फेडरलिज्म एंड कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म। हम तो समझते हैं कि अगर देश के सभी स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज इस कंपटीशन में लगेंगे तभी जाके देश आगे बढ़ेगा। तो जितना ज्यादा स्टेट्स के बीच में स्पर्धा होगी और हम इन्वेस्टर्स को इनवाइट करके यहाँ पे प्रमोट करेंगे इंडियन बिजनेस और इंडस्ट्री, उतना अच्छा रहेगा। रही बात नैरेटिव की, उसके लिए सलील तुम्हारे को और राहुल की जरूरत है। आपके पास और एंकर्स हैं जो बहुत कोशिश करते हैं कि नैरेटिव बनाए मोदी जी के खिलाफ, दिन रात कोशिश करते हैं, मेडिसन स्क्वायर तक जाके कोशिश कर लेते हैं कि मोदी जी के लिए कुछ तो बुरा बोलो। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से देश ने नैरेटिव बना लिए, मोदी जी के पक्ष में बना लिए। मोदी जी के ऊपर आज देश पूरा विश्वास करते हैं। वो नैरेटिव बनाने के लिए आप जरा कोशिश थोड़ी और तीव्र करिए, उसमें भी हमें फायदा ही होता है, नुकसान नहीं होता है।
इसमें एक जोड़ना चाहता हूं कि ये जो लोग छाती पीट पीट कर रो रहे हैं कि ये बिजनेस बाहर गया, वो बाहर गया, ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने देश का सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट, सबसे बड़ा आज तक के इतिहास का, रिफाइनरी के रूप में महाराष्ट्र में आ रहा था। ग्रीन रिफाइनरी, जो आज तक सिंगल इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट कभी हुआ नहीं था। और फॉर्चुनेटली इस इन्वेस्टमेंट में 60% हिस्सा सरकारी कंपनियों का था। ऐसे इन्वेस्टमेंट को आने नहीं दिया गया, उसका विरोध किया, उसको रोका और सरकार के जाने के बाद तो उसको खत्म किया। ऐसे लोग अब हमको बता रहे हैं कि ये इन्वेस्टमेंट बाहर जा रहा है। अगर वो अकेला इन्वेस्टमेंट आता ना तो 2 साल में जितने बाकी सारे राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है, 2 साल का उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट एक इन्वेस्टमेंट में आ रहा था। तो इसलिए इनको अधिकार नहीं है बोलने का।
डिटेल दे दूं, दिस वाज 60 मिलियन टन रिफाइनिंग फैसिलिटी। आज पूरे विश्व में एक भी नहीं है इस साइज की. नॉट अ सिंगल रिफाइनर हु हैज 60 मिलियन टन्स एट वन प्लेस. सऊदी अरेबिया और भारत इसके पीछे बड़ी कश्मकश करके, खासतौर पे MBS और प्रधानमंत्री जी के रिश्ते इतने अच्छे होने के कारण उन्होंने कमिट किया कि हम $100 बिलियन यानी लगभग 8 लाख करोड़ भारत में निवेश करना चाहते हैं. उसके हिसाब से वो डिजाइन की गई थी. सब कुछ तय हो गया था जब मुख्यमंत्री थे देवेंद्र जी, और ये सरकार ने आके अड़ंगे डाले, पूरा प्रोजेक्ट खराब किया. अब मैंने जाके रिट्रीव किया. 14 तारीख को जब वो लोग आएंगे तो उसको हम रिट्रीव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. लेकिन पिछले 3 साल के अनुभव से अब वो अभी भी डरते हैं ये बोलने के लिए कि यहाँ पे हम इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करें.
पीयूष जी, यहाँ पे बीजेपी के कई नेता बैठे हैं, कई लोग टेलीविजन पे देख रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे देख रहे हैं, और आपके बगल में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी बैठे हैं. और कॉन्क्लेव के इस मंच का मैं फायदा उठाते हुए आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि कई लोगों को लगता है कि जो करंट महाराष्ट्र में सरकार का अरेंजमेंट है वो बड़ा अनफेयर है. चीफ मिनिस्टर होने चाहिए फडणवीस जी, अगर डेप्यूटी हो तो होने चाहिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी. मेरा सवाल सुन लीजिए, फिर जवाब दीजिएगा. ये भी चर्चा खूब गर्म है मुंबई में कि फडणवीस जी डेप्यूटी सीएम नहीं बनना चाहते थे. वो चाहते थे या तो सीएम बने, नहीं तो वरना बाहर बैठेंगे, डेप्यूटी सीएम नहीं बनना. और उस वक्त पे आप लोगों की क्या बातचीत चल रही थी फडणवीस जी को कन्विंस करने के लिए कि आप बन जाइए डेप्यूटी सीएम? और ये जो बात है कि लोगों को लगता है कि एक अनफेयर अरेंजमेंट है, एज द बिगर पार्टी बीजेपी शुड हैव द चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड शिंदे जी शुड बी डेप्यूटी सीएम, इसको आप कैसे देखते?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी का दिल बहुत बड़ा है. हमने नीतीश कुमार भी जूनियर पार्टी थी, उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया था. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी उस मामले में बड़े दिल से काम करती है. जो देश और प्रदेश के हित में है उस हिसाब से निर्णय लेती है. और हमने निर्णय लिया था कि वास्तव में शिवसेना की जो हालत थी उसमें उत्तरदायित्व शिवसेना का बाला साहब के बाद जो पूरी कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो उनके MLAs हैं, पूरे MPs हैं, आखिर वही जनप्रतिनिधि रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं. सभी की इच्छा थी कि जो गलत अनैतिक कोएलिशन चल रहा था वो गलत था. असली शिवसेना बाहर निकली, उसमें से सरकार बनाना चाहती थी, हमने उसको समर्थन दिया. जहां तक बात है देवेंद्र जी की, देवेंद्र जी और मेरा लगभग हर 10 मिनट में उस समय बात हो रही थी, एवरी 10 मिनट.
आपके चुनाव की वजह से तो शुरुआत हुआ था.
बड़प्पन है,
आपके चुनाव के वक्त शुरुआत हुई थी
कि इन्होंने पद बड़ा और छोटा नहीं देखा. पार्टी का निर्णय था कि इन्होंने उप मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए. 1 मिनट हिचकिचाए नहीं, नॉट अ सेकेंड. निर्णय इनको कम्युनिकेट हुआ. जैसे इन्होंने कहा हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, हमारे नेता जो तय करेंगे यहां बैठा, अगर कोई और बीजेपी का हो या कम से कम हम दोनों, आंख बंद करके बिना सोचे 1 मिनट में विल फॉलो द इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ आवर लीडर. दैट डिसिप्लिन इज व्हाट हेल्प्स अस डू आवर जॉब बेटर ऑल्सो.
नहीं, जो
और इन्होंने उस डिसिप्लिन का पालन किया.
पीयूष जी, अभी आप जब ऊपर आए तब हमने देखा कि आपने जिस तरीके से एक दूसरे को ग्रीट किया, उसी तरीके का विजुअल हमने देखा था जब आप राज्यसभा के चुनाव जीते थे. और राज्यसभा के महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ था कि ओपन वोटिंग वाला चुनाव वहां पर महाराष्ट्र में हो रहा था, और उसके बावजूद आपने शिवसेना के कैंडिडेट को हराया था. तो तैयारी तो आपकी 2 महीने पहले से चल रही थी. ऐसा नहीं है कि अचानक शिंदे वहां पर उठे थे, भले वो हमको बता नहीं रहे थे, लेकिन तैयारी तो आपकी 2 महीने पहले से चल रही थी.
नहीं, तैयारी तो शिवसेना के हर MP 2019 से ही मुझे मिलता था तो बोलता था हमें किसी तरीके से तुम्हारे साथ ले, हमें पिंड छुटाओ इन लोगों के साथ. 19 से ही तो वो लोग हमारे पीछे पड़े थे, पहली बात. और दूसरी बात, जब मैं राज्यसभा का चुनाव के बाद मैंने प्रेस को भी अपना वक्तव्य दिया था, तब भी मैंने कहा था कि जो अनैतिक सरकार है इसका समय आ गया है. जनता भी त्रस्त है, MLA भी त्रस्त है, MP भी त्रस्त है. अब 2 लोग तो पार्टी नहीं चला सकते ना. और आज हम, मेरे नेता है देवेंद्र फडणवीस, मुझे कहने में कोई हिचक नहीं है, मेरे महाराष्ट्र के नेता और मेरे भी नेता है देवेंद्र फडणवीस. अब ऐसे में कभी पद छोटा बड़ा हो, कुछ भी हो, लेकिन आप देखिए शायद इसी होटल में या किसी में कार्यक्रम में मुख्यमंत्री खड़े हैं, के बाजू में उनकी पत्नी है, और फिर एकनाथ शिंदे इतना सीनियर लीडर को तो पीछे ढकेल दिया, कोई और बीच में खड़ा है. ऐसे जब पार्टियां चलने लगती है और परिवारवाद होता है, तब समय अंत की हो जाता है.
जहां आप इस वक्त बैठे,
एक सिर्फ आपकी जानकारी के लिए, और एक सीक्रेट भी आपको बोल देता हूं कि राज्यसभा के चुनाव में हमने जो जीत हासिल की, उसमें ये जो शिवसेना के लोग हमारे साथ आए, इनमें से किसी का वोट हमने नहीं लिया था।
आपको एनसीपी का वोट पड़ा?
मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं कहां बोल रहा हूं एनसीपी का पड़ा।
तो तीन ही पार्टियां थी सर।
मैं आपको इतना ही कह रहा हूं,
एक कांग्रेस
मैं
है,
तो इतना ही
एक
कह रहा हूं,
एनसीपी है।
ओपन वोटिंग में तो हो ही नहीं सकता।
मैं तो इतना ही कह रहा हूं।
आज तो मैं आपको सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि कोई पवार भी
कांग्रेस
है?
भी हो सकता है, कोई भी हो सकता है, इंडिपेंडेंट भी हो सकता है, पर मैं इतना आपको इतना बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कहता हूं कि जिस समय हम लोगों ने राज्यसभा की सीट चुनकर लाई, उस समय जो लोग शिवसेना से हमारे साथ अभी आए हैं, इनमें से किसी का भी वोट हमने नहीं लिया।
पीयूष जी, जहां पे आप इस वक्त बैठे, वहां पे जब कॉन्क्लेव का पहला दिन था तो आदित्य ठाकरे बैठे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि ये अली बाबा और 40 चोर टाइप की सिचुएशन है। उन्होंने चैलेंज किया कॉन्क्लेव के मंच से कि अगर बीजेपी और इस नकली सेना में दम है तो ये एमएलए इस्तीफा दें, चुनाव करवाएं और महाराष्ट्र के लोग दूध का दूध पानी का पानी कर दें।
से डायलॉग देने में तो अच्छा है, वो तो रोज पिक्चर में, मुझे बहुत शौक है पिक्चरें देखने का, मैं रोज जाके पिक्चरों में डायलॉग देखता हूँ। डायलॉग से राजनीति नहीं चलती है, राजनीति काम से चलती है, राजनीति जनता की विल होती है और द पीपल्स विल प्रिवेल्स। ऐसे डायलॉग वगैरह देने से तो फिर तो हमारे यहाँ पे कोई मुंबा देवी के वर्ली से है, वर्ली के कार्यकर्ता को खड़ा कर दूंगा उनके साथ डायलॉग करने के लिए। वो मेरा एक कार्यकर्ता ही उनके लिए बहुत है। उसमें सीएम वगैरह को काम करने दो, 3 साल का बैकलॉग मेकअप करना है।
नहीं, मेरा उनको एक ही सवाल है।
इन्वेस्टमेंट पे डिबेट मांग रहे हैं, क्या गलत है?
एक मिनट, मेरा एक बहुत वैलिड सवाल है। आप तो हमारे साथ चुनकर आए थे, अलायंस में चुनकर आए थे, और हमको छोड़कर आप एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के साथ गए, तो उस समय आपको ये याद क्यों नहीं आया? उस समय आपने इस्तीफा देना चाहिए था, चुनाव फेस करना चाहिए था और उनके साथ चुनकर आना चाहिए था। ये तो जो हमारे साथ आए हुए हैं 40 लोग, ये तो हमारे अलायंस में चुनकर आए, सो दे आर इनटू नेचुरल अलायंस, वो नेचुरल अलायंस में वापस आए। तो ये जो अभी अकल सूझ रही है, ये अकल उस समय अगर सूझती थी तो वो वैलिड थी।
नहीं तो चलिए, आप कम से कम, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी इंस्टेबिलिटी की भी बात हुई है, कम से कम बीजेपी के 2 बड़े नेता आज ये वादा कर सकते हैं कि अब महाराष्ट्र में जो हमने 2019 में देखा, जो 2022 में हमने देखा, उस तरीके की पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी का फैसला नहीं करना पड़ेगा। शिंदे फडणवीस सरकार उसी तरीके से चलती रहेगी, कहीं बीच में फडणवीस पवार, कहीं कांग्रेस के कई नेताओं का नाम लिया जा रहा है, इससे भी पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी होती है। क्या उस तरीके की कोई चीज अब पूरी तरीके से बंद, कोई दरवाजे सारे बंद, क्या ये वादा हम लेकर चले महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए? आप सर, आप जवाब।
इससे पहले हर सवाल में फटाफट जवाब आ रहा था, अब आप दोनों एक दूसरे को देख रहे हो, जवाब कौन देगा पहले?
कैसा है, देखिए पीयूष जी, ये राज्यसभा में हमारे नेता है, आप स्टेट के सवाल उनको पूछ रहे हैं, इसलिए मैंने 2 मिनट ध्यान दिया कि भाई पीयूष जी दे रहे हैं या मैं दे दूं।
सर, महाराष्ट्र को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं ना वो?
हाँ, वो तो है
राज्यसभा
ना,
में
उनको पूरा महाराष्ट्र मालूम है,
फिर
कोई सवाल ही नहीं है। लेकिन मैं आपको बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह देना चाहता हूं कि इंस्टेबिलिटी का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता। ये बहुत ही स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है, हम तो साथ में रहेंगे ही। अब किसी को अगर ये इच्छा होती है कि हमारे साथ आना चाहते हैं, वो हमको कहते हैं हमको साथ में आना है, अगर लोग ठीक है तो राजनीति में मना तो नहीं किया जा सकता ना,
दरवाजे
नहीं
खुले,
आप मत आइए। दरवाजे तो राजनीति में बंद नहीं रहते, दरवाजे खुले, लेकिन कॉम्बिनेशन बदलने का कोई सवाल नहीं। कॉम्बिनेशन ये बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना और बीजेपी, यही कॉम्बिनेशन रहेगा। हाँ, इस कॉम्बिनेशन के साथ कोई और लोग जुड़ना चाहते हैं, जिनको लगता है कि मोदी जी देश में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और इसलिए हमको जुड़ना है, तो ऐसे सबका स्वागत हम करेंगे।
So is that a headline, Piyush ji, that the doors of the BJP are still open for a potential alliance with the Uddhav Sena?
देखिए, राजनीति में मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि अच्छे लोग साथ में जुड़े, अच्छे लोग अच्छा काम करते हैं तो देश के हित में। और जैसा देवेंद्र जी ने कहा कि मैं आपको इतना पक्का बोल सकता हूं, कोई पार्टी का देश भर में, और देश के कई लोग, कई राजनीतिक लोग भाजपा में आते रहते हैं और आना चाहते हैं, बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट स्क्रूटनी होता है, बहुत कंसल्टेटिव प्रोसेस होता है, राइट फ्रॉम द एरिया वेर ही कम्स फ्रॉम अप टू द टॉप। वेरी मेनी लेयर्स ऑफ डिस्कशंस टेक प्लेस, और जब तक एक आम सहमति नहीं होती है किसी के लिए भाजपा में, यू कैन जस्ट वॉक इन टू द पार्टी। लेकिन अगर अच्छे लोग, कल राहुल कंवर आपकी इच्छा हो तो हम आपको जरूर ले सकते हैं, वी आर लुकिंग फॉर गुड पीपल इन द पार्टी। तो अच्छे लोग पार्टी के साथ जुड़े, फिर एक पुरानी कुछ गलतियां रही हो, पुराने कुछ उनके अलग अनुभव रहे हो और उसको सीख के अगर आते हो, उसको भूल के आते हो, तो भगवान कृष्ण ने भी आखिर कितने लोगों को कितनी बार माफ किया। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो ऐसा कोई परमानेंट डोर किसी के लिए क्लोज नहीं होता है। वी आर ऑलवेज लुकिंग फॉर गुड पीपल सो दैट वी कैन सर्व द पीपल बेटर।
अभी गुजरात में एक बड़ा इलेक्शन है पीयूष जी, और चर्चा ये हो रही है कि क्या आम आदमी पार्टी वहां पे बीजेपी को कुछ हद तक चैलेंज पोज करेगी, इस इलेक्शन में नहीं तो अगले इलेक्शन में। गिवन योर रोल इन नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स, आपके हिसाब से गुजरात के इस चुनाव में आपकी जो लड़ाई है वो कांग्रेस से है या आपसे है?
मेरे ख्याल से किसी से भी नहीं है। जो आज तक इतिहास में किसी पार्टी को जो सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इस बार 2022 में गुजरात में 150 पार जाएगी बीजेपी की टैली। टेक इट इन राइटिंग फ्रॉम मी।
So that will be the massive mandate, क्योंकि
huge mandate।
अब तक का जो
रिकॉर्ड 149 इज द हाईएस्ट सो फार।
वो
ये 150
तो आप ही
क्रॉस
के सरकार का रिकॉर्ड था।
ये 150 क्रॉस होएगा इस बार। तो जो पॉपुलैरिटी आज मोदी जी की है देश में और खासतौर पे गुजरात में, जिस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में, और मैं कई जगह अलग अलग जगह गया इन द इंटीरियर्स ऑफ गुजरात, द पीपल हैव मेड अप देयर माइंड, दे स्टैंड रॉक सॉलिड बिहाइंड द भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
नहीं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी वहां पर एक नए एंट्रेंट की तरह आई हुई है वहां पर, और जो रिस्पांस वो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि उनको वहां पर मिल रहा है।
आपने सही वर्ड का क्लेम। देखिए, क्लेम करने में तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है। क्लेम करने में तो मैं एक टाइम पे तमिलनाडु का भी इंचार्ज था, हम तो वहां पे भी क्लेम करते थे वी गोइंग टू डू वेरी वेल, वी डिडंट डू वेल। तो क्लेम तो हर एक का अधिकार होता है, और सिर्फ पॉम्पस स्टेटमेंट्स टीवी पे देने से, अच्छा आपकी भी मजबूरी, आई डोंट ब्लेम यू एट ऑल, बिकॉज एक तरफा जब पूरी लहर बीजेपी की चल रही है तो आपका तो टीवी चैनल नहीं तो फिर कोई देखेगा ही नहीं, फिर इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव भी फेल हो जाएगा। तो यू हैव टू डेस्परेटली प्रॉप अप सम पीपल। तो आप करिए, हमारे तो हित में।
सर, हमारी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं सबका रिपोर्टिंग करना हमारा काम है। ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि अगर चुनाव
जरूर
हम तो सबका रिपोर्टिंग करेंगे ना, ऐसे थोड़ी।
मैं तो एनकरेज कर रहा हूँ, आप थोड़ा और
बताइए, हमारा काम है वो।
आप बताइए, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ने मोदी जी को नीच बोला, जितना ज्यादा आप उनके नेताओं को दिखाओगे उतना हमारे लिए अच्छा ही है। लेकिन ये इस प्रकार की ओछी राजनीति, वेरी लो क्वालिटी राजनीति, आज पंजाब के लोगों को जरा जाके देखिए और पूछिए, दुखी है कि हमने कहां से निर्णय ले लिया। ऑफ कोर्स गाली हमें नहीं देते हैं, ज्यादा कांग्रेस को देते हैं कि उन्होंने मैदान ही छोड़ के भाग गए। तो मेरे ख्याल से गुजरात के लोग तो बड़े समझदार हैं, व्यापारी होते हैं, बहुत सोच समझ के भाव तोल करते हैं।
आपने वैसे
सोच
सही
समझ
बात
के
बोली
निर्णय लेंगे
कि कंपटीशन अच्छा होना, जीते चाहे जो मर्जी, मैच बराबरी का होना चाहिए और मैच अच्छा होना चाहिए, वो जरूरी है। फिर लोगों का इंटरेस्ट बना रहता है। अगर वन वे ट्रैफिक है, चुनाव होने से पहले ही पता हो कि कौन जीत रहा है, तो उसमें क्या मजा आएगा।
राहुल, आपके टीआरपी जो है उसमें भी फिर आपकी यही राय रहती है?
नहीं, टीआरपी में इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप सबसे आगे रहना चाहिए, उसमें किसी को कोई डाउट नहीं होना चाहिए।
सर, चुनाव और टीआरपी में तो फर्क है।
हमारा भी वही हाल है, क्या करें, मजबूरी है हमारी कि हमको वहां जीतना है, और बड़े रूप में। आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट आउट ऑफ एरोगेंस, लिटरली आई हैव गॉन इनटू द इंटीरियर्स ऑफ गुजरात, वेदर इट इज पाटन, क्योंकि वहां मेरा टेक्सटाइल का काफी काम रहता है, पाटन का काम जो है बहुत फाइन हैंडलूम्स होते हैं, वेदर इट इज जूनागढ़, वेदर इट इज सोमनाथ, द मूड ऑन द ग्राउंड is completely in adulation of Modi ji, and they are looking for Bharatiya Janata Party to continue to give a good.
देवेंद्र जी, इसको आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं, इंटर स्टेट राइवलरी? एक तरफ पीयूष जी के हिसाब से हाँ अच्छा है, गुजरात जा रहा है इन्वेस्टमेंट, नो प्रॉब्लम, वो भी तो हमारा ही स्टेट है।
एक मिनट,
मेरी बात सुनो।
तुम दूसरों की तरह मत बिहेव करो भाई।
मेरा सवाल,
मैंने कहा था ऐसा?
नहीं।
Did I say that?
नहीं।
Don't put words पीयूष जी की तरह। ठीक करो अपने।
Okay. Let me reframe the question. From the perspective of the central BJP leadership, अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट गुजरात जाता है तो उसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं है कि अच्छी बात है, चला ही गया, वो भी बीजेपी की स्टेट है। अगर महाराष्ट्र आता है वो भी कोई बुरी बात नहीं, वो भी बीजेपी की स्टेट है, और वहां पे इंडस्ट्रियल कॉम्प्लेक्स वैसे भी पुराना है। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं, दिस बिजनेस ऑफ ट्राइंग टू स्नैच a project away or pull a project away even if it happens to be a BJP state?
एक सिर्फ मुझे ऐड कर रहा है उसमें, क्योंकि पीयूष जी ने इस बारे में बोला कि सर यहाँ जब ये प्रोजेक्ट जाने की बात हुई थी गुजरात में, तब ये कहा गया था बीजेपी के नेताओं की तरफ से कि भाई पाकिस्तान थोड़ी गया है, गुजरात ही गया है, देश में ही है। इसीलिए सवाल उठता है कि अगर सेंट्रल लीडरशिप अगर सोचे तो वो तो सोचेगी कि भाई दूसरे राज्य के पास जा रहा है, लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखेंगे तो उनके लिए तो लॉस है। तो ये जो डाइकोटोमी है वो कैसे हैंडल होगी?
नहीं, बहुत सीधी बात है। देखिए, मोदी जी ने पहले दिन से ये कहा है कि ये टीम इंडिया है, यहाँ कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म भी चलेगा और कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म भी चलेगा। और मैं महाराष्ट्र का उप मुख्यमंत्री हूँ, तो मेरा ये मानना है कि चाहे जो हो, महाराष्ट्र ही नंबर 1 रहना चाहिए। उसके लिए मुझे किसी भी स्टेट के साथ कंपटीशन करना पड़े, अगर गुजरात 1 रुपया इंसेंटिव देता है तो मैं 2 रुपये इंसेंटिव दूंगा, लेकिन प्रोजेक्ट मैं मेरे यहाँ लाऊंगा, ये बिल्कुल पक्का है। और मैंने तो ये स्पष्ट घोषणा की है, 2019 तक हम नंबर 1 थे, गुजरात हमारे पीछे था। पिछले 2 सालों में गुजरात हमसे आगे बढ़ा है, उनको बहुत शुभकामनाएं, लेकिन मैंने 2 साल का टारगेट सेट किया है और 2 साल के बाद आपके कॉन्क्लेव में आऊंगा तो महाराष्ट्र ही नंबर 1 रहेगा।
हाउ डू यू कीप दिस राइवलरी हेल्दी? आप कैसे इंश्योर करते हो कि राइवलरी हेल्दी रहे?
I'll just give you the right perspective on this. आप सब याद करिए 2014 जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने शपथ ली थी, उनके पहले भाषण में उन्होंने कहा अब राजनीति का टाइम खत्म हो गया, चुनाव के परिणाम आ गए, जनता ने हमें स्पष्ट और पूर्ण बहुमत दिए, अब हमें इस बहुमत को लेके देश के हर एक नागरिक की सेवा करनी, पूरा देश हमारा दायित्व है। और उसी के हिसाब से हर केंद्रीय मंत्री को भी यही गाइडेंस मिली थी कि आपको पूरे देश की चिंता करनी। जब हमने समाजवादी की सरकार थी यूपी में, पर जब हम बिजली देते थे तो हम थोड़ी ढूंढते थे ये बीजेपी का घर है, ये समाजवादी का घर है, ये समाजवादी स्टेट है, ये तभी नीतीश जी भी हमारे खिलाफ थे। पूरे देश में बिजली दी ना सबको, टॉयलेट्स देने की बात थी। कितनी शर्म की बात है कि 65 साल तक, आजादी के बाद 67 इयर्स तक इस देश में सरकारें आई गई, हम यहाँ पे काफी बुजुर्ग लोग भी हैं, कभी किसी के जहन में नहीं आया कि महिलाओं की बेइज्जती होती है। महिलाएं, बहनें, बेटियों के साथ क्या गुजरती होगी जब उनके पास अच्छा इज्जत घर नहीं हो। तो अब हमने 12 करोड़ जब इज्जत घर बनाए, देश के हर घर में शौचालय दिया, क्या हमने राजनीति की उसमें? पूछा किस सरकार की है? मैं तमिलनाडु में भी जाके इन्वेस्टर समिट करता हूं, हैदराबाद में भी जाके निगदिक की प्रेजेंटेशन करता हूं कि लोग आए और इन्वेस्ट करें। केसीआर के साथ भी, केसीआर तो मिलते नहीं है, दफ्तर ही नहीं आते हैं, मिलेंगे कैसे? कोई वास्तु या कुछ की प्रॉब्लम है कि दफ्तर जाएंगे तो पता नहीं हार जाएंगे या क्या होगा। पर जो भी मिलता है देश भर में, किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, एज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हम सभी को मौका देते हैं, हम सभी के चिंता करते हैं, सभी को प्रोत्साहन करने के लिए कहते हैं कि उद्योग को आप अट्रैक्ट करिए और उसमें मे द बेस्ट स्टेट विन। डिसीजन एक फैक्टर पे नहीं होता है, डिसीजन में टैलेंट आदमी ढूंढता है, डिसीजन में इकोसिस्टम ढूंढता है, इंसेंटिव्स का एक एलिमेंट होता है, बट देयर आर मेनी एलिमेंट्स दैट अ पर्सन सीज बिफोर ही इन्वेस्ट इन अ स्टेट।
फिर ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जब विपक्ष की सरकार जिस राज्य में होती है वहां पर वो सरकार की शिकायत होती है कि जो वहां के गवर्नर है वो उन्हें हमेशा परेशान करते हैं। अभी लेटेस्ट हम देख रहे हैं कि तमिलनाडु में उन्होंने उस तरीके की मुहिम छेड़ के रखी है, वो सारी पार्टियों को बोल रहे हैं कि गवर्नर के खिलाफ बात करिए। महाराष्ट्र में जब एमवीए की सरकार थी तब उनकी और जो गवर्नर के रिश्ते थे वो पूरी तरीके से खराब थे, एक दूसरे से बातचीत भी नहीं होती थी।
आपकी जानकारी के लिए देश में 2 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज हैं, एक राष्ट्रपति प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया और बाकी जो गवर्नर्स हैं, जिनके ऊपर ये दायित्व है कि दे हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया। और अगर गवर्नर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए जो स्टेप्स लेना पड़ते हैं उनको वो लेते हैं, तो राज्य सरकार को मैं समझता हूं उसमें सहयोग देना चाहिए रादर देन क्रिएटिंग रोड ब्लॉक्स। हाल में ही आपने आरिफ मोहम्मद खान जी का भी स्टेटमेंट देखा, तो बेबुनियाद विजयन जी जो कह रहे हैं, एकदम गलत बातें कह के गवर्नर के ऊपर टिप्पा टिप्पणी कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि देश का हर गवर्नर इज एन इंडिपेंडेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटी, ही हैज टू प्रोटेक्ट द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, दे आर डूइंग देयर जॉब। जो राज्य सरकारें इस टाइप का वाद विवाद कर रही हैं वो बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, वो एक तरीके से भारत के संविधान के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, उसको नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। मैं तो अनुरोध करूंगा उन सब से कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को रिस्पेक्ट करें और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज का सम्मान करें।
पीयूष जी, अगर 2024
और एक चीज बताना चाहता हूं कि कितने छोटे मन से कभी कभी बातें होती है कि महाराष्ट्र के गवर्नर भगत सिंह कोश्यारी जी फ्लाइट में बैठने के बाद उनको ये मैसेज गया कि आपको जो फ्लाइट अलॉट किया था वो हमने कैंसिल कर दिया है, और कोश्यारी जी फ्लाइट से उतरकर 4 घंटा एयरपोर्ट पर रुककर अगली फ्लाइट से नॉर्मल फ्लाइट से गए। तो इस प्रकार का भी व्यवहार जब सरकारें करती है गवर्नर के साथ, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके बारे में भी थोड़ा विचार होना चाहिए।
पीयूष जी, अभी ऑपोजिशन की बात हो रही थी, राहुल गांधी
आगे कुछ प्रोग्राम का टाइमिंग है या इससे इसको अभी चलाना है?
पूरा घड़ी चल रही सामने, एकदम टाइम कट टू कट चल रहा है, हमारा टाइम एकदम फिक्स्ड है। 2024 के इलेक्शन से पहले राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा को पीयूष जी आप कैसे देखते हो? क्योंकि दक्षिण भारत से शुरुआत हुई, वहां ठीक ठाक रिस्पॉन्स आया, अभी महाराष्ट्र में देवेंद्र जी से आके एकदम भिड़ने वाले, यहां से भी निकलेगी यात्रा। क्या
कई बार आदमी पेनेंस करता है अपने सिंस के लिए, मुझे लगता है ये इस प्रकार की यात्रा है। दिस इज अ पेनेंस फॉर द सिंस ऑफ द फैमिली एंड द फोरफादर्स। अभी किरण रिजिजू ने भी खुलासा किया किस प्रकार से देश में जम्मू कश्मीर समय पे आना चाह रहा था राष्ट्र के साथ, देश के साथ, तब रोड ब्लॉक्स क्रिएट करे गए। किस प्रकार से सरदार पटेल ने तो लगभग 500 प्रिंसली स्टेट्स को जोड़ दिया भारत के साथ। एक स्टेट जो एक और व्यक्ति ने देखा, उसका हालत आज तक देश भुगत रहा है 75 वर्ष बाद भी। तो मुझे लगता है पेनेंस है, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, पर मैं समझता हूं कि उनको पूरा समय सिर्फ दक्षिण भारत में नहीं बिताना चाहिए था। मैं आज तक ये नहीं समझ में पाया हूं, गुजरात में वो 2 दिन के लिए जा रहे हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश में शायद 1 या 1.5 या 2 दिन के लिए जा रहे हैं। यानी उनको चिंता है कि जिन प्रदेशों ने कांग्रेस के एमपीज चुन के भेजे, उनके आखिर सब एमपीज कहां से आए? केरल, तमिलनाडु और कुछ तेलंगाना, बाकी तो देश से कोई खास एमपीज आए नहीं है, इक्का दुक्का किधर आए हो। तो उनको पता है कि बाकी देश तो पूरा सुरक्षित है, एक साथ है। कांग्रेस का ग्राउंड जो थोड़ा बहुत पड़ा है वो भी हाथ से ना खिसक जाए, उसके लिए वो अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ने में लगे हुए। कर्नाटक में कम से कम वो 2 नेता थे, उनको जोड़ने में उनकी हालत खराब हो गई। अब एक तीसरा नेता अध्यक्ष बने तो अब तो अगला और भी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि 3 सेंटर्स होंगे। तो मुझे लगता है अगले 1 आध साल उनको ही जोड़ने में लगने वाले।
जो खरगे जी प्रेसिडेंट बने, डज दैट टेक अवे फ्रॉम दैट अटैक डिनेस्टी, परिवारवाद? अब वो कह सकते हैं कि कर्नाटक का एक दलित पार्टी का प्रेसिडेंट है, डज दैट डिफ्लेक्ट सम ऑफ दैट?
कई बार प्रिविलेज कॉन्वर्सेशंस होती है तो मैं बाहर नहीं बोल सकता हूं,
जितना बता सकते हो बता दो।
पर मैं राज्यसभा का नेता हूं और मेरे काउंटर पार्ट लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन खरगे जी थे। नॉर्मली हाउस की फंक्शनिंग में लीडर और लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन को लगातार तालमेल बनाए रखना पड़ता है, लेकिन पहले 1 आध महीने तक वो कोशिश करके वी ऑलमोस्ट गेव अप, क्योंकि वो कहते थे अरे मेरी बात तो छोड़ो, मेरे और किसकी बात छोड़ो, बाकी विपक्ष की बात छोड़ो, मेरे पीछे जो बैठे हैं वही मेरी बात नहीं सुनते।
वो खुद बोलते थे
अब और ज्यादा मत करवाओ, मैंने कहा प्रिविलेज कॉन्वर्सेशंस होती हैं। इतना बुरा हाल है कि मेरे को लगता है कि इससे अच्छा रहता कि गांधी परिवार का ही कोई लेता कमांड। अब उधर भी और डबल पावर सेंटर हो गए, तो मुझे लगता है अब अगले 2-3 साल उनको आपसी जोड़ तोड़ में ही लगने वाला है, जो देश के हित में नहीं है। हम चाहते हैं कि वो भी पार्टी एक सेकेंड नेशनल पार्टी कोई भी नहीं रहेगी, ये स्थिति ना।
मेरे को तो लगा भारत कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत के चक्कर में थे आप बोल रहे हो कि
कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत यानी कांग्रेस मुक्त राज्य, लेकिन कांग्रेस से भारत से निकल जाए ऐसा हमने कभी नहीं कहा। सब राज्य चुन रहे हैं कि एक के बाद एक वो कांग्रेस मुक्त होना चाहते हैं, उसमें हमारी क्या गलती है भाई, पब्लिक का विल है।
देवेंद्र जी, आपसे मुझे पूछना है, क्योंकि राहुल ने उसका जिक्र किया कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का, अब सोमवार को यह यात्रा महाराष्ट्र में शुरू होने जा रही है। नांदेड़ से यात्रा निकलेगी और 16 दिन ये यात्रा महाराष्ट्र में रहने वाली है। यहां तक तो ठीक है, लेकिन इसका फायदा वो ये करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि 9 तारीख को राहुल गांधी, शरद पवार और ठाकरे परिवार से कोई, यानी उद्धव ठाकरे या आदित्य ठाकरे, सब एक स्टेज पे दिखाई देंगे। तो दोबारा वो ये बताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के खिलाफ महाविकास आघाड़ी अभी भी साथ में है, हम सरकार से दूर चले गए हैं लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हम साथ में आपके खिलाफ खड़े हो सकते हैं। क्या ये आपके लिए चैलेंज रहेगा? क्योंकि जिसके लिए ये कोशिश की गई वो महाविकास आघाड़ी तो टूटते हुए नजर नहीं आ रही है फिलहाल इस यात्रा के जरिए अगर हम देखें तो।
देखिए 2014 से जो सिलसिला शुरू हुआ वो आगे भी चलता रहेगा। इन सब ने मोदी जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहिए क्योंकि मोदी जी के कारण जो एक दूसरे का चेहरा नहीं देखते थे वो साथ में आकर सभाएं करते हैं, साथ में आकर बैठकें करते हैं। तो ये सारा इन्होंने ट्राई करके देख लिया, एक दूसरे के हाथ में हाथ डालकर इन्होंने कई प्रकार की आघाड़ियाँ बनाई, इन्होंने कई प्रकार के अलायंसेस किए, लेकिन कोई भी अलायंस ये मोदी जी को बीट नहीं कर पाया। देश के आम नागरिक का जो मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास है उसके कारण ये कितनी भी सभाएं कर ले, कितने भी हाथ में हाथ डालकर फोटो खिंचा ले, इसका कोई परिणाम नहीं होने वाला है। और जहाँ तक MBA का सवाल है, आप रोज स्टेटमेंट तो देख रहे हैं, नाना पटोले का कभी आप देखते हो, कभी अजित पवार का आप स्टेटमेंट देखते हो। तो MBA कागज पर है, बाकी MBA कहाँ है मुझे पता नहीं है। और मैं आपको बहुत मतलब जैसा पीयूष जी ने कहा, नॉट विथ एरोगेंस, पर वास्तविकता के आधार पर कहता हूं कि ये सब साथ में भी आ जाए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला। लोग मोदी जी के नाम पर ही हमको वोट देने वाले हैं।
फडणवीस जी आजकल आप राज ठाकरे से काफी मिल रहे हैं, क्या वो आपके अलायंस में आने वाले?
नहीं, हमारे पुराने मित्र हैं और कई बार ये होता है कि देखिए एक समय था कि राज ठाकरे जी की राजनीति ये थोड़ी संकुचित थी। देखिए महाराष्ट्र में मराठी की बात करना ये तो बहुत स्वाभाविक है और बिल्कुल सही भी है। मराठी की बात महाराष्ट्र में नहीं होगी तो कहाँ होगी। लेकिन हम उनको ये कहते थे कि मराठी की बात कीजिए लेकिन बाकी जो लोग हैं उनका विरोध मत कीजिए, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अगर हम गुजरात में चले जाते हैं तो गुजरात में भी मराठी है, अगर हम मध्य प्रदेश में चले जाते हैं, इंदौर हो, जबलपुर हो, मराठी हमको दिखाई पड़ते हैं। तो देश में ये परिस्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए कि हम भाषा के आधार पर डिवाइडेड हो। तो ये हमारा कहना था। लेकिन पिछले समय से उन्होंने केवल भाषा की बात को छोड़कर एक प्रकार से एक व्यापक हिंदुत्व का विचार उन्होंने
रंग बदल दिया है।
और हिंदुत्व की बात वो करते हैं। तो हिंदुत्व तो एक कनेक्टर है ही, लेकिन मैंने इससे पहले भी ये स्पष्ट किया है कि अलायंस की न हमारी कोई बात हुई है न कोई हमारी बात चल रही है। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि कुछ अभी हिंदुत्व के विषयों पर उनके और हमारे कुछ विचार मिलते हैं, तो उन विचारों के ऊपर हम लोग साझा करते हैं।
नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के खिलाफ महायुति, क्योंकि आपके गठबंधन को आप युति कहते हैं, अलायंस उसको युति कहते हैं मराठी में, तो महाविकास आघाड़ी के खिलाफ महायुति, क्या इस तरीके का कोई प्रस्ताव आएगा?
महायुति तो है ही हमारे।
BMC के चुनाव आ रहे हैं, महानगर पालिकाओं के चुनाव आ रहे हैं।
देखिए महायुति तो हमारी है ही, बीजेपी है, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना है, RPI है और कई छोटी छोटी पार्टियां हमारे साथ है। तो महायुति तो हमारी ऑलरेडी है। अब उसमें राज ठाकरे आएंगे कि नहीं आएंगे इसके बारे में मैंने इससे पहले भी स्पष्ट किया और आज भी कह रहा हूं कि उनसे ऐसी कोई चर्चा हमारी नहीं चल रही है।
लेकिन पूरे बंद, मतलब दरवाजे बंद है कि अभी भी चर्चा हो सकती है? आपने अभी कहा कि दरवाजे हमारे खुले हैं।
ऐसे राजनीति में जिसमें गैप हो ऐसे जवाब नहीं दिए जाते हैं। मुझे मालूम है कि आपको क्या करना है। हम दरवाजे बंद नहीं रखते ऐसा मैंने कहा तो आप बताएंगे कि अब राज ठाकरे के लिए दरवाजे खोल दिए। मैंने कहा बंद है हमारे दरवाजे, तो राजनीति में दरवाजे तो बंद हो नहीं सकते। तो ऐसे जवाब मेरे मुंह से नहीं निकलने वाले, आप चिंता मत कीजिए।
पीयूष जी, जितने मिनिस्टर्स हैं NDA की सरकार में, उनमें मोदी जी के साथ बहुत वक्त आप स्पेंड करते हैं और एक तरीके से मोदी जी के ब्लू आइड बॉय के तौर पे आपकी एक इमेज है। इस वक्त प्राइम मिनिस्टर आपको क्या कह रहे हैं? वी आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स द 2024 इलेक्शंस। आखिरी के कुछ महीने बचे हैं काम करवाने के लिए बिफोर द गवर्नमेंट गेट्स इनटू एन इलेक्शन साइकिल। आपको PM का इस वक्त क्या मैसेज आ रहा है? उनकी सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी क्या है? द वर्ड दैट वी आर हियरिंग अ लॉट ऑफ इज सैचुरेशन।
ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी मैं दो चीज इसमें जोड़ूंगा। पहली बात तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए हम सब इक्वल हैं, तो ये सब गलतफहमियां नहीं रखी जाए। वी आर ऑल वर्किंग टुगेदर विद अ कॉमन ऑब्जेक्टिव। देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर उतना ही प्यार है जितना मेरे ऊपर है, जितना निर्मला जी पे है, जितना RK सिंह के ऊपर है। वी आर ऑल वर्किंग टुगेदर फॉर अ कलेक्टिव पर्पस टू मीट हिज विजन ऑफ अ डेवलप्ड इंडिया। जो 5 प्रण प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 अगस्त को आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पे देश के समक्ष रखे, कि एक भारत को विकसित देश बनाना है, भारत को अपने कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट से निकालना है, भारत की रूट्स में जाना है, फिर एक बार हमारी विरासत को उजागर करना है। किस प्रकार से हमने एक कर्तव्य भावना से पूरे देश ने देश की एकता और एकजुटता को संभालना है। ये 5 प्रण लेके हम सब कलीग्स काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें कोई ज्यादा वक्त कम वक्त का सवाल नहीं, सब अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारी कर रहे हैं। तो एक तो वो स्पष्ट कर दो। दूसरी बात, 2014 से आज तक, एंड आई एम सेइंग दिस ऑन रिकॉर्ड विद फुल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, और अगर आप पुराने देखो, शायद आपके मंच पे भी मैं ये बात पहले भी कह चुका हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमको बार बार एक ही बात बोली है, कोई निर्णय जब आप अपने दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रहे हो, जब आप कुर्सी पे बैठे हो, आपको कुछ सेवा करने का मौका मिला है, कोई निर्णय चुनाव को सामने देखते हुए नहीं लेना है, कोई निर्णय राजनीति से प्रेरित होकर नहीं लेना है। जो भी आप निर्णय लो वो देश हित का निर्णय होना चाहिए, जनहित का निर्णय होना चाहिए, समाज के लिए अच्छा होना चाहिए, और हम हर निर्णय बिना भेदभाव और बिना एक लिमिटेड ऑब्जेक्टिव के 2024 में क्या होगा उसके हिसाब से नहीं लेते। गवर्नमेंट्स आर अ लॉन्ग टर्म एंटिटी, और ये बता दूं कि जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने गत 8.5 वर्ष काम किया, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि अब कई वर्षों तक भारत की जनता मोदी जी को देश के कमांड देना चाहती है।
सर, इसी से जुड़ा सवाल इसलिए रहेगा क्योंकि जब लोकसभा चुनाव की बात होती है तब बड़े राज्य बहुत मायने रखते हैं, और खास करके बीजेपी का सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा चंक जहां से जीतकर आता है वो उत्तर प्रदेश, और उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र का नंबर उसमें आता है, क्योंकि 48 सीटें हैं महाराष्ट्र में। और इसके लिए महाराष्ट्र जैसा राज्य बहुत जरूरी है बीजेपी के लिए, परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से, अगर हम देखें तो चुनाव के परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से। इस बार यह कहा जा रहा है कि यह सरकार जो बनी है वो इसीलिए इस तरीके से बनाई गई क्योंकि 2024 के लिए बीजेपी के सामने एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज खड़ा होता एमवीए के रूप में। अब ऐसे में, जैसे मैंने कहा कि आपके पास समय बहुत कम है, आपके पास हार्डली 1 से 1.5 साल होगा कि आपको वो परफॉर्मेंस जो पिछली बार का था 2019 का, उस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस आप लेके आए। क्या ये प्रायोरिटी रहेगी आपकी लोकसभा चुनाव के हिसाब से, और उस तरीके से आप काम करेंगे?
देखिए, मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि ये 2019 तक हम लोग काम कर रहे थे, बीच में इंटरवल हुआ, क्योंकि बीच में तो सरकार ने न कोई निर्णय लिया न कोई काम किया, हमारे चालू काम सिर्फ बंद किए, तब उन कामों को गति देने का काम हमने किया है। तो मैं तो ऐसा मानता हूं कि 2024 के जब हम लोग चुनाव को सामने जाएंगे तो हमने जो 2015, 16, 17 में काम शुरू किए थे वो हम डिलीवर करते हुए जाएंगे। तो इसलिए निश्चित रूप से लोग हमको उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा मदद करेंगे। और मैं आपको ये कह देता हूँ कि हमने पिछले दोनों बार करीब 42-43 सीटें जीती, हम उससे कम सीटें नहीं जीतेंगे, उससे ज़्यादा ही जीतेंगे।
मुझे अक्सर लोग ये पूछते हैं कि इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव इतना स्पेशल क्यों है, कि इतने सारे इवेंट्स होते हैं, कॉन्क्लेव्स होते हैं, लेकिन इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में स्पेशल क्या है, मैजिकल क्या है? तो मैं कहता हूं कि देखो, एफर्ट तो सब लोग करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि बाकी एफर्ट नहीं करते, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा हो जाता है जिससे चीज़ें बहुत स्पेशल और बहुत मेमोरेबल हो जाती हैं। आज जो आपने ये सेशन देखा जिसमें केंद्र सरकार के एक हैवीवेट मिनिस्टर महाराष्ट्र के डेप्यूटी सीएम के साथ बैठे हैं, दोनों महाराष्ट्र के लड़के हैं, मुंबई से इतने क्लोज हैं, मुंबई में हम लोग बैठे हैं, ये एक तरीके से पूरा अनप्लान्ड था। ये पीयूष जी ने एक लाइन हल्के से बोली, मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट किया, वो मान गए, and then what you saw over the last 40 minutes is just pure magic. To have both of them at the same stage has been an absolute delight. And can I get everyone sitting here at the India Today Conclave in Mumbai to join me in raising a warm round of applause for Union Minister Piyush Goyal and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. Thank you so much for lighting up this evening with your camaraderie, with your presence, and for joining us at the conclave. Thank you, sir. Thank you. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Could I please request Priya Agrawal-Hebar, the Non-Executive Director at Vedanta, to join us on stage? Could I also request Shri Shiv Kumarji Dalmia, Chairman NL Dalmia Education Society, to join us on stage to felicitate our special guest? Do stay with us for one moment, please. wonderful audience and maintaining such intense concentration during that powerful session. And we do have a grand finale for you, of course, as promised. This is the end of the culmination of two spectacular days, thought-provoking ideas, knowledge, exchange. I'd like to now invite Ms. Kalipuri, Vice Chairperson, India Today Group, to join us on stage for a vote of thanks. Kali. A big round of applause, please, everybody. It's been a spectacular lineup here, 2 days at the India Today Conclave, Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, do settle down. We are going to give you that grand finale as promised. And as I said, it's been a powerful 2 days of intense sessions covering a spectrum from politics to show business, reminding us really how Mumbai is the nerve center of some of these amazing ideas. And really a lot of talk about how India is at an inflection point and how so many of these dynamics are changing. I'd like to call on stage Kalipuri, Vice Chairperson, India Today Group, for the vote of thanks tonight.
Good evening, Mumbai. It is so good to be back in Mumbai after 3 years. Since our last conclave, we've all had the best of times and the worst of times. So it's even more important that we're all here together discussing contentious issues that affect us all. Our discussions often have an amplified rippled effect because so many of our followers join us on digital and social platforms. But I think nothing beats the real deal, which is of being here and feeling the energy and the vibe that the anchors and the newsmakers create for you. So thank you for sparing your time and attention. I really hope it was worth it. We do multiple conclaves. We have an India Today Conclave East, South, Delhi, Mumbai. We try to tweak the program so it suits the taste of the part of the country that we are in. And I have to admit that I personally love curating the program for Mumbai because it's always such an eclectic mix. And it truly is a reflection of all of you and the vibrant society that you are. On top of that, your state at the moment and its sharp politics is really a gift to a democratic newsroom like ours. And you've had the entire spectrum of Mumbai politics come over the last 2 days, whether it was the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, and the Leader of the Opposition. Our bonds with this state and this city have further deepened with the launch of Mumbai Tak, our digital mobile TV channel in Marathi. It's focused on the city and on the state, and it has our Mumbai bureau buzzing like never before. So thank you always for being so welcoming to us. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, without who none of these fabulous conversations would have been possible. And now for the grand finale that we've all been waiting for with the rocking superstar, may I please invite on stage our very own superstar, Rajdeep Sardesai, to take the session forward.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, one last time to the Mumbai Conclave of India Today 2022. Now, the biggest blockbuster of 2022 wasn't Brahmastra, wasn't RRR, wasn't Kashmir Files. It actually wasn't even a Hindi film. It was the Hindi dubbed version of a Kannada film, or should I say it was a Kannada film that was dubbed into Hindi and several languages. It alone grossed 427 crores, which is nearly double of the biggest other Hindi film of the year. Its share in the South market was a whopping 510 crores. That's 937 crores just from India, with another 250 crore worldwide. But it's not just the money. It's what KGF, which I learned when I was watching the film, stood for Kolar Goldfields, has actually done to the very image once again of the anti-establishment angry young man for the 21st century. I grew up in the generation of Amitabh Bachchan in the 1970s. In 2022, Southern cinema, or can I say Kannada cinema, has given us a superstar in Rocky Bhai, who's going to redefine the role of what the angry young man is. Please welcome the one and only iconic Yash as our showstopper here on the Mumbai Conclave. Welcome, Yash.
Thank you, sir.
You're looking fresh from all that success, which is only a few months ago. It's just incredible. I remember interviewing you a few months ago when the film was released, and my son caught the video. My son used to live in Karnataka at the time. He knows a bit of Kannada as well. And he said, "You've got Yash on the channel. He's the biggest star at the moment that the film industry has." He says there are taxi drivers and auto rickshaw drivers who are wearing Rocky Bhai t-shirts and saying, "We want to be Rocky Bhai." Did you ever expect in your wildest imagination just how big KGF would become? Or was it something that you were not certain about?
Good evening, everyone. If it doesn't sound arrogant, I really wanted this to happen, and I kind of visualized it every day in my life. I very badly wanted this to happen. So I always tell people, if somebody asks me, "How do you feel?" I said, now I don't have anything to explain, because this day I was living like few years ago, or 5-6 years ago, I was feeling this day, this kind of success. So I've lived this moment back then. So now it doesn't, affect much to me. So I'm thinking ahead now.
We'll come to what you're thinking ahead, but just the scale of what you achieved, just the scale of what happened to a Kannada film, which sort of in every language that it was dubbed into has become a mega hit. Did the scale surprise you at some stage?
Yeah, it is actually, it surprised a lot of people. But the point here is, India is a country which has got huge potential. I feel whatever we are talking, whatever we are celebrating today, is just fraction of what we all can do. So, India Today. So today we can celebrate this, but I feel India has much more to offer. That is where we should be looking at, rather than thinking that today there is some miracle happening, but this is long pending thing, I think, which took a lot of time for us to realize that there is potential. If we all come together, the cinema industry can have this kind of capacity. I think for me, I always feel that this is around 5% maximum we have tapped our potential, 5 or 10%. There is much more to do when we look at West, or when we look at the possibilities of cinema itself, entertainment itself. I think a lot more we can expect from this generation.
But you know, when you say just a fraction of what the future holds, you know, until now, the kind of applause, the kind of showstoppers were Hindi cinema or Bollywood. And we are in the city of Bollywood. Along comes a Kannada cinema actor who transforms the entire economics of the industry post-COVID and transforms the image of the angry young man. And it seems as if Southern cinema at the moment in particular has taken over. Whether it's RRR, Bahubali, Pushpa, it seems that the dreams are really being woven down south. What is it about suddenly about South cinema? We'll come to Kannada later, but just South itself, which is changing these dynamics. You're producing blockbuster after blockbuster.
See, I feel it's just that 10 years ago, the dubbing film started coming, or a few years ago, dub film were becoming very popular here. But initially, they all started watching it with different opinion. You know, people used to make fun of South films. It was just like, South ka film, you know, some channel pe aa raha hai, and they were like, ye kya action hai, ud raha hai sab. That's how it started. But eventually, I know they got hooked on to that. You know, they started understanding that art form, and the problem with that was, our films were sold at a bare minimal price, and people used to do bad quality dubbing, and it used to be presented in a bad way with funny names. Sometimes, if I travel here, when I'm traveling to north of India, a lot of people call me with some other names, which I'll be wondering, which name is this? Some people call me, "Hi Rambo sir." I'm like, what is this Rambo? Somebody even told the Great Lion. I said, what is this Great Lion? Then all my old films were dubbed. So people started becoming familiar with our films and our actors. It's just that it was one proper move we wanted to make. It was long pending. I think Rajamouli sir, the credit should go to Rajamouli sir. It's not just KGF or any other film. He started. Before that, I think many people tried. If you have to break a rock, they say it is not just that one break. It's continuous effort. A lot of people have done that. But Bahubali, I think, made an impact. After that, KGF was done with a different intention. Telugu industry had a lot of hits, like Rajamouli sir's Eega, or so many other films had made a mark in Hindi also. But Kannada industry, I think what KGF got into the industry is, our intention of making KGF was not to intimidate. It was to inspire, that anybody with bare minimal budget when compared to other films, KGF 1 was done with a minimal budget, can go out and achieve. That was the thing. And now people have started noticing South films. So they're curious. So whatever is happening in South, it's straight away people are following it, and that's why it's working. Before, it used to have a different kind of budget for us to come and market here. I don't know, for some reason, because of all this digital revolution, people are connected. So it's becoming easier. I think time was right about it, that's all.
But I'm looking at all these wonderful special effects. There you are, larger than life. And the special effects are meant to razzle and dazzle. You're the angry young man who can, kill 1,000 people at one time. Was that the important part also? Just creating this sort of mesmerizing special effects so that you become this larger than life character, Rocky Bhai. Everybody knows you as Rocky Bhai now. Whether you're in the north or south, you're Rocky Bhai. But this kind of larger than life image, was that also very consciously, that's how you wanted to make the film?
Yeah, I think today it's important for us to have an escape. from whatever is happening in life. For common man, I think you need to give hope. So a speech of a successful person or some achiever coming and telling something about his experience, or you talking about personality development may not inspire them. You know, they have their own way of learning things or getting inspired. I think cinema plays a major role. A mass hero will be doing 100 things which might even sound silly to some people or funny to some people, but I think there is some connection between audience and us. So we try to communicate certain things, so they take away all the bad things and they take the good things. At the same time, they get inspired and they imitate us and they go out and get inspired and do certain good things also.
You know, because there was Rajnikant and Tamil films, which for a long time were sort of reaching out to new audiences. Telugu films, as you said, reached out. Malayalam films reached out. But this seems to be the year of the Kannada film. Because even as we speak, Kantara, your new film is not your film, but a Kannada film, is making waves. High praise, and again, a low-budget film that's making a lot of money. What is it in Bangalore? Bengaluru's, you know, it seems to be Namma Karnataka is the buzzword at the moment.
Sir, it's also my film, sir. You said it's not my film, but it's my film also. What I believe is, from my industry's perspective, I can tell you something. We needed that attitude shift. That's what I believe.
You needed?
That shift of attitude.
Right.
Sometimes what happens is, it's all about, you know, a lot of people have talent, they have that confidence, all of that is fine. But the moment you come out, when people start judging you and talk about your industry in a certain manner, and you know, it takes a lot of effort to break that perception. That was important. Back home, when I was in the you know, early stages, I noticed certain things where people only used to start with a negative approach. They said, ours is a small industry, we have a lot of limitations, and we can't compete with rest of the industries because their budgets are high, you know, they have bigger markets. And a lot of people used to say that, you know, Kannada industry can never make it. So I had a problem with that, because no industry is big or small. It's about what we do in that industry. So we can make good things. If it becomes big today, see, the whole perception has changed. When people are talking about Kannada industry, they say Kannada industry is rocking. Kannada industry has changed. I think it's about few steps which is important. Like Kannada industry now, everybody is going with that attitude, saying we can do whatever we want to, we can showcase our talent at a national level. So that was important. I think for me, the main agenda was to come out and position our industry in such a way that I still remember when we started KGF, promoting KGF, when we wanted to venture out of Karnataka, not many people in my team believed it. So they all were very confident, they all were very passionate, they wanted to make this happen as a big Kannada film. But when we went out to make it a pan-India film, everybody had inhibitions, everybody had lack of confidence. But what it takes is, you should go and just try. You should try, then people are always, I believe audience are not biased. If they like it, any film can become big film, any film can become the biggest grosser. It's just about, you have to go and present it.
So language in that sense is not a barrier. Are you, Yash, therefore a Kannada star who's become pan-India, or do you see yourself as a pan-Indian star now who also will do Kannada cinema?
See, I am a Kannadiga. That can't change. But I am also an Indian. See, what is the system here? In our country, we are Indians. So our cultural difference or cultural, we differ from each other. In Karnataka also, there is a Tulu culture. There is a North Karnataka, it is different. Mandya, Mysore, Karnataka is different. But that should be our strength. That should never become our weakness. So my point is, you have to accept that this is one country and the industry should not be divided into north and south. If you, even today, after, you know, I think people have moved on, they are showing again and again that they have moved on. But still, if somebody is addressing South Star, North Star, it's not that. It's just about an actor from South. Indian film, an Indian actor who has made something from that part of this country and everybody is accepting it. That's how it should be treated according to me.
That's very well put. You are in that sense, an Indian star above all else. I want to tell the audience, reading your life story, father was a bus driver and you grew up in Hassan and Mysore. You come from Hassan, you grew up in Mysore. And I was told even after you would achieved some success in cinema, your father continued to drive the bus.
Yeah.
So he remained a bus driver even as his son was creating waves across the,
I had the...
Does he realize how big you've become or not now?
I don't think anything will change for them because, see, my dad told me one thing. I think I had Ramachari, Mr. and Mrs. Ramachari, which was the biggest blockbuster back then. Even then he was working. So his point of view was your respect, people, what kind of respect they give you for your industry is fake. If they are respecting me for, successful star's father, that is like momentary. After a while it can, every Friday you have to go and prove. So he said, let us stay away from it. If we get addicted to it, it becomes very difficult. So he always stayed away. My parents, they hardly attend any film events. I think one or two. That too because there was somebody from his department, one minister had come once. That time he attended. And they've never come to my shoot. Maybe one or two times for some signature purpose they have come. So that's how it's always been. So back home, even my friends, they all treat me the same way. It's just about you. Your work should give you that respect, and that is what matters. After that, in home or at home or in your life, you have to be that same person. If not, it becomes very difficult for you to think ahead.
Let's come to this character of Rocky Bhai. The way it's designed is to project you as this larger than life someone who's taking on the villains of the world. How did you conceptualize it? Because you've given 8 years already to this franchise. You had KGF 1 and now you've got KGF 2. You gave 8 years of your life, you've done virtually nothing else but this role of Rocky Bhai. Give us a sense of how you all decided and how this idea came that this is the film we want to make.
See, Mr. Vijay Kirgandura, Humbale Films, he came to me a few years ago and he had done one film called Nindintale. After that, we both came together and we were discussing about what kind of films we should do. He was also very ambitious. He said, it's okay, don't worry about the budget. We will have to make the biggest film from our industry. So I had that vision. I was also fighting in my own way. He was also trying in his own way. We both came together and then we wanted to make big films for our industry. At that time we met Prashant Neel. Prashant Neel had directed one film called Ugram. So one of our executive producer called Karthik, he went and approached Prashant. They got Prashant and Vijay sir and both of us, we spoke and Vijay sir told that would you want to listen to that script, and I heard and I had seen Prashant's work and I'd fallen in love with his work. So I said, yes, we can do. At that time, the script, the kind of thought he came up with was entirely different from what it is today. So the idea was to make a big film. So we didn't know what exactly we were trying to make. The vision was already set. The vision was to make a film which will give everybody a boost. And for us also, I was getting continuously, I was getting that kind of success. So when audience start watching your film in a big number, that success will give you a power, will give you a strength. So that success is not for you to sit and celebrate. That is for you to go out and do bigger things. So that's when we realized, back to back, my films were working and Prashant came up with a script. In fact, he came up with a story where it was periodic and there was one portion of that which was KGF. There was a king who had illegal mining, something like that. Then I said, this itself can become a story. Then he said, really, do you think so? I said, yeah, this itself is interesting. Then he had a couple of scenes, what we have in KGF. So he came up with the entire thing and we started working on it. all of us dedicated at least 6-7 years before we went on floor, I think.
6-7 years before?
2014, no, I think 2014 we started, 2018 we released. So totally till 2020 or 2020, yeah, 22, all of us were doing same. I mean, till this last April. So KGF was such a big journey.
So you've invested 8 years of your life in this KGF journey.
All of us, yeah.
So are you, I mean, when you go to sleep at night, you go to sleep as Yash or as Rocky Bhai?
I think sometimes as an actor, you take certain things from the character and a lot of things you try to express through that character what you believe in. So Rocky is not different from who I am, but situations are different. You know, I may not be a gangster, but my approach or my attitude is aggressive in a positive way. So there are so many elements which I can relate to this character, but it doesn't mean I'm Rocky. So
the reason I'm asking you is a lot of people, or some people have criticized the film, saying it's too violent. That, you know, Yash has done a film which is going to only make people believe that an action hero is someone who's born for violence. Do we really need so much of violence? And the role of the female characters becomes very incidental to the whole plot. How do you respond to those who tell you sometimes, yes, do we need so much of violence for an action film?
Sir, to be honest with you, in life, we have to accept the fact that day and night, the day looks beautiful because of the night. And the night is mysterious and that curiosity will be there because day is there. So the part of life, the dark side is also part of our life. As humans, we all have to embrace it as well. We can't run away from the fact that what is happening in the world. So as a creative people, our job is to present what is happening. People and audience will decide. I think they're smart enough, sir. Same question would have been asked to Amitabh Bachchan, sir, also, whoever who's doing action films. We have grown up watching action films. Certain things, I think there is a cinematic liberty which everybody understands. So if you are hitting somebody, everybody knows that you can't hit so many people. I've never seen anybody watching the film taken a fight against 100 people. You know, nobody will take that point seriously. But if somebody commits something, bad or some criminal activities there, then you relate to that. Okay, this is maybe because of they watch a lot of cinemas. So I think it's all about understanding what life is. As a creative person, we cannot run away and just preach good things in life. So we need to present, but we also have clarity about what is our limit. You know, we don't cross that limit, and ultimately we are trying to put good things in a package. See, I can't go and preach, as I told you earlier. There is a way to tell certain things. If you see Rocky, there are so many elements which anybody can take as an inspiration for their life. But there are certain elements which they will eradicate. That's there from beginning, sir. Storytelling is all about that. If you see Ravana's character, there are so many good qualities, but there are bad qualities as well. So the blend is beauty. So the grey character is what I call him. It's not completely violent or anything. And we make fun of violence also. When I say violence, we are trying to make it a diluted version. It is not, what do you call it? It's stylized, sir. It's not violence.
Let's come to that dialogue. That dialogue which became iconic. Violence, violence, violence. I don't like, I avoid, but violence likes me. I can't avoid. Now I'm going to get you to say it the way you say it as Rocky Bhai. Because that dialogue has become completely iconic. So let's hear the violence dialogue, Yash style.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it. I avoid. But violence likes me. I can't avoid.
There is similarly another dialogue which also became iconic, which you can also relate to us. I'll do it in my way, you do it your way. I'm going to do it the very basic way. मेरी दोस्ती लायक कोई यार नहीं, मेरी दोस्ती झेल सके ऐसी कोई तलवार नहीं, बिजनेस करेंगे, ऑफर क्लोजेस सून.
India Today का dialogue है क्या sir?
Now you tell us exactly the way you do it.
Is it your channel's dialogue, sir?
No, our channel is not closing down anytime soon.
Okay, that's in Hindi. So, sir.
It's in Hindi. You want to go through it?
I think.
Yeah, you go.
I'll recall. मेरी दोस्ती लायक कोई यार नहीं, मेरी दुश्मनी झेल सके वैसी तलवार नहीं. बिजनेस करेंगे, ऑफर क्लोजेस सून.
You see, these stylized dialogues are very much part, and the way you do it are very much part of this iconography which is now being created around Rocky. I remember Rajnikant ji had the fact, the way he lit the matches. Bachchan Saab also had this booming delivery that, right from Zanjeer made him this iconic figure. Do you believe that is essential to have, that the character must have these elements, that people, whether it's the dialogue or the way you say it, that makes them larger than life for the audience?
Of course, I think if you see, there was a lot of Western films. Sergio Leone films were considered as violent films, and everybody ridiculed it at that time. Nobody took it seriously also. Today it is treated as classic. Because of the stylized thing, people imitated their style. There is certain amount of charm and persona that main character brings it on screens, which people will follow. I think for that generation, that is essential. People, we become some kind of style icons or ambassadors of certain, things. You need actors for those things. And if people connect to it, if they connect to one person because of his style or persona, then that's something which they would want to use in their personal life, and they carry it. So that's important. I think when you come out on screen, you should bring your persona also. If our director comes up with a script, it is not just about script or the way they have written. It's also about what you bring in as an actor will take you ahead, is what I believe.
I really wanted to understand though, from your perspective, Yash, did you have any role model in mind when you were making the film? Did you ever think of the Amitabh Bachchan characters that were played in the 70s, or the Rajnikant characters? Or is Yash someone who, or you believe every actor is completely distinctive to the others? Is there a role model, someone you borrowed on? The great Kannada star, of course, was Rajkumar, but his kind of films also were very different. So is there someone who you chose as a role model while making this, or is this completely, all these dialogues, the way you deliver them, your own distinctive style?
No, I think I've grown up watching films, so I just can't say that it's all mine. So you will be influenced. All your favorite movies, all your favorite actors, something or the other would have left a mark in you. So somehow it comes out. I don't go out and see somebody and say, I want to do this, I want to imitate. No, that's not the thing. But if I play a journalist role, maybe I get inspired from your body language or your style. So it's all about what you want to use, and sometimes it comes naturally. And I think all of us are like what do you call, like Abhimanyu, Ekalavya, where you kind of have gurus. So you imagine that there are certain things which you get inspired from all the actors, but then you do it on your own, and at a point I think it becomes your own. So
did you have a role model?
Many.
Who anyone?
I was a huge Shankar Nag fan. And of course, Dr. Rajkumar sir, Vishnuvardhan sir, Ambarish Anna. So there are a lot of actors, and Amitabh Bachchan sir, and Prashant especially, was a huge fan of 80s Salim Javed saab's film. So there was certain things where my director also brought in those kind of sequences were there, and a lot of Clint Eastwood's thing also. So you get inspired, and Kamal sir, Rajni sir is also my favorite, and a lot of places we get influenced by Rajni sir as well also. You are actually a very reclusive star. These are one of the few interviews you're doing. You have come to Mumbai for the first time.
if I'm not mistaken, since this fantastic success. It appears at the moment Bollywood needs Yash more than Yash needs Bollywood.
No, I don't believe in Bollywood or anything. As I
You
told
don't believe in Bollywood?
I don't believe in Bollywood, sandalwood. I don't believe in these woods at all. Once I told, let's burn the woods.
Let's burn the woods.
Yeah. So the point here is, this is an individual industry. See, we can't, again, see, the point here is, we fought for our respect. We said, let us, please treat us the way every actor is treated in this country. And just because things are working for us, I can't start doing the same thing for others. If I start treating rest of the people saying, okay, we have surpassed all your things and today we have gone up, South is going up and Bollywood is finishing. All that bullshit I don't believe in. The point here is, let's just do good work. Audience, they don't care whether it is from Bollywood, whether it is from Karnataka, whether it is from any other state. See now the Kantara movie is from Karnataka and it's doing well. It's doing well in Karnataka, it's doing well everywhere. There was a movie called Garuda Gamana Vrushabha Vahana. It's a very good film, Kannada film, and Charlie 777 was another film from our industry. People watched, but you know, if you promote it well, or with a reputed banner, with a good presentation, it will reach more and more people. So the point here is, I'm nobody. I think every Friday you have to prove. Just because I've done KGF, I can't think that tomorrow I'm the biggest or Bollywood. I'm beyond Bollywood. There is no wood in the first place. So if somebody does a better work, or if somebody does something good here, then definitely people will accept it all over the country, and then the tables will turn, I guess.
You know, because you're saying there are no woods out there, whether it's Bollywood, Tollywood, sandalwood. The fact is that also post-COVID, there was a feeling, will people come back to the cinema? You know, one of the reasons why KGF has been seen as path-breaking is because you got people back to come to cinemas. You know, from that auto rickshaw driver in Bengaluru wearing that Rocky Bhai shirt to maybe people here in the audiences, you got them back into the cinema. Do you believe to get audiences back in the cinema, Brahmastra has also done it to some extent, is you need these big ticket films now. You can't, the small budget films will be on OTT platforms and the big budget films will bring people to the cinema. Was that also something that drove you? How do I bring audiences to the cinema houses, pay that 500 rupees and watch the film?
See, audience are smart. So if we think we are smarter than audience, I've seen a lot of cinema people discussing, saying, "Arey, audience ko kya hoga yaar?" Or they only watch these kind of films. No, they're always smart. Because they are paying money, they will choose what to watch. And you should respect their choice. So today, if you're talking about big scale film or any film, it's not about that. They will sense it somehow. I don't know how. If they look at the poster, if they look at the trailer, they will know that this is a serious effort and sincere effort. So they understand the reason behind why this film is made. That is very important. Today, if you do a film just for the sake of doing, or if I do a film because the director is my friend, or there is a commitment, previous commitment, I have to fulfill that commitment, or I'm getting a lot of money, so I'm signing this film, they will get to know. So then and there they will decide whether to watch this film or not. If they see there is a passion behind it, if there is a good effort behind this, and the team members are trying to make something good for the audience, they will definitely come and support irrespective of the scale or anything. See, there are different choices. Somebody may like scale films, big visual treat. If they don't like spending 3 hours in theater, they will prefer watching it on OTT. But most importantly, it should give an experience. It should take them to another world. That's what cinema offers to you. But if it is about a sensitive subject and if it's more about conversation and those kind of things, they may watch it in OTT is what I feel.
Is story the king then? Are you saying content is the king, or is the star, is the actor the big ticket? Because there's now a lot of debate within even within Hindi cinema. Are we paying our actors too much? Should we be paying the writers more? Should we pay perhaps the special effects people more? Do you believe that the storyline matters much more now than the actor? That the king is the writer in a way?
See, everything is important. if the story is good and there is a new actor, if he's a pathetic actor, then it's not going to work. If this actor is good, story is bad, then it's not going to work. If the VFX is bad and all of them are good, it's not going to work. If the VFX is good and rest of the people are bad, it's not going to work. So now how much to pay, that also everybody is smart enough today. Why? That is based on who is bringing in the value. See, if you see big Hollywood films, there are films where it's just based on director's name. People go watch because of director, then director will be charging more. There are films where production house, that name is enough. So they have that credibility. Then they will pay less for the actors. So it's pretty simple, it's business. If I am able to bring in value, they will pay me. If I ask for more, if I am not able to bring in that value, they'll say, "Acha hai sir, next time milenge." They'll say bye-bye.
But you're bringing in the value. Interestingly, KGF, the first chapter, got 40 crores in the Hindi dubbed version. The second chapter has got 427 crores and counting. So that's, you're a multiple of 10. You work in multiples of 10.
No, I think that 48 or something, that is bigger than this, according to me. Because the times were different. And when I came to Bombay, at that time, the kind of reception we used to get was entirely different from this 420 crores or 430 crores, whatever it is. The point is, at that time, a lot of people told me, why are you coming here? You won't even get that 10 crores back for whatever you're investing for the publicity or the promotional activities. So that is bigger achievement for me than this, because this follows. This I'm not very happy, because only one certain section of audience watched it in a big way. Kids have not watched this film. This was not made for kids. And senior citizens also may not enjoy, they have not enjoyed it as much. I know for sure. The potential is huge. So I am not celebrating 400 and odd crores. I think anybody in near future will break that easily. But that initial thing is important. I think now we should be aiming at building bigger infrastructure for this country. If we have more theaters, if we have more screens, we can definitely generate more revenue and pay more taxes. So we can empower a lot of youngsters for this digital revolution. OTTs are like ready. There are no content creators today. I think we should be...
So when you came to Mumbai 2017-18 promoting the film initially, what would all those Hindi film distributors tell you?
See, lot of people didn't know there was a movie called KGF, so we had to tell that, okay, there's a movie called KGF we are making, though it was the biggest film in my state. Everybody were curious, because before KGF also, I was a big star there. So my movie, Mr. and Mrs. Ramachari, had a huge collection. So even then, none of the people here knew what is happening in Kannada industry. So they all, okay, Kannada industry. कितना 5 करोड़ में फिल्म बनाते 10 करोड़ में collection आता है. So I'm like, no yaar, it's like 50 crores. So the point here is, we were not connected. Nobody was aware of what is happening. And somewhere if, it's all about numbers, sir. Only when numbers are there, people will respect you. That's the biggest validation, according to me. Today, everybody is looking towards Kannada industry because of the number what we created. And then, I think I can't blame them also. Whoever were not aware of my industry, it's not their fault, but it's an opportunity which we had.
Basically, when it comes to Bollywood, it's business, business, business. I love business and I love money. But since it's Kannada, I have with us our Bangalore bureau chief, because he wants to do the Rocky Bhai swagger that many rickshaw drivers also in Bengaluru now do and other parts of Karnataka. So I'm inviting Nagarjun Dwarkanath, our Bangalore bureau chief. He wants to learn from you how do you get the Rocky Bhai swagger? When you're coming into all those sequences, that you got to show us the swagger, the KGF style swagger.
I'll follow him.
You'll follow him?
You should also follow him. Let's do it together. He'll teach us and we'll do it together.
To be a Rocky Bhai, you should believe in yourself. Okay?
You have to be?
You should believe in yourself.
We believe.
You should come out of all your inhibitions.
No, he's worried about his knees and all that.
Don't worry. Okay. Even if you are limping, you should feel that it's the attitude, that's the style.
Done.
Okay.
What I feel is, there is a Rocky in everybody. Lot of people today, they try to take validation from outside. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have done this. Rocky is all about confidence. Rocky is all about being real, being earthy. So first, you have to have that confidence in you. Now, don't worry about rest of the people. Now, you're the smartest guy here.
Of course.
You have the best attire.
Done.
And you have the best walking style.
Done.
Please walk towards me. That's Rocky.
Come on, walk towards him.
I'll leave the music also. Let's play the music.
No external. Music should be playing in your head.
Okay.
Go for it. Come on.
No, you're calculating your moves. No.
Kya karta hai yaar?
Just walk as if you don't care.
Think
You
of
own
it.
the world.
Think
Or
of
you don't
yourself.
care who owns the world.
Think of yourself as a Bengaluru auto rickshaw driver. Go for it now.
Yeah, closer. But you're taking my validation. That's not required.
Now let him do it. So
You got to show it to us, no? And then we can do
Sir,
it.
I've shown it on screen.
No, come on.
Maybe, okay, I would want to see you walk, sir.
See, I'm a Maharashtrian.
Okay.
Right? And we've been asking for Belgaum back from Karnataka. That's another debate.
Let's keep politics away, sir.
We'll keep politics away.
We are asking another country also.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Ready, sir, go. Close enough, sir. Close enough.
Close enough?
Yeah.
Now you tell us. You've got to give us the real thing. Then we'll try.
Violence, violence, violence. Silence, thank you.
So basically, Nagarjun, you've got to walk faster, boss.
let's do it together, sir. One last time.
Okay.
Bye, sir.
We were slightly better this time.
Confident.
We were slightly. We are learning the Yash, the Virat Kohli way of getting self-belief over time and getting that sense of confidence. He had a question though in Kannada.
Okay.
Because you can't come here and not tell us some of those iconic dialogues in Kannada. Come on, go.
Yeah. ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ಮೂವಿ ಇದು KGF ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು
ಅದು ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ವೈಲೆನ್ಸ್
ಸರಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ
ಓಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಯಾರ ದೋಸ್ತಿನೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ದುಶ್ಮನಿ ಯಾವನು ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಆಫರ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಸ್ ಸೂನ್
ಅದೇ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಏರಿದೆ ಆ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಲ್ತಿದೆ ಹೆಂಗನ್ಸತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಖುಷಿ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು
ಸರ್ ಅದು ನನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇಡೀ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದನೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದೊಂದು ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ಮಾಪಕರಾದ ವಿಜಯ್ ಕಿರ್ಗಂದೂರ್ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ನೀಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡ KGF ತಂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಫಲ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಂಶ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ
ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಸರ್ ಯಶ್ ಅವ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಕಾತುರದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಇನ್ ಯಾವಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ
2 ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕು ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್
I asked him sweet good news for the audience of Karnataka when would we be seeing him next. He said the good news is I already have 2 children.
Says we are expecting a good news from you. I said I already have 2 kids. The movie, very soon. I think, I know there are a lot of news floating around. When I say it, that's when the project will be announced. Rest of the things, I don't want anybody to believe in it. I will come and I will tell when it is done.
All the best ನಿಮಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಂದ.
Thank you.
Namaskara, Yash.
Namaskara, sir.
That's where my Kannada ends. But there is a KGF 3, is it? Is that in the pipeline?
Not anytime soon, sir. We had a thought, we have a plan, But I want to do something else right now because I've done, for 7 years or 6, 7 years, I've been doing that. We'll just take a break and see if everything falls in place. We'll do it later, but not anytime soon, sir.
So what does Yash do when he takes a break? You've been away from public eye for almost 5 months since April to today. How do you relax? What is Yash's way of relaxing?
No, change of work, do something,
like
keep
what?
working. We are working on a lot of things, sir. We are working on a lot of projects. There are a lot of script discussions we do on a daily basis. And as an actor, there are certain things where you need to do on a daily basis, your fitness. And I spend time with my family. And after KGF though, I've been spending good quality time, especially after COVID, after pandemic, we all realized how precious that time is. And I think I also got addicted to that time, spending time with my family. So I'm spending a lot of time with family as well.
But how do you relax? Do you ever switch off? Is it possible for a celebrity like you, who's surrounded, because you don't do much of social media, unlike other stars, we don't see much of you. So how do you actually switch off? Are you able to switch off?
That's the way you switch off, sir. If you're active on social media, you need to be responsible for every other, you need to address every other issue in the world. I stay away from it because, see, if I want to wish you on your birthday, I will call you and wish you. I don't have to put it on social media. Now it's become such a difficult thing. You have to wish on every other person's birthday. And if you wish your friend on his birthday, the other person will also expect you to wish. If you don't, then he will feel bad more than feeling happy. So the problem is, better to stay away from it. So I've always stayed away from social media. If I have to express something, when I meet you, I tell you, I'll call you and tell you. But I would never, get into social media for everything. So only when I want to share something about my personal life or my project, once in a while I do it, sir.
And if Yash was not a film star, what would he be?
I've never thought of it. I always wanted to be an actor. I always wanted to be a star. So I don't have an answer to that question, sir. I think I would have been a waste guy doing nothing.
No,
I can't visualize myself in anything else.
The reason I'm asking you this is because a lot of South stars, I'm using the word South stars, I know, let's talk pan-Indian, I know, but stars who made it big in various films from South India have joined politics over the years. Amrish sir also in your state joined politics. Rajnikant stayed away in the end, but there are others who attempted it. MGR was of course the most successful. Have you thought that you will be the man like Rocky Bhai got KGF in shape, you will get Karnataka in shape? Too much of 40% commission. You need to come there and change that. Possible?
See, I don't believe in all these things, sir. Whether, if you want to make a change, first I have a lot of things to change about my industry, myself. If I'm not able to do that, how will I change others? So, if I can, I've always been trying to do certain things from my side where it will reflect on the society as well. In my limitation, I'll do. I don't know. See, whenever it's more like if there is a need, if there is a necessity, I will do it. It need not be politics. We have been doing certain things in life where it changes few people's life at least. But politics is not something which I want to comment because, like you said, I feel sometimes it's thankless job. I've seen a lot of people really work hard also, but we generalize saying everybody is bad, politics bad, corruption, and most of the people think that every politician is living out of public money. That need not be true. So, thankless job, sir.
Yash, you've spent a lot of time with us, and it is wonderful that you've given us a glimpse of what your cinema is all about. I hope more and more people in a way celebrate what being Yash is. You have a final message for us, for all our viewers here at India Today, across India, across the world. What's your last message in a way to them? What would you like to tell them? How do you want to inspire them to have that self-belief to do the Yash walk, to do the Rocky Bhai walk? Nagarjun almost got it right in the end. So what's your message to all your fans?
I think if I'm sitting here today and addressing such a wonderful audience, I think all of them are have been successful in their own fields. I had a problem with my English. I had a problem with lot of things, you know. The point is, at this level, we all think that you should have certain qualities to be successful. But what I feel is, you just have to go and showcase your talent. Don't care about inabilities or what insecurities you have. People will recognize, audience will recognize, they will respect you for who you are. And once you get success, everybody will respect you. Then you can pick up all those qualities. So for people who are sitting in small towns, a small town, I think anything can be done. Our country, even in sports or in cinema, it's open. Please, if I can get this kind of number, or if I can be accepted across the country, anybody can be accepted. Please go out, try, give your best. Audience are waiting to, you know, make another big star or another big sports star. Please take that first step, then everything will fall in place. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Well, you know, it's a wonderful story. It's a great Indian story. It's an inspirational story of the small town boy who grew up in Mysuru, is from Hassan. Father was driving a bus and is now driving the nation crazy is his son. So that is a remarkable leap over one generation, Yash. What you've achieved will inspire many in a way. You know what Mahendra Singh Dhoni achieved on the cricket field, from Ranchi to eventually here at the Wankhede Stadium lifting that trophy. You've done it with your cinema. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause, please.
Namaskara.
And could I please invite on stage Mr. Abby Thomas, Head of Marketing and PR at Volkswagen India, to share a token of our appreciation with Yash. Thank you so much, Yash. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Do join us for dinner and cocktails as the evening continues outside. And thank you for being a wonderful audience tonight.